The darkness was comfortable for me. Written by Kon Hoshizaki. Chapter 127, Paths Split and Life Continues, or The Morning of the Beginning. Celica's POV. Author note, it will be the POV of Celica for a while. In terms of timing, it is around chapter 118. And then, a flashback of the morning of the very transfer day. I was watching the video of my brother standing still there after separating from Rafria-san. I can't read anything from the face of my brother. Is what's the future or despair? I have no choice but to believe the words of my brother who said I will live. And I have no choice but to do what I can. I call Azuna-san from my smartphone. It is Celica. Yeah. That's right. Please do as planned. Yes. Later. Celica. With this, we can put an end to that man for now. If things go well, I myself will need to go back to Japan. Celican, what will we do from now on? Karen. For the viewer count race. I am sure there will be a second one coming sometime, but right now we have to prioritize maintaining the mental state of Anna-chan. Let's keep the streams at only the times when there's movement. Celica, honestly speaking, Karen and I pushed ourselves too hard in the viewer count race. Good work comes from good sleep. A situation where he has more than 100 million watching him must be rough for my brother too. If that were me. No, I probably would be fine. I am not delicate like my brother after all. I most likely would only see the viewers as just numbers. I also wouldn't be hurt by every message. Us siblings are comprised of my delicate brother and little sister, and the crude one that's me. I don't mind what others think about me. I am often ridiculed in the bulletin boards, saying I act cute for the looks, but it can't be helped that they see me like that. The time when I enjoyed my feigned love for my brother, who I am only half related by blood just like Karen, has passed a long time ago. My brother is my life itself. If it is for the sake of this love, I am willing to become a monster or a demon. Our house was burned, Sis was killed, and my brother is gone. They all informed us twins that our childhood has ended. Celican, has the police properly announced that that guy is the true culprit? Karen, well, it should be okay. We have a whole lot of evidence, and I even provided data of the person himself confessing. What's left is to get the public to our side, and if we donate a bit to a big shot, it should happen quickly. Celica, feels contrived. Nithilda. Wouldn't it have been better to go for a bit more simple approach? Karen, can't deny it. I was a bit no, quite in a weird state of mind after all. Celica, we suddenly lost both Annie-chan and the one we love after all. Karen, we haven't lost them yet. Celica, it went well in terms of result, but I can't deny that we are walking on a tightrope here. Brother still being alive is more the existence of Rafria-san than our little schemes after all. The one I was talking to on the phone just a moment ago was Azuna-san, a subordinate of my grandfather and the person that's moving in our stead. We had Azuna-san freed the culprit that killed Nanaminin and her family from the confinement room, and asked her to throw him at the police station. With the murder weapon in hand, changed to the clothes of the time he committed the crime, with the data of the time when he confessed, and on top of that, even added the video of the hidden camera that shows him escaping from the house of Nei-san. Regarding him being confined, we have threatened him that we would kill his parents if he were to speak about it. He might talk about it despite that, but when that happens, that happens. That day, by deciding to use the underground people, I stepped into a path of no return. I have no regrets. The world has been thrown into disarray from the appearance of God anyways. In a world gone mad where brother isn't present, there's no point in living it decently. Anna has moved. Karen, when I looked at the screen from what Karen said, brother had finally turned around and began walking. From an expression of grief to a wry smile, a man walking on with the setting sun on his back. Those steps showed certain strength facing the future. He must have been unbound by something after one thing had finished. It might just be me who wishes that is the case though. Whichever the case, it should be fine to consider this as him having rid himself of a dangerous thing encroaching his heart. I originally intended to do this sooner. Clear the name of our brother by having the culprit be arrested the moment he had escaped the forest. The reason we couldn't do that was because of bad luck. Or because we were targeted by the ill will of God. To think the message function would be added the very moment he exited the forest. Even I want to curse that God and call him the devil. They can investigate about what has happened with Ozawa from the incident to now to a certain degree, but whichever the case, the death penalty judgment will be given soon. He may be underage, but having killed 3 people, death penalty is obviously settled. Seeing the precedents of this, there's no doubt about it. Anyways, with this, my relations with that country are over. Enclosed, malicious, conservative, exclusive, it wasn't a country that was that good for Karen and me. If not for our brother, Karen and I would have long rotted in that country. Now, below this dry sky, I even feel as if it is a far parallel world. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that this world is currently revolving around topics of the parallel world. I am the person with the most rights in terms of Isekai content personally, and I am completely treated as a VIP in America. We flew off to America practically as if defecting, but I was surprised by the fact that they had the documentation for all of our family ready in 2 days. Well, our parents and I are probably just extras, and the one they really want is most likely only Karen though. But that's fine. Whichever the case, that girl can't operate perfectly unless I am around. Anyways, if I were to just say I won't be sharing the craft of Japan, they would be cornered into a pretty disadvantageous position. There's obviously the self-learning AI translation software, there's also the edited video content, and things outside of my company as well. My company has obtained a decent amount of stocks, and my words have enough power to shut out Japan. It is not like I am getting back at them for the bulletin board having been stormy. I was also partly involved in that scenario, and had intentionally made it stormy. Even so, there was no need for them to go that far, right? Of course I would want to put a word in about that. So I say. But I don't intend to do something so mean. I don't, but self-disgust. Even though it was something I set up myself. Even when I understand it by logic, I can't do anything about this disgust in me. I am a person that doesn't have a compass. I can do anything to a decent degree. No matter what I do, I am sure I will be able to do it decently. Because of that, I can't decide for sure what path to take. I don't like myself. The only one who illuminated my path was my brother. I must recover that light. If I don't, I will stay lost, unable to advance anywhere. The time is the first day of the first month. The people that have been chosen by God will finally be transferred to a parallel world. We will be going back to that day. Rain on New Year is rare. Tilda. It has apparently been 25 years since that happened. Karen said while typing on the keyboard in a hurry. It is true that it is normally clear on New Year. At the very least, in my memories, they have all been clear. And so, Karen, do you think you will make it in time? Celica, a foolish question posed to this prodigy. No problems at all. Karen, I see, good work. It was unexpected that we would be earning money like this, but well, we have to use anything we can use. With our plan now in disarray, having as much money as possible would be nice. Celica, we are one step closer to an island in the south. Karen, the chaos of the Isekai transfer has provided us a chance. First, the translation of the Isekai language. This is the specialized field of me and Karen, and we have created a research team one step faster. There's way too little information right now, so we will be giving instructions in full from tomorrow on, but at any rate, we are completely prepared. An advanced AI for languages translation has been readied, and we have arranged for a supercomputer. I may say Iskite to generalize it, but there must be several different languages, so the problem is also what language to choose. If possible, it would be better for it to be a language that has a lot of speakers, but, in the beginning, we will have to be doing this blind. Anyways, the first one to succeed in the translation will become the standard. There's few rivals, and it is not like we are translating lithographs of ancient languages, so it is not a mission with that high of a difficulty. Otherworlders will be the two after all. The one other thing is the streams. All otherworlders will have their each and every action broadcasted, but modern people don't have so much free time as to watch that the whole time. In that case, there will be demand for edited videos. The big streaming services have already announced that they will be entering this market, but there's 1,000 chosen. Of course, even the big guys won't be able to distribute their resources equally for all chosen. Karen and I are advancing the needed preparations, and we will be concentrating mainly on the Japanese people. Especially Nanaminin for edited videos. The big guys of the streaming services are mostly European and American enterprises. If we can secure the Asian side centrally, we should be able to put up a good fight. It is almost time. Wonder if Anna-chan finished his farewells with Nanaminin. Celica, did it turn into something lewd, maybe? Karen, we are talking about Nay-san here, so who knows? Celica, I pity Nanaminin. She will be sent to something nonsensical like an Isekai. Moreover, unable to bring almost anything with her. It is almost time. Nitilda. Karen, at the big monitor on the wall, there was a broadcast of the ceremony with the chosen from around the world. They are apparently going to be sent to the parallel world at the same time. For Japan, that would be 9 in the morning. It is great that it wasn't in the dead of the night, but I would have liked a later time. There's around half of the chosen who have gathered for the Japan broadcast. They are going to be leaving this world after all. They will be abandoning everything they have built up in this society, and basically migrating to a different savage planet close to naked. This shouldn't be the time to be leisurely performing on TV. You should be passing your last moments with your loved ones like Nanaminin. People who want to enjoy the food they like as much as they can before they leave. Ones who are drowning their fears with alcohol. A lot of types. The countdown begins on the TV. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. The chosen on the TV screen disappear all at the same time. I thought it would be the pattern where their bodies alone would be empty husks, but it looks like that wasn't the case. Zazaza, the sound of the rain grows stronger. Karen, who was using the computer, had her face gone pale as if she had seen a ghost. Chapter 128, Abnormality or Prank of God. Celica's POV. Zazaza. The sound of the rain grows stronger. The chosen are given points, and they use those to strengthen themselves or exchange for items before heading to the parallel world. Then, it will be only a while later that the broadcast will begin. Karen, who was using the computer, had her face gone pale as if she had seen a ghost. Did something unexpected happen? No. The existence of God, the existence of a parallel world, and transferring to a parallel world, it is all unexpected things. Is there anything to be surprised about at this point in time? Why? See Celican. Anya has. Karen. Seeing her lips tremble and eyes on the verge of tears. I understood that something bigger than God and the parallel world had happened here. Just why did something like this happen? The face that I see every day countless times already was being shown on the display. Chosen number 1000, Kuros Hikaru. Seeing the text with a picture of his face, I had fallen into a state as if the world was crumbling underfoot. Wait. That apostrophe S. The official one, right? Celica, the list had been renewed, so I checked it out and for some reason, it changed to this. Hey, Wahazane. Karen, wait. Celica, I diligently looked at what's displayed there. A small feeling of something being off. I soon learned what was the truth of that feeling. I ended up noticing it. Nanami is not there. Celica, Nanami was chosen number 422, but the chosen that was originally 423 is the now. The numbers have gone up. Nasan is nowhere to be seen. She has disappeared from the chosen list. A bad premonition spread in my chest. Something happened. There was no other way of putting this. I took out my smartphone and called my brother, but it just continued ringing without end, and after ringing for a few minutes, he didn't answer. He is sad from the separation of Nasan and isn't answering the call? No, brother would take the call no matter the situation if the call rings for that long. That's the kind of person he is. Even when I called all the phones of Nanami, no one was answering. Today is New Year. Uncle and Auntie should be at the house. I will go check it out for a bit. Karen, you watch this side. If something happens, call me. Celica, there's no doubt something happened at the house of Nasan. I have no choice but to confirm. Are you going alone? Karen, the TV crews should still be around. I will have them cooperate. Celica, our parents go on a hot spring trip at the end of the year. We also don't rely on something like that anyways. I'll leave the house and get a TV crew that is readying to withdraw to the main street. Hello Tilda. Have you seen the list of chosen? Celica, eh? You are the neighbor of Nanami-chan. Celica. We are as close as family with Nanami-nin. Celica, while I was chatting with them, one of the crew had confirmed the list of chosen. They noticed that Nanami-nin was gone from the list. I don't know why Nanami-nin was removed from there, so I want you to come with me. Can you please? Celica, after hearing my request and looking at each other's faces, the crew began to hurriedly act. They must have judged that this was a scoop. I don't want to believe this, but there's only one possibility. The world was certainly going mad, and I thought I had understood plenty well the madness of it through the net, but to think that I would even see the distortion close to me. I wanted this to be just me overthinking. But my brother has been chosen to transfer to a parallel world, and on top of that, Nanami has disappeared from the list. There's only one answer this can lead to. I will have them become my witnesses. There's a chance that the culprit still remains on the scene, so having the strength of adults would make it better. I ignored the crew that was running their camera, and I stood at the front of Nanami-nin's house. I rang the doorbell while praying internally. No response. I rang it once more. There really is no response. In the house where my brother should be there, in the house where uncle and auntie should be in. They are not answering. Celica, I say this and try to open the door. We are literally almost like family. To the point that we were coming and going the whole time since childhood. However, the door is locked. This is strange. There's no way, there's no one though. Celica, maybe Nanami-chan has somehow avoided the transfer and has left with her family somewhere. It is still 9:15, you know? The transfer was at 9. Even if she did escape it, they wouldn't be leaving that fast. It is a rainy New Year. Celica, you got a point there. There are not that many possibilities left. I took out the spare key I had in my pocket. Our parents are like that, so uncle and auntie were considerate of us and gave us this and told us it was okay for us to go there anytime we wanted. To think I would be using it in this way. I unlock it and go inside. My brother's shoes are at the entrance. With this, my hypothesis changed practically to certainty. The house was completely silent. I tried calling in a loud voice, but there was no response. SC? No one is here. It was even locked. One of the crew members said this with a wry smile. Can't they feel something is off here? One of you, please come along with me. Celica, I asked the burlier man within the crew, and entered the room while having him as my shield. The answer was soon found. Uncle. Auntie. Celica, you. The crew member lost strength on his feet and fell on his butt. In the dining room, there's Uncle and Auntie collapsed in a pool of blood. They aren't moving one bit, and I can only see them as being dead. The other crew members heard the scream and entered the room. We called for an ambulance. I grabbed a different person from the unreliable burly man, and went up the stairs. My legs were trembling, and I felt tears welling up and I wanted to vomit. Even so, I continued moving my feet. When I told him the culprit might still be around, the guy grabbed the mic stand as if it were a weapon, and stood in front of me. He is quite reliable. And then, I opened the door to that second-floor room I have come to over and over again. Nay-san. Celica, I was prepared. Since the moment my brother was in the list. Since the moment Nanami-nin's name was gone. Nanami-nin was also sunk into a pool of blood. This one is different from Uncle and Auntie in the fact that there isn't any chance at all that she is alive. Chosen get transferred in a perfect state. So even if she were faintly breathing, there's no way she wouldn't get transferred. Nei-san was killed. She was taken off from the list because she died. I don't know how this ended up with Nissan being the one transferred. I don't know. What I know is just how bad this situation is. No matter how you see it. You can't think of it in any other way than my brother being the culprit. See Silicon. This might be bad. I hear the voice of Karen on the phone that's been connected this whole time. That voice, so frail as if it could die at any moment, made me understand that something more had happened. What's the matter? Celica, Ane has started in a forest filled with monsters. At this rate. He is going to die. Karen, why are things going this wrong? Even with mine and Karen's skills, every single thing we want is slipping away from our hands. I am sorry, but Nei-san has been killed along with Uncle and Auntie. Celica, Why? Killed, you say? They are dead, Karen. I don't know the reason, but I myself can't go back immediately, so I will be sending you instructions from here, okay? First, the culprit seems to have run away, so take all cameras around the house that you can connect to. I think our camera could have caught them too. Celica, even though it is a situation like this, I was calm as if there were a circuit in my brain apart from that of my emotions. As if a different personality was residing in my body, a part of me that's observing the whole situation from above. And this current situation is outstandingly bad. At this rate, everything will be lost. My whole body was ringing those alarms. At our abode, there's around 8 cameras that Karen has set up and are always active. It is the ones we set when we were being lauded as genius and beautiful twins, and were chased around by the mass media. If the culprit escaped from Nanami-nin's house, they should have been caught by the camera. In the first place, they should have been caught on camera the moment they entered the house. It should be easy to pinpoint the culprit. Uncle and Auntie were killed in the dining room. Does that mean they were invited in from the front door? The culprit is an acquaintance or someone close to that. Someone who calls themselves a friend of Nanami-nin or a relative, somewhere along those lines. Anai. Is truly in trouble. See, come back quick. At this rate, Karen, calm down. We can't do anything for Anai-chan at present, right? We have to find the culprit first. They are definitely on camera. Celica, the problem would be in the case we can't tell who the culprit is. But can't we just let the police search for the culprit? More importantly, this side, Karen. I understand, Karen. Brother has been transferred. Nanami-nin had her whole family and herself killed. I don't understand the reason for the killings. It might have been a crime perpetrated by someone who held a grudge against the family of Nanami-nin, Or it might be the deed of a person that thought they would get chosen if they were to kill a chosen. Karen, Anna-chan is in a situation where he would die if he doesn't escape from the forest, right? Give me the information you have for now. Celica, okay. In order to get out of the forest, he needs to walk more than 370 kilometers. But Anna seems to have transferred with points remaining, so depending on how he uses those points, he might be able to manage somehow. From what it seems, Karen, points, huh? Are they really important? Celica, it seems like you can exchange for quite a variety of things with just crystals, but the quality is on a whole other level for the things bought with points. So high of a level that if he were to have a good amount of points, he might be able to get out of the forest. Karen, I see. Right. Celica, we have been informed beforehand to a certain degree, but points really are important. And the best way to get those points is with viewership. What about a message or mail system? Or maybe ways to make a call or a means of contact? Celica, none. For the words as expected are made to be automatically translated to the Isekai language, so I don't know what he is saying at all. Karen, got it. Celica, even while I was communicating with Karen here, the crew members were calling for the police and the ambulance. It seems like there was someone from the crew that had experience in emergency treatment, but Uncle and Auntie were already in the process of rigor mortis, so it was already a lost case. Chapter 129, Second Farewell. Or in order to not lose Celica POV. We can't just stay in this place forever. Quite a lot of time is taken from the police coming over to investigate the case. We can choose to participate or not, but even the act of refusing and driving them away was precious. I entered Nanaminin's room, and stood close to Nasan, who had her body lying there as if she were sleeping. There's already no signs of life. It had already changed into a body in the shape of Nasan. Nanaminin, Celica. Karen and I had already finished our farewells to this girl that had been practically a sister to us. We were aware that it would be a farewell from this world, so Karen and I had already cried our eyes dry last night. Kind, righteous, and at times strict. I don't know how many times she has saved us in a different manner from our brother. That's why we invited her to become an accomplice in our life plan. Karen and I liked Nasan after all. To think we would be bidding farewell twice to her. Even if it is a prank of fate, it is way too twisted. We will definitely make the culprit pay. Also. We will definitely save Anna-chan too. Celica. I whisper this and leave the room. After confirming the situation on the scene, I told the TV crew members that I couldn't stay here any longer because of the shock, and returned to my house. No, I have indeed received plenty of a shock. If brother were here, I would have hugged him and bawled my eyes out, rampaging around for a whole day. Nanaminin is no joke, practically family, and if this hadn't happened, we planned on having her become our true family. But the situation didn't give me time for pessimism. I'm back. Celica, Celican. Why did it turn out like this? What should I do? Karen, calm down. No, it is not possible to stay calm, but we have no choice but to do what we can. How's Anai-chan? Celica, I returned to the room, and after giving a backward glance at my little sister who has her eyes nailed on the screen with a pale face and crying, I confirmed the situation of our brother. I see, this is indeed bad. Celica, the fortune within the misfortune is that brother has quite a lot of points left. He can buy a barrier stone that lasts 12 hours for 1 point, which can create a safe zone, but it simply allows to avoid dangerous situations and create time to rest his body. It was within the information disclosed beforehand, so there's no doubt that's the case. It is without doubt overwhelming useful in this forest, but it can't be used to get distance. The status board is completely in Isekai language. Even the items, Earth can't tell what they are. There's a lot of information, so it should be possible to get some progress in the translation of the letters in a few days. Anyways, in the case of Nanami, she would have been done for the moment she met any monster. And yet, he is 370 kilometers away from a human settlement. Despite that, his attire is just a white gown. It seems like he used points to buy boots, but it is way too light equipment. It is already quite the despairing situation even if we are optimistic here. Silicon. Karen was drenched in tears. She must also understand what this situation implies. We have already lost Sis. If we were to lose our brother here as well, our life plan would be completely wiped out. Our happiness is slipping away from our hands, and we would have no choice but to live on while leaning on each other. Then, if we don't want that to happen, we have no choice but to do what we can. Sorry, Anna-chan, Celica, Karen, the culprit was caught on camera, right? Celica, yeah, I analyzed it, and he is someone from Anna's school. He is on social media, and has a lot of photos, so there's no doubt. Judging from the direction he ran off to, he must have gone back home. Karen, gather up his information like his address and a variety of other things. Celica, doing it. Karen, in the footage of the camera, there's a man, who had a backpack and is of the same generation as our brother, going over the wall at the back and running away. Normally, that's completely suspicious, but because this is the day of the ice kite transfer, and because the rain was falling strongly, he managed to run away. With evidence remaining in this fashion, getting him arrested should be instant. If he were to get reported. So, what do we do? Report him? Karen, no. Celica, why? Karen, at this rate, Anna-chan will be thought of as the culprit. That's why. We will leave it like that. More importantly, Karen, we are going out. Celica, eh? Why? Where? Karen, to the place of grandfather. Celica, our grandfather on our father's side only has interactions with us siblings. He has broken off relations with our father, and it is not like we meet him often, but I have met him a number of times together with my brother to learn about society, and when I have to ask him for things. It seems like he likes brother more than us, but that's why grandfather should be cooperating here. After putting my change of clothes into the bag, Karen and I ran off from the house with our clothes just like that. If we do this when the police have already arrived, it would be really difficult to avoid getting interrogated. We are middle schoolers, so there's the chance they would exempt us from it, but every second counted right now. At the time when we left the house from the back door, the police still hadn't arrived. We managed to not be found by the mass media and caught a taxi on the main street. It is around 1 hour to our grandfather's house. Karen and I changed our drenched clothes inside the taxi. The driver seemed to be finding that incredibly uncomfortable, and at that time, we were confirming the state of our brother on the tablet with our heart racing, telling the members of the translation project and the video streaming site project that the main chosen to follow has changed. There was an endless amount of things to do. Of course, we want to check the situation of the other chosen, and it is a situation where we wouldn't have enough computer terminals no matter how many we had. We originally should have been at our own home putting our tools to full use in order to gather information, but seriously, why did it turn out this way? Anna-chan is doing unexpectedly well. He has a map, and as for monsters, none is shown for now. He should be able to manage somehow, right? Karen, he has 19 points remaining for 373 kilometers, right? I don't know. Celica, a number of the items one can buy with points have been publicized beforehand. Barrier stones, potions, scrolls, maps, also equipment, and you can even increase your power. But it is not like there's something as powerful as turning yourself completely invincible or becoming immortal. If there was something like that, even brother would have taken it. In that case, the 12-hour shelter barrier stone will be the key to this. I don't think a power-up or an item that strengthens yourself will be enough to help him survive 373 kilometers. Is this place really okay? Yes, thank you very much. Celica, we arrived at our location and we got down. I have already contacted grandfather that we will be heading there right now. Well, we are innocent middle schoolers and, most of all, relatives. There should be no problem with coming without an appointment. A stately mansion with soldiers surrounding it, and many security cameras set around. The residence of the boss of a violent group called the Watare's family. That's the house of our grandfather. Our family name Kuros comes from our mother. The circumstances of our household are complicated. We rang the interphone and told the young member that we have come to make our New Year greetings. We had them open the gates, and Karen was clinging to my back fearfully as we entered. Karen is delicate unlike me and, in the first place, she hasn't come to grandfather's house as much as me. She must be scared with how this place screams of Yakuza. We may not be that intimate with them, but we are related by blood, so she can just act normally. The Mafia is a thing that treasures the blood connections since way back, after all. Ooh. Celica. Karen. Great to see you here. Grandfather. Happy New Year. Celica. Happy New Year. Karen. Ooh. To think my grandchildren would come in the new year, you really gotta live long. You are not that old to say that, right Tilda? Celica. Grandfather hasn't even reached 60 years old yet. He is exercising every day, so his muscles and bones are sturdy, and he could even be mistaken for a 40-year-old. Today we are going to be doing the New Year mochi pounding. We are also having the young ones prepare the banquet, so you came right on time. You are going to be eating, right? The mochi. Grandfather was innocently getting happy about the visit of his grandchildren. Seeing that state of his, he doesn't seem to know that brother has been chosen to be transferred to the parallel world. For the Yakuza, a parallel world is like a dream, so it might not be much of an issue for them. And the reality is that, even though you can already watch the Isekai streams from the TVs, PCs, or smartphones, not a single member making preparations to pound mochi at the garden was watching that. Well, they seem to be in the middle of work, so that might be natural though. Sorry, grandfather. Today we have to return as soon as possible. It is about Ana-chan. Celica. Hikaru. Now that you mention it, you said you couldn't come today. Did something happen? Yeah. And so, we have something really important to request of you. Celica. Request, huh? Got it. Wait at the guest room. Our grandfather welcomed us with open arms, but the moment I said request, his expression made a complete turn. All the times I made requests here, they would always be morally gray matters that a normal child wouldn't ask for. And in reality, the request this time around can't even be called gray, but the blackest of the black, a pitch black request. There's no doubt he perceived the scent of that. The living room of this house has quite the bad taste, and the table for the representative seat is one I haven't seen anywhere else aside from this house. The furniture decorating this place are most likely from famous artisans. Brother said that, before, there were several stuffed animals placed around. Maybe it is the dredges of that, but I was a bit apprehensive about stepping on the Siberian tiger rug at my feet. And so, what's this about Hikaru? He most likely told the henchman to not get close to the guest room. Grandfather came in a bit later and sat at the sofa. For now, I would like you to watch this. Celica. I take out the tablet and show my grandfather. In the screen, there's brother running inside a forest while paying attention to his surroundings. What's the meaning of this? Explain it in a way that I can understand. He asked with sharp eyes. Chapter 130, Father's Side Grandfather or Request. Celica POV. What's the meaning of this? Explain it in a way that I can understand. He asked with sharp eyes. Karen grabbed my sleeve. It is not the kind of pressure you bring out with innocent middle schoolers, but well, that must be how he is. I explained the situation. Grandfather should obviously know about the Isekai transfers. But it seems like the people at his age don't have much interest in a world of swords and magic. He doesn't seem to be that excited about it like the people of our generation. People who have no interest in it are thoroughly uninterested about it, and they are mainly interested in the changes the arrival of God has caused to the world. There were no signs of struggle at the crime scene, and I think our brother was stabbed without his notice too. Him being chosen to be transferred was truly a coincidence, and if not, I think he would have died just like that. Celica, these are just my speculations from the situation. But if his grandchild had been stabbed, it wouldn't be an unrelated matter to him. The chances of him helping out get higher. After I explained the situation for a while, Grandfather placed a hand on his chin and made a gesture as if he were thinking, and then, in other words, you need me to get his head? Is that your request, Celica? No, that's not it. I want you to capture him and keep custody of him for a while faster than the police. Celica, I say this while zooming at the man in the security camera footage. If he were to be killed, there would be no point. In custody? Yeah. If we do that, the culprit will stay unknown, and Ana-chan would most likely be considered the culprit, so I was thinking about having it burn just like that. Celica, burn, you say, Celica. Just what kind of picture are you painting here? Can't really call it painting. If I don't do anything here, there's no doubt brother will die. In order to reduce the chances of that happening, we have to increase the viewership and get points. And the most efficient and fastest way to achieve that is to make brother famous. In the current state of things, brother is simply a mysterious chosen. That sudden mysterious chosen grabbing the attention of the limited resource of people within the 1000 chosen isn't easy. There's most likely no method to gain points and crystals unless you get attention. If he doesn't get attention, brother will be dying in that forest unable to escape from it. But if there were a story like the culprit killed his childhood friend because of his desire to go to an Isekai, and has now run away to an Isekai where no one can put a hand on him, and if we were to go around starting the fire in the net around the whole world with me and Karen, and if that were to gather the attention of the world. See, the viewership is showing here, right? The higher this is, the more benefits you can get from God. The boots that Ana-chan got are also something he got with points. Celica, what connection does that have with having Hikaru be treated as the culprit? If the story turns into Ana-chan being the culprit, the people of the whole world will hate him, right? Unable to be judged, he would be a killer that killed his childhood friend and ran away to an Isekai. Hating him, despising him, wishing for him to die quickly. That's why they would be more interested in his state, more than any other chosen, and everyone will be watching. It would even be news on the TV. The truth is that Ana-chan was caught up in this and is no killer, so this is horrible, but we need to go this far to get viewers, or he won't be able to get out of that forest. That's why the true culprit is a nuisance. Celica, you. Grandfather doesn't know me well, so my proposal. No, he was looking at me with eyes as if looking at a strange creature, seeing that I am saying this straight out without changing my expression. At the time when brother brought me here, I was acting the innocent little sister, and I have made a lot of requests before, but I always did so with brother as the intermediary. Now that brother has gone to an Isekai, me. And Karen too have no need to be reserved for anything. Also, if we don't do this seriously, I am sure this could turn into an irreversible situation. I will definitely get brother back. In order to do that, we first need him to get out of that forest. If we do that, will Hikaru be saved? Any means to get back here? I can't say for sure he will be saved. I don't think it will be easy to get out of a dangerous zone stretching for 370 kilometers. Right now there's no means to return from that world, grandfather. Celica, I see. Why did Hikaru get chosen? I don't know either. We are also surprised. But now that it has turned out this way, this is our reality. Celica, God swore that it was random, but it must have been a lie. I don't think they have investigated the details of all 1,000 chosen, but there have been common points found to a certain degree. Well, those are also just on the level of rumors though. Of course I am not thinking of doing this for free just because we are relatives. I have an account with our money in it, so you can take out as much as needed. Celica, what will you do if I refuse? I would have no choice but to hire an assassin on the net. I actually want to clean the honor of brother as well, so I don't want to kill him though. But I don't have connections with an establishment to confine people. If it seems like I can't get help anywhere. At worst, I will have to do it myself. Celica, maybe because I used the word kill in a light manner, or maybe because I said I would do it myself. My seasoned grandfather's face showed slight surprise. I don't have connections to assassins either. However, for someone like me who can understand a variety of languages, it is also easy to find places where I can make those kinds of requests. If it is just requesting for a kidnapping anonymously, it shouldn't be that difficult. However, in that scenario, it would be more difficult to make it faster than the police, and honestly, it would be pretty rough. In that case, there really might be the need for me to do it myself. It could even serve to clear my grudge, making it two birds with one stone. Even if I were to go inside the walls, I should be able to get out after a while, and there's no substitute for the life of brother. I am pretty uneasy about leaving things here to Karen, but it should be okay. Probably. I was thinking that, but I showed no signs of it and was looking straight at grandfather. A middle schooler shouldn't be saying something like killing in such a light manner. What kind of education are they giving you? Foo-foo, there's no way father and mother would be able to do something like educate, right? Karen and I were raised by Anna-chan, you know. Celica, then, it was the education of Hikaru? That's wrong too, but it is like we were originally like this. Maybe it is the blood. Celica, blood. Huh. It can't be helped then. Because of our bitch mother, we have done an analysis of our DNA, but Karen and I are unfortunately the children of father and the mother. Brother is without doubt the child of father too. I was hoping for the fantasy of us siblings not being related by blood at all though. Also. I wouldn't normally say such dangerous things. My plan has been almost completely destroyed because of this, you see. I'll have you know I am super pissed about this despite appearances. Celica. I don't mind accepting this, but how much money do you have? We may be family, but I can't just go lightheartedly jumping into such a dangerous mountain of trouble. He lights up a cigarette as he says this. This might be an excuse to refuse us. He probably doesn't even think we have the money to pay for something like this as middle schoolers. But I myself didn't come here to ask on a joke. I plan on paying the amount fitting the risk. Also, gangs these days have trouble with getting funding. Grandfather ''S. Company isn't excluded in this, and their financial situation isn't good. This is most likely risky for grandfather as well. Here. You can use everything if you want. It wouldn't take me long to earn that much anyways. Celica, I took out a bank book and stamp from my bag, and left it in front of grandfather. This bank book is one that my parents don't know of. It is just the share from a part of the virtual currency that I sold, but it should be plenty enough. Having it be known that I can earn money is in a way a risk, but different from my parents who only know how to use money without having any power at all. Our connection with grandfather has worth that can't be bought with money, so there's no problem. At the very least, for me and Karen. Grandfather flipped the bank book that I gave him, and when he confirmed their latest deposit number, his eyes opened wide. Huh. Is this real? There's no way I would bring a fake bank book here. Celica, but this has more than 200 million, you know? I am asking for a criminal act here, so this much is a given. Celica, how did you get this money? The virtual currency I bought when I was young exploded, you see. This is the one I cashed out recently. It is not dangerous money. We have been retaining it because of issues with tax, but with the Isekai matter, Karen and I won't be able to escape from money because of the increase in earnings, so I readied it since it would be handy to have actual cash on the ready. I didn't know it would be of use so soon though. Celica, at that time, I used the money we earned from programming and translation to buy 400,000 worth of virtual currency. It has been 5 years since then, and it has gone up around 500 times more. I used the chance of the sudden price jump of the virtual currency because of the appearance of God, and sold them. That was most likely not its peak, but it was technically easy money in the first place. Celica. Just what in the world are you? No, I heard you were a genius, so I thought I knew it all already, but 200 million is an amount of money that a whole ton of people wouldn't be able to earn even if they were to work their whole lives, you know? And yet, a middle school child is. I know, but that money was from us being lucky, and also a bit of smarts about the timing. It didn't have much to do with brains. Celica, but Grandfather most likely actually wants to refuse. A middle school girl is asking to kidnap and confine a high schooler even if he is a criminal. Even if it is for a relative and he is a person from a somewhat criminal organization, it is not like he can just go yes here. If this were about a matter of the culprit that killed brother, it would have been a different story, but brother is alive and in an Isekai. Nanamianin is important for us, but for grandfather, she is nothing but a stranger. You are the only one we can ask this of, grandfather. In reality, even while we are taking our time here, Ana-chan might die, the culprit might surrender himself. Before any of that can happen, we have to act or things could get into an irreversible state. Please. I beg of you. Celica, I get off the sofa and lower my head to the floor. Karen hurriedly does the same. Grandfather accepting here is pivotal. We first have to capture the culprit or it will be impossible for us to set the fire on our side. The culprit has been arrested, but maybe it is actually Hikaru? Is possible to do, but that would just be a conspiracy theory. It would be hard to see an effect in the whole world with this. So. You are serious then? Yes. This is to save Ana-chan after all. Celica. Grandfather looks at me with a sharp gaze, and I look back straight at him without averting my gaze. I can't stumble in a place like this. Phew, got it. Can't refuse the request of my grandchild. Also, this guy has killed 3 people already, so he is most definitely getting the death penalty. He is simply going to get inside the walls a bit faster. Thanks, grandfather. Celica. Thank you very much. Karen, who was silent all the time, had finally spoken and lowered her head. Grandfather smiled at this. What's left is a match against time. It is still 11 o'clock. We will gather the heads and move to the house of the culprit. Call him through line or by cell phone, and kidnap him. And then, all that will be left is to present him with his confinement room. If the police show up at that time, we won't be able to do anything, but that's the gamble here. Chapter 131, Brothers Crisis or Action. Celica POV. Ah, this is bad. Karen. Seeing that the climax of the conversation had passed, Karen took out her cell phone and muttered this after confirming the state of brother. I stood up and peeked at the screen, and it was right when a giant monkey monster had jumped in front of brother. It is far bigger than a gorilla, and it is a size that's far from being fightable by a human. Wait, you gotta be kidding, right? Something like that can show up? Celica, what's the matter? Did something happen? This. Celica, I turned on the tablet that was out, and the figure of Brother was shown soon after. Seeing the giant fire monkey roaring at Brother, I felt as if my heart was being squeezed up. Oh Anna-chan. What do we do? Anything we can do. Anything. Karen, even though we are watching the screen this closely, we can't do anything. Only watch. How powerless. I, for the first time, cursed God who created this situation. There's various opinions as to whether it is actually God or not, but even if it is a God, there's no doubt it is a demonic God. The giant monkey let out a roar that made the body cringe in fear, and it rushed over to Brother. Brother was practically standing upright, unable to run away, or even show any suggestion of fighting. I ended up closing my eyes. Ah. Barrier stone. Karen, eh? Ah, right. Celica, the sudden appearance of a monster had made me forget it, but Brother had bought something that looked like a barrier stone. In the screen, there's text showing up saying, barrier stone in use. Remaining time, 11 hours and 59 minutes. The giant monkey acted in a way as if it had suddenly lost sight of Brother, spit out fire everywhere as it ran around, and disappeared somewhere just like that. Brother was sitting there absent-minded. A barrier stone seems to certainly be a useful item, and it seems like he managed to keep his life there. But this is. Grandfather, as you can see, I think it is going to be difficult for Anna-chan to escape this forest alive. To the point that I don't know if becoming number one in viewership. Is going to serve in achieving that. Celica, then, more reason to. No choice but to do this, right? Yeah. Thanks, Grandfather. Celica, the only bright element here is that the effect of the barrier stone is strong. Being effective for 12 hours means that he should at least be able to hang on for today. It is valuable time that Brother has created. In that time, we have to do what we can. Also, Grandfather, if we spread the fire worldwide, we as family won't be unaffected by this either, so I think we will have to move. And when that happens, I don't think we will be able to meet like we have before. Celica, after telling Grandfather the outline of my plan, I added that at the end. Move? Where? Most likely America. Celica, huh? America, you say? That America? Yeah. We have been called by their enterprises and research facilities there since way back. The opportunity is just right. The problem is our parents, but we can just give them money and there should be no issues. Celica, our parents are hopeless, but if I told them that they can earn money and live playing around, they will happily follow along. I actually want Grandfather to be our guardian, but we can't do that. Even if they are like that, they are still without doubt our parents after all. Koichi is the same as always, huh? Yeah, playing around as always. The pretext is that his main occupation is house husband. Celica, our household is being supported by the night job of Mother. Of course, it is not like we can buy what we want with that, so our household has been running with the money that Karen and I earned since elementary school, and now our mother is barely working, and father is playing around the whole time. Our household is honestly a pretty peculiar case. Good children like you all were born from that idiot, so good grief, I shouldn't have exiled him and properly educated him. Because of that, it ended up causing trouble to you guys as well. Grandfather says as if repenting, but I can't just go exactly, so I simply stay silent. It is true that we have been troubled by those parents of ours after all. Brother, Karen, and me. It is because we had us three that we managed to reach all the way here. And it was also big that Brother fought with our mother and won the battle to have her not interfere. Grandfather, this is my last unreasonable request. Once we go to America, we won't be able to come back here often, so I think I will give the order to release the culprit from over there. Celica, orders? You. Yeah, orders. That's why. Introduce me to a person that can perform them, please. Celica, got it. Grandfather said this and called someone. This residence is also serving as the company's offices, so there's always gang members. Regarding the orders, the schedule of the confinement, and what should be done at that time, it is all in my head. There's parts that would be slightly troubling if I were to throw the whole thing onto them, so I want to give the orders and supervise it. Boss, did you call? Ooh, Kenji. You and Azuna, hear out the request of my granddaughter here. It will be all on my ass. Huh, you granddaughters? I won't be dirtying the ass of boss, but what business is it? Kenji, ask her directly. There's apparently no time. The one grandfather called was a serious-looking man with a suit, and a woman in a suit too with dyed brown hair. I explained what to do to the two. I have a nice place to confine someone. The apartment building in Nishinomiya City. It is a second floor for exclusive use, so it won't be known to the populace. Izuna, thanks. I want to get a confession too, so I am thinking about calling him with a pretext that we will be sheltering him from the police. Before coming here, I divided my phone number and line. Celica, the two understood the situation at once. Most likely competent people even among the gang. It really helps me out here. Well then, I myself will be getting the car, so please shape up the plan with Azuna, Celica-san. Kenji, Karen and I were in the car Azuna-san was driving. Kenji-san got on with two burly young men and drove off at high speed to the house of the real culprit. In the meanwhile, Karen sent a line to the culprit. I am God. You have shown me your desire to go to the parallel world. I am thinking of prioritizing you on the next batch to the parallel world. But that was bad. At this rate, you will be arrested and executed. I have ordered my subordinates to shelter you. They will be arriving soon, so bring your clothes covered in blood and the knife you used, and come to the outside of your house. For the people in your house, just leave a note saying that you will be going on a journey to train in order to go to the parallel world. There's the need to gather energy for the next Isekai transfer, and it takes time. It is possible to trace your smartphone, so leave it behind. We will provide you with a different device on our side. Drowning people grasp even for straws. The culprit replied with a got it and thank you very much. Looks like he really believed this is a message from God. Of course there's the chance that he gets cold feet at the end and doesn't come out, but we can brute force it if that happens, or we could invite him to a mixer, whatever works. Right after that turn. He is there. That's a relief. If he had surrendered himself, we would have been done for. Then, let's do this as planned. Celica, I was about to say it is a relief he is an idiot, but it really is the case. The black sedan that we were in passed by the true culprit Ozawa Yuichi and the white Hiace car at our back welcomed him to enter. There's no doubt he is truly scared out of his wits being in between two burly men. Anyways, with this, we have cleared the first stage. It was important to secure him faster than the police. The place they are going to be confining Ozawa in is an apartment complex that is seriously a place you could find anywhere. It has an elevator, but it is an old building that might be 50 years old, and gives off an atmosphere you wouldn't want to get close to even if you had business with it. We have been using this place since long ago, you know? It has been soundproofed, and not only for months, we could even go for a year here. Izuna-san says listlessly. Is this person also a Yakuza? I don't know the relationship with my grandfather, but I heard that the members of the Yakuza treat it as a private business. In other words, she is most likely a related member. At any rate, there really is a confinement room, huh? Celica, there's a lot of uses for it after all. Izuna, we were watching inside the car how Ozawa was being escorted into the building. There's no pedestrians around. It would be problematic if there were witnesses, but it looks like that won't be a problem. He was made to wear a black parka, so there should be no worries about his face being exposed. Whichever the case, it is fine to just have brother be misrecognized by society as the culprit for around 1 month. After that, we will have Ozawa be arrested by the police swiftly. The problem is when the message system will be starting. There's the possibility it won't even be implemented, but I don't know. At any rate, this is until brother reaches a safe place. Chapter 132, Overcoming Nature or the Whereabouts of the Truth Celica POV. I take the smartphone from Kenji-san at a place further away from the building. It is the one used for the timing of the release and to order the methods used. The one I am contacting is Izuna-san, and she properly knows the reasons for this time's confinement, and she understands it. It shouldn't turn into something weird. Even overseas, you can use IP phones, and it can only be used through Wi-Fi, so there's no problem. For now, this is a wrap. Celica, good work Tilda. Sorry, I am not of use at times like these. Karen, who barely spoke since entering the house of grandfather, looked apologetic as she said this, but it is the opposite. It is because I am only useful on stuff like this that I have to be the one doing this, or there would be no point. I will have you work to death with a burning scheme. Well, I will also have to quickly go to the translation side too. Celica, you could say that I will also be busy from here on. Karen has already finished the translation AI after all. However, the actual translation work begins from here on. Moreover, we are already a few hours late compared to other research teams. In the Brother Burning plan, we have to go around setting fires in countries around the world. It won't only be Karen, I will have to help out too, and I will also have to show up the face of a brave little sister with tears in my eyes to the mass media in order to heat things up too. I use my own smartphone to contact my own team. The first language we are going to translate has been decided after all. The Ringpill continent that brother has been sent to. We will begin translation from that official language. Brother was flamed to an amusing extent just as planned. Especially in Japan, the flames were far beyond imagination. I didn't expect that there would even be an idiot who would set our house on fire, but that instead became a good excuse to have our parents resolve on moving. There were actually a lot of dangerous moments before brother could get out from the forest. But even with that, maybe because of the fires, brother became the top in viewership, and along came the benefits of it. He managed to get more crystals than any chosen. It is roundabout, but my contribution must have served big in him managing to get out of the forest. Of course, brother was the one who worked the hardest. The synergy of the dark spirit abilities and the affection of spirits, and most of all, the indomitable strength of mind of brother, were what allowed him to escape from that long forest. That's why he could escape the forest. He managed to survive. I had lowered my guard, because I was on my nerves the whole time. I thought that we would be okay for now. Now, all that's left is to clean things up. He wouldn't be facing any immediate life-threatening dangers, and with the spirit abilities he nurtured in the forest, he should even be able to solidify his lifestyle. That's what I thought. Pin-pon pan. It is time to announce the rankings for the total viewers of The Chosen. Those words resonate on a screen. The announcement from God alone was for some reason not in Isekai language, but in a weird God language that allowed everyone to understand no matter who hears it. By the way, it sounded like Japanese to me. Congratulations, chosen number 1000, Kuros Hikaru, you shone as the number 1 in the first total viewers ranking. As a prize for winning, you have been awarded 3 points. I was listening to that announcement in a daze. I was drinking my rage-free ears tea. Guess I will enjoy a long nice sleep in a while after I watch what happens here for a bit. I even thought that Ana-chan is first place, huh? If he had gotten those points sooner, it would have been a bit easier. Celica, right Nitilda? God really has bad timing. Karen, right? Celica, honestly speaking, I even felt a sense of achievement. That was most likely the same for brother. Even though he should be tired, he has an incredibly refreshed face. He has a bit of tears falling down from the happiness of getting out from the forest. After that, he even leaked out a smile he hasn't shown in a while, and Karen and I were truly relieved by this. Until the moment God announced the addition of a new function. And from here on, you can get messages from the viewers on Earth. A mailbox has been added to the status board, so please confirm it. The sudden announcement made me do a spit take with my tea. Cough cough. You are kidding, right? Why this timing? Karen. Celica, I instruct my little sister who is sitting in front of the computer. If it is Karen who can easily go over 10 characters in 1 second, she should be able to send brother a message faster than anyone. I figured the ability to send messages would be added at some point in time. But to think it would be with this timing. I knew it. God is our enemy. I thought that maybe brother had been transferred by coincidence. But why in this very moment when he has finally gotten out of the forest? Karen, did you send it? It is fine to send hundreds, so hurry, Celica, but what I saw was Karen with a red face in front of the computer. See Celican. What should I send Annie? Do your best. Karen, why you idiot? When it comes to Anna-chan, this girl really turns into an airhead. Celica, I forcefully move my little sister aside, and send a message to brother. But on the TV screen on the wall, there's brother who has opened the messages, and is standing there, spaced out. There's not even the need to confirm what kind of insults he must have received from the messages he saw. We didn't make it in time. Huh. Anna-chan. Celica, see Celica. I am sorry. Karen, it can't be helped. It is the fault of God. Celica, I obviously had already accounted for the possibility that the message function would be implemented without any previous notice. That's why the setting fire onto brother in itself was a gamble of sorts. The chances of him dying in the forest without being able to get viewers. The chances of the message function being added before he got out from the forest. But if it is messages, if it is me or Karen, I had the confidence that we could send a message first. It was a gamble with plenty enough chances of winning. We are purposely setting the fire only to obtain viewers, so don't worry. Our family is all doing well, so it is okay. Live. That's what I intended to tell him. Even though I understood plenty well that this would happen if I were to fail. That's why, it is not Karen or God who are at fault here. The sight of brother on the screen in tears trying to explain was stabbing my heart. I am the one who orchestrated this situation. It is what I chose in order to save brother. Anna-chan. Did I make a mistake? Celica, that figure of brother with an ashen face died in despair, walking unsteadily, ended with me being unable to send him my words of apology. Celican. At this rate, Anna is going to die. What should we do? What would be the best thing to do? I am sending him messages, but he is not opening them. What do we do? Karen, it is okay. That's Anna-chan there, you know. He won't be dying so easily. Celica, I didn't feel like blaming my little sister. One part because there's no point in doing so, but most of all, I myself had been caught completely off guard. Even if I had sent the message, there's a high chance I would have been one step too late. Anna-chan. Celica, I could only watch brother staggering on his feet. I really am happy that brother has managed to barely keep himself alive. But I didn't want to break his heart. How can I save the heart of brother? We still have things we can do. Karen, we are moving. Let's prepare ourselves to back up Anna-chan, in a way that we can support him no matter the situation. Celica, yeah, that's my intention too, but what do we do with that guy? Karen, I intended to release that guy Ozawa and have him be arrested by the police once brother had reached a safe place. But the situation has changed. The message system is made in a way that you have to open the old ones first and go up from there. The message box of brother must be filled with unread foul insults. The chance of brother opening those is low. In other words, even if we were to release Ozawa here and messages turning their hand were to reach brother, the chances of him opening those are unbelievably low. Then there's little meaning in letting those viewers go. I don't know if God has evil intent. There's the chance that it was bad timing. But with the fact that brother was coincidentally chosen, I have been feeling like that chance is low. I will keep Ozawa for a bit more as an insurance to go against the ill intent. Let's leave Ozawa for a bit more. Celica, got it. Karen, by orchestrating the biggest fire of this century, we managed to make brother the most viewed chosen. Thinking about the number of crystals he used to escape, even when he was first place, it was still a really close call, so the decision itself wasn't a mistake. But not clearing his name in the turning point that was the 10th day was a clear blunder. We ourselves had almost all of our emotional bar taken away in the time when brother was risking his life, and we couldn't make a composed decision in time. Even though I could have released Ozawa at a sooner timing, have him arrested, and make them all turn around. I made a mistake. Hey, scold me. Anna-chan. Celica, my words couldn't reach brother. Chapter 133, Visitor and Chosen. I changed my clothes after getting out of the sea. I throw my wet clothes into the shadow storage and walk unsteadily into the city. There was a dark muddy something in the depths of my heart. I swam and swam, but even with that, I couldn't get it off me, and simply ended up making my heart heavier. No, even so, it was better that I managed to tie my body. Let's get a drink. Hikaru. I was calm enough that I could objectively tell myself that I was done for the day. The days that I am no good, I am done. Giving up in those areas is important. If I am going to be living in this world forever, I am sure I will be feeling like this countless times in the future. If I were to feel like killing myself every single time, my body won't be able to handle it, and I don't want the viewers to consume that weird and amusing sight of me as content. Then, I have no choice but to learn how to properly sidestep my emotions. I entered the place Freya brought me for the first time. I sat at a table for two and ordered something. I am glad you were the one who was chosen. Hikaru, that might be true. If I was chosen, it wouldn't have been strange if Celica or Karen were to have been chosen too. I don't know why I was the one sent here after all. I'm a man, and I should be able to somehow manage to survive in this world. If it is Celica, she might be able to survive in this world. It would be impossible for Karen. I was thinking that while drinking the sweet cocktail that was served to me. Mother probably said that without any deep meaning behind it. Even so, I didn't want her to say that in such a manner. At the very least, I would have wanted my family to curse the actions of God. The sweet alcohol swirled in my brain, and it turned the contours of the world hazy. It feels good to the point that I could forget everything. The bell set on the door rang, and when I looked over there, one customer had come in. A young woman clad in a mysterious atmosphere. Pale unhealthy-looking skin, strawberry blonde hair that seemed like it was cut haphazardly which had the ends of it bouncing. Wearing full armor that didn't show any skin, a wide sword at her waist, and a giant shield at her back. Walking around inside the city in full equipment makes her pretty weird. An explorer. I feel like I have seen her before. Who was it? And where? Hikaru, black-haired boy. You must be Hikaru, right? The woman came straight to me and said this. The moment I heard that voice, I remembered. A face I have seen countless times before Nanami was transferred. First place in the popularity poll, Jean Collet. Another worlder. I hurriedly stood up, dropping my seat onto the floor, and took distance from Jean. So I say, but it is indoors and cramped, so it is an overwhelmingly disadvantageous situation for me. Moreover, I am intoxicated right now. Jean was completely unfazed at my agitation, and was simply looking straight at me. I remembered the messages at the time when I left the forest. I am glad there's a messaging system. I will be sending the other chosen your way. I will definitely make sure you get punished. Sleep in fear, that's what I am sure was written. That's why I have been interacting carefully with other chosen. In the end, Alex wasn't an assassin, but the time has finally come, huh? Are you going to kill me? Hikaru, if that were the case, what would you do? Want to try fighting? Me? Jean is releasing a risky atmosphere. I was on the verge of being swallowed by a bloodthirst that is hard to believe comes from a person of a peaceful world, but I have also overcome hardships in this world. As if I will allow myself to be killed without a fight. Wait, you people. Please don't fight here. If you are going to be exchanging blows, do it outside. The old lady of the establishment came out and scolded us. I left a slightly higher pay on the table and exited the place. I could run away, but this woman has her viewers on her side. It would be pointless to escape from her when she came all the way here to kill me. It is different from the time with Rifria. Can I win, Hikaru? I don't know what skills she has, but judging from her equipment, she must have allotted most of her points in physical strength and endurance. I don't know if she can use spirit abilities, but even if she does, I don't think she can use that many. She probably can't use strong abilities either. Then, maybe I have a chance with my dark spirit abilities. You apparently killed your childhood friend. Jean, after stopping at a slightly open space, Jean said this. Knew it. So she came all the way here after hearing that. To kill me. I didn't kill her. Hikaru, I answered while restraining myself as much as possible. I don't want to entertain the viewers even in a situation like this. I am sure they want to see me protest with a raspy voice, but as if I will show you that. I see. Then, what about the story of you forgetting about your dead girlfriend and making a girlfriend here? Jean, I haven't made one. Hikaru, but you apparently kissed. Jean, you even know that? Hikaru, the viewers really are unbelievable blabbers. I myself knew that it wasn't only the moon watching, but when a third party points it out in this way, it really feels disgusting. In the first place, why do I have to be interrogated in this manner by an unrelated party? In the first place, it has nothing to do with you what I do with who, right? Hikaru, yeah, it doesn't. But I was asked by someone, you see. I need to test you and see what kind of guy you are. Jean, I haven't done anything. Hikaru, I see. Then prove it with that sword. Jean spat out a sentence that sounded as if it came out from a knight, and unsheathed her sword. A wide boorish thick sword with no ornaments. It is not an inhuman size like the sword of Rifria, but it is a size that my sure sword can't even compare. This girl most likely isn't wearing such equipment for show. My dulled head from the alcohol is regaining its senses. This woman is a lunatic that has come to kill me after swallowing what the messages have told her. If I lose, I will be killed. But that's the same with fighting monsters. I suddenly remember the interview article from before the transfer. She answered with, I want to fight, and become stronger. I could see the experience sticking to her from the sword that's chipped here and there even though it has only been 1 month since she has arrived in this world. Jean took out the giant shield from her back in a skillful manner, and took a battle stance. That figure of hers reminded me of an impenetrable fortress. But I am not the type to fight from the front to begin with. Foo. I am happy, Kuros Hikaru. You seem to be stronger than any other guy I have fought before. Jean, I hope so. Hikaru, Here I come. Jeanne, as if those words served as the signal, Jeanne began charging. Of course, I have no intention of going along with that. Phantom warrior. Hikaru, I called a phantom warrior in a low voice that Jeanne can't hear. That figure of it hitting its shield and closing in on Jeanne could only be seen as a real warrior. The spectators that were beginning to gather were raising cheers at the warrior that suddenly appeared. The moment that the phantom warrior and Jeanne make contact, at the timing when her attention was completely taken off from me, I unfold the darkness fog. A perfect darkness swallowed Jeanne. What? The spirits don't like it, Hikaru. The surroundings of Jeanne have been closed by darkness, but I can tell by feeling that the effect of the fog is not reaching. It is around a radius of 50 centimeters, I think. The spirits seem to not want to get close to her. She might have an item that deters spirit abilities. Even if darkness fog doesn't reach her, the effect of blocking light is still there, so it brings the same effect, but if it had been any other ability, it would have been completely nullified. It is a dangerous opponent. But you picked a bad match, Hikaru. If the result is the same, what has to be done doesn't change. I silently moved to her back. The spectators are raising their voices and making a ruckus, helping erase the sound of my footsteps. And then, I placed my short sword right at her neck. At that instant. Too soft. With that whisper, Jeanne threw off her sword and shield, and turned around rapidly. That forceful move made me cut her shallowly despite me having no intention to cut her at all. But she wasn't bothered by that in the least. She shouldn't have been able to see anything. Meaning that she must have located me with the cold blade at her neck. My shirt collar was grabbed with unbelievable strength. I shook her off and took distance. Is what I wished, but I was held down to the ground in an instant. I was pushed to the ground facing up, was straddled on my stomach, and had both of my hands pinned. A mount position. When killing, do it in one go. That 1 second of hesitation becomes fatal. Jeanne, the wound on her neck should be around 1 centimeter. Blood was dripping down, but Jeanne didn't seem to be bothered. Damn it. Hikaru, it is true that I hesitated. I had no intention of killing her. I thought that she would give up if I were to push a blade onto her neck. If I am told I am soft because of that, then yeah, I am soft. Just now I consider that I should have used Shadowbind. The reason I didn't think all the way to that must have been because I was conceited, thinking I could defeat her even without going that far. Just like Jeanne said, I really am soft. Even though she is someone that came to kill me. Jeanne was looking down at me expressionless. Even when I try to move my body, I can't move it one bit. Am I going to die? Killed by a chosen just like me? Damn it. Dark Coffin. Hikaru, I activate the only ability that I feel could work here. Coffin is an ability that can bring out a powerful barrier. Even if she has an item that nullifies spirit abilities, I just have to envelop her in a scope that surpasses that. However, Jeanne was calm. The weak point of spirit abilities is that you know what ability it is from the name. By coffin, it means that it is an ability that imprisons the target, right? Jeanne, faster than her finishing saying that, she picked up my body and did a Nelson hold from the back. She dragged me just like that as she moved back. She is getting away from the effective range of the ability. The dark coffin was pitifully finished without being able to imprison anyone. It is my strongest ability that can even trap a demon lord, but it got dealt with on the first time. It is true that you can't activate the ability unless you say the spirit ability's name. Even so, making it so easy. Done already? Jeanne, after being told that with a nonchalant face, I understood my defeat. If I tried, I could also do summon Night Bug. If I were to attack the uncovered head, it should be able to show a decent degree of effect. But I don't think it will serve as a move that will turn the tables around. I would die with just one full power punch on the face. It would be the same if she were to strangle me just like this. There's also the chance that my night bugs will be nullified. I have no choice but to accept it. Now that the situation has become like this, I have lost. Chapter 134, Defeat and Unexpected Present. In the end. This is what you would call fate, huh? Hikaru. Everything feels silly now. Being branded with the stigma of a childhood friend killer. With my family not even being worried about me. And I am about to be judged in place of the viewers by a chosen from Earth like me. Referee, I couldn't live, Hikaru. If she were to know that, I am sure she would be sad. In the first place, she doesn't have any means of knowing I died, huh? I am an illegal immigrant that has no place to go in this world. Me dying would be the end of it. I would just die without anyone knowing about it. No, it would be a different story if someone were to deliver my ID on my chest to the guild, huh? Once you kill me, please at least deliver my ID to the Explorer Guild. Hikaru. You give up quite nicely. Jeanne, I am tired already. If you are going to be bringing down the hammer on me, that's fine by me. Hikaru, I don't want to think of anything. I can't think of anything. A void was ruling my whole body. Once I die, the viewers will cheer and will be partying about it. I'm going to be dying at the corner of the street like trash. That would be my everything in the series of my eyes kite transfer. For this justice bringer wannabe gorilla woman, I am simply a passageway to get herself drunk in the achievement of justice. No one is worrying about me. Do it. Hikaru, I closed my eyes. I would like to at least ask for a painless death. Will my afterlife be from this world? If so, then the chances are low that I would be able to reunite with Nanami. Men who give up quickly are honestly not my taste, but fine. You are okay with me being the winner of this duel, right? Jeanne, winner, you ask. I can't do anything anyways. Hikaru, alright. Jeanne, by the time I noticed, the weight on my body was gone. When I opened my eyes, Jean had stood up and was looking down at me. Curious Hikaru, you apparently don't open your messages. Why? Jeanne, why? Because I am being hated by the viewers. Do you think I would open the messages? Hikaru, I don't know. It varies between people after all. There's no right answer. Jeanne, saying this, Jean looked at me while simply standing there. The dangerous air around her had completely disappeared. You are not killing me? Hikaru, I didn't say a word about killing you. I did say I would test you out. Jeanne, test, you say. What's with that? Hikaru, this. You wanted it, right? Here. Jeanne took out something from her duffel bag, and she threw it to me as if nothing. It is a fist-sized jewel, and different from the present of the divine beast, there was a complex brilliance inside of it. It was visibly an expensive item. A jewel. Why something like this? Hikaru, I was asked by your little sister. Jeanne, little sister. What do you mean by that? Hikaru, I don't understand. What is she saying? The girl called Celica is your little sister, right? I was asked by her to give you this. I then gave her a request of my own thinking it wouldn't amount to anything, but she managed to fulfill it. I don't know how she did it, but your little sister. Celica is one passionate person. Jeanne, Celica did. Hikaru, she asked her to give me this. She came all the way here to give me this? Is that what it means? But she said she would test me, and went as far as having a fight that looked like it would be to the death. The pieces just don't fit. We were trying to kill each other just now, you know. Do you think I can believe that? You are even bringing out the name of my little sister. Just what are you scheming? Hikaru, nothing. Having a fight between chosen isn't something that can be experienced often. It was actually fun. Jeanne, fun? You could have died there, you know? Are you messing with me here? Hikaru, if I died, That's just how much I amounted to. It isn't that big of a deal. Even if it hadn't been today. We are in a world like this. There's no knowing when we could die. If you don't put death right by your side, you can't become stronger. Jeanne, she said that without a single giggle in between. I can't feel she was saying this jokingly. She really fought because she thought it would be interesting. She was fine with losing and dying. If I were to take her words at face value, then that's what it would mean. What do you mean by testing me? Hikaru, even if you ask me that. I could tell from talking for a bit, and I already got it. That it turned into a fight was just the flow of things. You were just so serious. Also, wasn't I cool? Jeanne, what's with that? Hikaru, what a weirdo. It is as if she can be reasoned with, and at the same time, she can't be reasoned with. That's how off it feels. If I were to compare it to someone, I would say she is a similar type to Karen. It might be pointless trying to understand her. And so, what's this? Hikaru, I look at the shining jewel in my hand, and it looks like an expensive item. The resurrection gem. The prize from the something race of before. You were putting your life on the line to get that, right? Jeanne. Hikaru, I look at the shining jewel on my hand. This is the resurrection gem. Huh? Is this a prank? Stop the joking. There's no way. There's no way this is. Hikaru, having suddenly been told the name of this item, my chest was squeezed. I felt like the memories of the thing that I had given up on were dragged out in its entirety. There's only one resurrection gem in the whole world, you know. It isn't something you give away so easily. Did someone give you the idea? So that you could make fun of me? Hikaru, the resurrection gem is the first place prize for the viewer count race. The thing that escaped from my hands. Who was .1st place? No. Even if Jean here was the one who got first place, this is an irreplaceable item. On Earth. No, even in this world, it wouldn't be strange for it to be traded at the highest of the highest prices in the world. It isn't something you give away to a stranger so easily. But Jean, as if saying this is upsetting, shrugged her shoulders. I have no such twisted hobby like lying for something like this. It is something I have no use for, and if you are going to be reviving Nanami, I have no problem with that. Jeanne, you know Nanami? Hikaru, yeah. There was one time when all chosen gathered, and I spoke with her at that time. Nanami could speak English after all. At that time, it was only a bit, but it was fun being able to talk with her about games. Sadly to say, it seems like it didn't go as far as me thinking of her as an important person, so I couldn't revive her, but you should be able to do it, right? Jeanne, there was no sign of her lying or kidding. I could hear a sincere timbre to it, and even a bit of affection mixed in it. I can revive Nanami. I was truly unable to understand the situation that suddenly fell upon me. But the jewel in my hand was releasing a light different from that of a spirit stone and a divine beast gift, and most of all, that sincere voice of Jeanne was telling me there was no doubt about this. Is it okay for me to use this? Me. In order to revive Nanami. Sniff. Hikaru, don't make me repeat myself so much. Jeanne, strength left my whole body, and I sat down hard onto the floor. Tears fell from my eyes, and I desperately wiped them with the sleeves of my clothes. I thought almost all of the people on Earth were my enemies. But at the very least, Celica. My little sisters are watching me. There was also someone who understood me within the Chosen. A person that would even give me an item that can't be bought with money despite it being her first time meeting him. Why are you crying? Jeanne's cheeks went red and she looked flustered for the first time. It is pathetic in front of a girl of around the same age as me, but, as if a dark muddy and hardened something inside of me had broken down, my tears were not stopping. It is okay. Good boy, good boy. Jeanne, you were. Hikaru, I don't know why Jeanne did that. But she hugged me gently and I cried on her chest. The thing that I had always been enduring deep inside of me had become a torrent, overflowed, and I couldn't control it. So many emotions were pushing onto me, and those became tears, wishing to get out. I don't know how long it was. Towards someone that I met for the first time and had been fighting a battle I thought was to the death, I was having my head pet in confusion, and I cried until my tears dried. I cried to the point that I forgot about the spectators around. I cried so much I couldn't understand why I was even crying. Calmed down? Jeanne, why yeah. Sorry. It is just a lot happened, you see. I got a bit carried away. Hikaru, you were suddenly brought to this world. There's no way you wouldn't have a lot happen. You must have worked hard. Jeanne, I was directed such gallant words, and my eyes grew hot again. By messages. Do you get quite a lot of messages from my little sisters? Hikaru, no, not that many. Just a few. Jeanne, did Celica say something about me in those messages? Hikaru, she told me, judge with your own eyes whether he is actually a killer. Well, from what I can see, you are a virgin. Jeanne, why, you? Hikaru, I am talking about how you haven't killed anyone before. More importantly. Now that you have calmed down, aren't you going to use that? Jeanne points at the gem in my hand. How do I use this? Do I break it? Hikaru, with that in hand, you pray to God and it activates. Jeanne, is there such a strange way of using it? But right now it doesn't matter whatever way it is. What's important is the effect. All right. Then, I will use it. Hikaru. Wait. Jeanne, just when I was literally about to offer a prayer to God, Jean stopped me. There's apparently a timing to it, so I was told to wait until tomorrow morning. Jeanne, tomorrow? Hikaru, yeah. They probably have preparations to do. Jeanne, I see. Hikaru, tomorrow morning, huh? I don't have anything to do anyways, so there's no issue with waiting for a bit. Alright, let's go eat. Jean packed up and said this. Speaking of which, I ended up not eating. Maybe because I cried, my stomach growled without care. My treat. Hikaru, it is fine for it to be the same place as before. It had a nice smell. Jeanne, even though I was escaping my heavy heart with alcohol, my heart was this light now. Nanami will come back to life tomorrow. Everything will go well. That's how I felt. Chapter 135, Exclusive Chosen Bulletin Board JPN, number 1000 Kuros Hikaru, 4328. 5. Anonymous from Earth. Yesterday's battle was heated. Jin-chan is too strong. 9. Anonymous from Earth. No, Hikaru is an assassin type, so incapacitating a heavy armored warrior is not his field of expertise. I think it was a simple issue of being a bad match. Jean probably understands that too. 25. Anonymous from Earth. Jin-chan said while drinking that she would have definitely been killed if Hikaru had the intention to. 34. Anonymous from Earth, or more like, that was a situation that wouldn't be strange for Jin-chan to die. Does that mean she was fine with dying? Isn't Jin-chan way too resolved? 40. Anonymous from Earth, that's what a duel is about. Hikaru too must have been prepared for death if he lost. 51. Anonymous from Earth, no, what I am saying here is it okay to die in a fight when there was no need to fight in the first place? I don't think even Jin-chan would expect herself to die on a stupid duel like this, right? 57. Anonymous from Earth, the person herself said she didn't think deeply about it, right? She is the type to just act on impulse. 58. Anonymous from Earth, more importantly, I got excited and went, she comforted him. 62. Anonymous from Earth, meaning that he was unexpectedly her type. Hikaru is damn popular then. 65. Anonymous from Earth, 51. Har? Don't look down on Jean-Ichan. She is prepared to die at any moment, you know? 73. Anonymous from Earth, what's with this guy all of a sudden? Scary. 100. Anonymous from Earth, a Stan has infiltrated us. 105. Anonymous from Earth, there's no way having the resolve to die is an appealing trait, right? Looking for a samurai or something? 121. Anonymous from Earth, it is definite that Jeanne is a bit abnormal. If that weren't the case, she wouldn't be able to go into an abandoned castle or abandoned hideout alone. 137. Anonymous from Earth, she might be a gamer brain in the bad sense of the word. 147. Anonymous from Earth, so she wouldn't refuse a game over in bloody letters, huh? If her gamer brain goes that far, she is the real deal. 155. Anonymous from Earth, rather than calling her a gamer brain, it is more like she is a muscle brain. Jean-Ichan had a side of her that's like she has a flower field in her head in the bad meaning of the word. 173. Anonymous from Earth, anyways, yesterday's episode was seriously good. The commentary of Celica and Karen was heated. 190. Anonymous from Earth, Celica, why did it end up in a fight? Karen, so you don't get it, Celica, this level of communication problems. Celica, you can? Karen, Jeanne is the type that doesn't say even the things that must be said after Alani Tilda. Anne is the type to draw his own conclusions, so at the times when the pieces fit they fit really well, and when they don't, they just miss and it worsens. Celica, and this is the result. You idiot. Karen, muscle brains are like that. 207. Anonymous from Earth, for the communication Lord Celica, such misunderstanding of intentions like this must be incomprehensible. 210. Anonymous from Earth, you idiot! Woff, thank you very much. Downloaded and saved. 225. Anonymous from Earth, a pervert showed up. 238. Anonymous from Earth, we knew that Jeanne went there to present Hikaru with a gem, but Hikaru had completely thought that she had come to kill a chosen. 251. Anonymous from Earth, the mount position of Jean-Ichan was good too. Was that not heavy for Hikaru? 272. Anonymous from Earth, the person herself must be light, but her equipment seems crazy heavy. 278. Anonymous from Earth, from the to the scene where Hikaru got the resurrection gem and began crying. I end up rewatching that countless times. No matter how many times I watch it, I cry. 294. Anonymous from Earth, it is impossible for even Academy Award actors to show that much change in emotions after all. You can rarely see something like that if you were to live normally. I cried too. 303. Anonymous from Earth, Celica, could it be? Karen, the pattern where her maternal instincts were tickled Tilda. Celica, why is Jean-Ichan so popular? Isn't this weird? 330. Anonymous from Earth, no, any woman would fall for that. Even I thought about wanting to protect him. Celica and Karen probably don't get stuff like that. In the end, they are still children. 341. Anonymous from Earth, not every woman. Isn't it more like he is popular with strong women? 359. Anonymous from Earth, that might be true. Grateful Chan doesn't seem to be that type. 370. Anonymous from Earth, I don't think it counts if it is a different race. 372. Anonymous from Earth, the veteran party and Naines in the Demon Lord battle were also showing quite the interest after all. Hikaru might be the type that's popular in an isekai. 403. Anonymous from Earth, the moment the Iron Face Jeanne made a maiden's face, the viewership of Hikaru and Jeanne combined made an abnormal number of 2.5 billion. That was crazy. 405. Anonymous from Earth, crazy. 409, Anonymous from Earth, crazy. 415, Anonymous from Earth, the board of Jeanne was understandably going at astounding speed. But it looks like the people there have accepted it to a decent extent. 420, Anonymous from Earth, this is the first time Jeanne has met a chosen after all. So you could say they are burning in excitement even more because of that right now. 442, Anonymous from Earth, no, we are talking about the two most popular chosen meeting, you know. Of course it would turn out like that. Moreover, couple that with the resurrection gem and Nanamiken's revival. Just what's going to happen? What's gonna happen? 448, Anonymous from Earth, as a Jeanne fan, Jeanne is like an unsheathed sword, giving this dangerous feeling as if something could happen at any moment, so the mood was mostly get a proper partner soon ~apostrophe. 463, Anonymous from Earth, soon. Just calm down and wait. 487, Anonymous from Earth, yesterday night, she said bring me to the inn you are staying at. That made me skip a beat. 495, Anonymous from Earth, the same pattern as with Refria. We blew up at that. 504, Anonymous from Earth, she simply stayed in a different room though. 520, Anonymous from Earth, no, Jeanne is completely locked on, right? 541, Anonymous from Earth, no, that's just hard desire. Won't she just return to her once day one meal one deed journey? 553, Anonymous from Earth, it is great that yesterday it was happy drinking. Even I got happy and drank along. 567, Anonymous from Earth, Hikaru drank and cried again after all. He is a crying drinker, huh? Cute. 571, Anonymous from Earth, Hikaru was the one treating yesterday though. Does this also count in the once day one meal one deed of Jeanne? 580, Anonymous from Earth, it is not like she herself has made it a series or anything. 582, Anonymous from Earth, the crying Hikaru. There's no doubt Jeanne skipped a beat there. 599, Anonymous from Earth, this was after the video call with her mother and things were tense, so the difference in the mood is outrageous. 613, Anonymous from Earth, when there's a God that throws you away, there's a God that picks you up. Life is made to have its ups and downs. 623, Anonymous from Earth, the kindness hidden inside the brusque heart of Jeanne was pierced through. 630, Anonymous from Earth, Jeanne is not number one for nothing. She has a charm that makes your eyes follow her without your notice. 641, Anonymous from Earth, Jeanne is drinking like a damn sponge. That's a French person for ya. 655, Anonymous from Earth, it is said that Jeanne is a French with Irish lineage and that she has Norwegian blood mixed in too. It is written in unbelievable detail on the wiki. 667, Anonymous from Earth, this is my first time seeing a From Soft score in a wiki. 673, Anonymous from Earth, wasn't it that spirit abilities don't work on Jeanne? Fogs seem to work on her. Does that mean the higher tiers do get through? 689, Anonymous from Earth, the footage of that time has long been analyzed. The fog was pulling away from her. However, the darkness around didn't let light pass, so in the end, she was enclosed by darkness. The density of the darkness around Jeanne alone was completely different though. 699, Anonymous from Earth, hated ones are up. 703, Anonymous from Earth, you can repel spirits with hated one. 717, Anonymous from Earth, normally, light completely ceases inside the darkness fog. The surroundings of Jeanne alone probably are simply in a state where there's no light. We would know if Jeanne were to light up a lamp. 722, Anonymous from Earth, It doesn't let attack abilities pass either. That's the strongest then. 727. Anonymous from Earth. It is the strongest. Jin-chan is. She is the immovable top in the strength discussion threads. 731. Anonymous from Earth. Her popularity is also at the top. 739. Anonymous from Earth. To think her physical and magic defense was super strong. 746. Anonymous from Earth. Her mental resilience is also strong. Moreover, that beauty. The only thing she doesn't have is boobs. 750. Anonymous from Earth. Don't say it straight out. You are going to be killed. 762. Anonymous from Earth. Jean fans are famous for being extremists. 772. Anonymous from Earth. That's just because the amount of fans is way too damn high. She has more fans than a small country, you know. 779. Anonymous from Earth. The native hated ones can't do pacts with great spirits either. That your means of getting stronger are limited is also a big handicap. Jin-chan having the boosts from points pretty much nullifies that handicap. It even has the plus of spirit abilities not working. 786. Anonymous from Earth. Well, it also nullifies buffs and healing abilities though. There's potions at least. 795. Anonymous from Earth. The video that the TV program showed where Jin-chan was talking with Nanami-chan. It looked like a video where they were talking super calmly having an adult conversation, but to think they were talking about games where you die and learn. 804. Anonymous from Earth. Nanami-chan could speak English, huh? Despite appearances, her specs are plain high. 810. Anonymous from Earth. According to Celica, Hikaru and Nanami can speak English to a degree where they can have casual talks. They said it is technically a special language they learned in order to have secret talks. What environment is that? 818. Anonymous from Earth. Even if Nanami-chan is revived, her parents would still be dead, right? Hikaru may be happy about reviving Nanami-chan, but what about Nanami-chan herself? 823. Anonymous from Earth. Celica, everyone, thank you very much. I will take responsibility and make Nanami happy. Karen, that's completely a Yuri declaration. You okay? 827. Anonymous from Earth. The silly retorts of Karen are addicting. 831. Anonymous from Earth. That's a Yuri declaration. Is that what it meant when they called her their sister? 844. Anonymous from Earth. Context matters. The topic began with talk about the family register and all that stuff, and adding the place to live in, her education, and a lot of other things. This is a phenomenon that goes beyond parents reviving a human. 856. Anonymous from Earth. She will be reviving at the place she died, so that means Nanami-chan will be reviving at her house, right? Won't there be curious onlookers gathering? Celica sent a message saying to wait for a bit, right? Isn't that a bad move? 867. Anonymous from Earth. Of course people would gather. No one is living there anymore, but it has apparently not been demolished. What will they do? 872. Anonymous from Earth. Well, they probably have a plan that will deal with it even if there's a crowd of people. 882. Anonymous from Earth. My house is close, so I went to check and the way was closed off with a notice saying they will be doing demolition work. 891. Anonymous from Earth. Huh? What house are they demolishing? Don't tell me it is Nanami-chan's house. 895. Anonymous from Earth. The houses of Hikaru and Nanami-chan are by the side of a narrow road. 900. Anonymous from Earth. It is on TV. Apparently both Hikaru and Nanami-chan's houses will be demolished. Or more like, it must be Celica who did this. 908. Anonymous from Earth. A middle schooler who can get official permission to use the road beforehand, no man. 914, anonymous from Earth. The contractor must be the one doing it normally. 927, anonymous from Earth. They must have paid an extravagant sum of money beforehand to adjust the day it would happen. Even us interlopers can't enter a construction work regulated site. 932, anonymous from Earth. But aren't Celica and Karen going to enter the site? 947, anonymous from Earth. Isn't there the chance they are already there? We mostly see Karen only in the streams. 951, anonymous from Earth. Celica most likely wants to be in the place and protect the person that's practically their sister and will be confused when she revives. 954, anonymous from Earth. But will Nanamatan really become the first resurrection in history? 958, anonymous from Earth. Will it be okay? Won't it become a contest for Nanamatan? 968, anonymous from Earth. More importantly, I am looking forward to the contest for Hikaru by Genie-chan and Rafria-chan. 975, anonymous from Earth. The chances of Genie-chan disappearing from the contest tomorrow are higher. 984, anonymous from Earth. They might challenge the dungeon. Just as if you were going, there's a mountain there, so let's climb it. 990, anonymous from Earth. Won't she keep her style of one stay one meal one deed? 998, anonymous from Earth. 968, will it be okay? Won't it end up in a death match? Celica, we had them move overseas because of our own selfishness, so we have to listen to the requests of the other side too. That's what she said, right? Are there such admirable middle schoolers? 782, anonymous from Earth. Now that I think about it, they are saying that while aware that it would direct the animosity of their parents towards them, so Celica and Karen must definitely hate their parents. 791, anonymous from Earth. The two went as far as saying we were raised by Unichan. It must be pretty complicated. 797, anonymous from Earth. Then, are the two living alone right now? In America? 800, anonymous from Earth. They must have hired a caretaker at the very least. It does sound like it would be dangerous if they don't hire a trustworthy person though. 812, anonymous from Earth. Isn't it the G.I. Jane looking person that shows up every now and then in the videos that the two upload? 814, anonymous from Earth. In America, those parents would be thrown into the slammer for neglecting their children. 815, anonymous from Earth. I am beginning to get nervous wondering who it is going to connect to. 816, anonymous from Earth. Hikaru is getting super nervous here. 817, anonymous from Earth. His face is so pale it is scary. 822, anonymous from Earth. He must think he has troubled them for going to an Isekai, so of course he would be scared. More so when his heart isn't prepared. 824, anonymous from Earth. It connected. It is not Celica or Karen. Who? His mum? 826, anonymous from Earth. This is his mum? You gotta be kidding. She is damn young. 831, anonymous from Earth. An article somewhere said that Hikaru and his mother are not blood related. So maybe that was true. 837, anonymous from Earth. His mother does look hot, but she is unbelievably cold. 838, anonymous from Earth. Is she in a hotel somewhere? 846, anonymous from Earth. According to her Instagram, she is currently on a cruise around the world. Even though her son is facing so much pain, she is so carefree. 850, anonymous from Earth. They do say that family is the beginning of strangers. 851, anonymous from Earth. Can't she contact them directly through cell phone? 861, anonymous from Earth. Hint, cruising the whole world. 870, Anonymous from Earth, Celica, why her of all people? What criteria was it run with? Karen, we really should have let her carry a satellite phone. Celica, what about her tablet? Karen, as you can imagine, it is muted. Celica, geez. There's no choice but to contact the front then. So it seems. 872, Anonymous from Earth, if it were a satellite phone, it would be possible to contact her. If not, there should at least be Wi-Fi in her room. 876, Anonymous from Earth, it is difficult to call someone immediately in an environment where there's only internet. 878, Anonymous from Earth, do your best, Celica. Phyto. 879, Anonymous from Earth, Celica is getting flustered to unprecedented degrees. 880, Anonymous from Earth, there's only 20 minutes after all. 881, Anonymous from Earth, the mother is releasing the presence of poison, but I am jealous at how young and beautiful she is. 885, Anonymous from Earth, she gives out this feeling of a celebrity or a mistress. If she were smoking a long and thin cigarette, it would be a jackpot. 886, Anonymous from Earth, Celica is calling the ship company like a machine gun. It is already redundant at this point, but being able to speak English is impressive. 890, Anonymous from Earth, can't she call the person herself directly? 895, Anonymous from Earth, they are in the middle of cruising foreign waters, you know? It could connect if it were a satellite connection, but a normal phone won't reach. 897, Anonymous from Earth, Celica is close to snapping here. Even Karen is a bit scared. 900, Anonymous from Earth, of course she would be. This is the chance of a lifetime here. 902, Anonymous from Earth, won't Jeannie-chan be telling Hikaru the truth? 904, Anonymous from Earth, Jeanne is in the end just a stranger, so it is questionable whether Hikaru would believe it or not. If it had connected to Celica, everything would have been resolved. 905, Anonymous from Earth, to think that sending our parents off to a world tour to get rid of the hindrances would instead end up blowing up on our faces in this way. Celica saying that so frankly is cute. 906, Anonymous from Earth, even though Alex is having a moving and tearful video call with her granny. Hikaru. 910, Anonymous from Earth, for almost all of the chosen on a cursory glance it seems to be an emotional surprise. There's a decent amount of chosen who have a weird atmosphere going around them though. 912, Anonymous from Earth, Jeanne was connected to her foster father, and they are talking, but it is pretty prickly. 913, Anonymous from Earth, what's 100 million person? Note, not really sure if it is the same as millionaire, so I will keep it as that. Maybe there's some other word for it? 914, Anonymous from Earth, they were sent off because they were hindrances? Lumao. 917, Anonymous from Earth, their parents seem to be normally happy about it though, from what I can infer from her Insta. To think that was the result of getting rid of hindrances. 919, Anonymous from Earth, won't Hikaru think they are living a happy and fulfilling life even without me? 920, Anonymous from Earth, 100 million person refers to someone whose net worth from stocks and FX surpasses the 100 million. 921, Anonymous from Earth, earning hundreds of millions from cryptocurrency is just like them. It is so scary I can't put a hand on them. Playing with those numbers that just jump up and down. 922, Anonymous from Earth, Hikaru thought that his little sisters and their parents were living together, huh? 928, Anonymous from Earth, they are living together. They were simply thrown out on a worldwide trip though. 929, Anonymous from Earth, Mother. 930, Anonymous from Earth, This is a SHT parent. I can totally understand why Celica and Karen were trying to distance themselves from them. 931, Anonymous from Earth, where did the father go? Do something quick, damn it. 933, Anonymous from Earth, I am glad you were the one that was chosen. That's way too horrible. Do you even know what kind of experiences Hikaru has been living through? 934, Anonymous from Earth, the Instu is going to burn again. 936, Anonymous from Earth, does that mean this mother has not been watching Hikaru? Even on the ocean, you can still go to the God channel, right? 940, Anonymous from Earth, maybe she felt that way despite having watched him. Dangerous monsters show up in the Isekai, and a third of the chosen have legit died. 942, Anonymous from Earth, don't know about Celica, but Karen would have definitely died if she had been sent to the Isekai. 945, Anonymous from Earth, that's not the problem here. 952, Anonymous from Earth, I don't know if she had ill intentions in those words or not, but that's plenty enough to hurt Hikaru. 960, Anonymous from Earth, of course, there's the factor that it would be better than the two prodigies, but would you normally say that outright? 966, Anonymous from Earth, I pity him from the bottom of my heart. Hikaru is on the verge of tears here. 970, Anonymous from Earth, she is a monster. 973, Anonymous from Earth, this is hell. 974, Anonymous from Earth, Celica is flustered to death here. 980, Anonymous from Earth, if that were me, I would cut the call right there. 990, Anonymous from Earth, honestly speaking, there's no real need to hold any connection with Earth, right? Don't worry about the viewership, deal with things properly with the points you save, and just think about the world in front of you, that 100% leads to a happier life. 999, Anonymous from Earth, if you could simply do that, there would be no hardships. 1017, Anonymous from Earth, there's a lot of chosen who are actually doing something close to that. It is not like they have a cameraman glued on them, so if you don't mind it, you forget it. Even Hikaru was acting solely on what was in front of him when he was trying to escape from the forest, most likely because he was pushing himself to his utmost limit. 1024, Anonymous from Earth, it is not the time to get flustered yet. 1030, Anonymous from Earth, from here on, the misunderstanding will be cleared and it will get a turnaround, right? I can tell that. 1053, Anonymous from Earth, Celica, you can do it. Do your utmost best. 1066, Anonymous from Earth, she is getting transferred at every single thing, it is such a pain. 1080, Anonymous from Earth, the room phone. With this, we can win. 1089, Anonymous from Earth, I don't know what will happen in that win though. It will at least clear the misunderstanding. I want him to lead a fulfilling Isekai life. 1096, Anonymous from Earth, we could even see the rebirth of Love twin birds. 1105, Anonymous from Earth, he said he didn't want their love to be seen, so I wonder about that. No, they can stop the filming by using crystals, so. 1120, Anonymous from Earth, if he suddenly gets positive and begins saving points for the sake of making out, I will laugh. 1125, Anonymous from Earth, the hot development of the room telephone and Celica's phone linking. 1129, Anonymous from Earth, the mother can't even hold a proper conversation, so just switch with Celica already. 1138, Anonymous from Earth, 1144, Anonymous from Earth, why? Why did she leave the phone hanging? 1148, Anonymous from Earth, the SHDest of SHTS. 1153, Anonymous from Earth, the father is apparently staying at the casino. 1157, Anonymous from Earth, that's right, this is reality. 1168, Anonymous from Earth, were Hikaru and the twins raised in a crazy complicated household. 1170, Anonymous from Earth, drop dead. 1178, Anonymous from Earth, the episode that let us know that the twins saying Anichin was the one who raised us was serious to the bone. 1200, Anonymous from Earth, no one wants to hear about your drive on the West Coast. 1202, Anonymous from Earth, your classic drunkard. Such terrible timing. 1218, Anonymous from Earth, aren't the twins pampering their parents too much? Going as far as buying an Aston Martin. 1232, Anonymous from Earth, it is painful that I can understand the feeling of having hopeless parents like this. Hopeless people really are like this. Even with that, for Hikaru and twin, sis, they are without doubt the parents. 1244, Anonymous from Earth, Hikaru, it is okay to be more angry, you know. You have the right to be angry. 1251, Anonymous from Earth, it would have been nice if Hikaru were the type that could hate his parents. 1259, Anonymous from Earth, I see that she is the type of parent that is always drunk. 1268, Anonymous from Earth, God always has bad timing. 1277, Anonymous from Earth, it is not that God has bad timing. Hikaru's timing is bad. 1289, Anonymous from Earth, no matter what timing it was, I feel like the result would have been similar. That's just how poisonous parents are. 1290, Anonymous from Earth, she is a serious case of an alcoholic. You could even say that her natural state is being drunk. 1300, Anonymous from Earth, there's even Chosen who got connected right in the dead of the night, you know? Just being able to talk is already better than that. 1304, Anonymous from Earth, why didn't you connect to the twins? Selico and Karen would have been fine too. Cries. 1311, Anonymous from Earth, people who got connected to their siblings are apparently super rare. I don't know what criteria it went with, but most got connected to their parents. 1319, Anonymous from Earth, they did say a relative, so it makes sense that's how it would turn out. Wouldn't it be more unnatural to skip the parents and go for the siblings? In other words, ending up like this was inevitable, Hikaru. 1330, Anonymous from Earth, not only is her pointless talk long, Hikaru can't step in strongly, so I can get a peek of how their relationship between parent and child was. It is painful. 1341, Anonymous from Earth, Celica gave the order to go directly to the guest room, but they are taking their sweet time. Or maybe the staff members on their first cruise overseas are on that level. 1351, Anonymous from Earth, it is a luxury cruise ship where you forget about time and enjoy yourself, so even if told run as if your life depended on it, it would be hard to do. 1378, Anonymous from Earth, oh, but they have arrived at the room now. Now if only the phone connects. No, it would be impossible to connect. They are going to be talking through their mother? 1388, Anonymous from Earth, isn't it okay to just tell him the important stuff briefly? 1390, Anonymous from Earth, there's only 2 minutes left. 1395, Anonymous from Earth, that mother wasted too much time gloating about herself. 1397, Anonymous from Earth, open the damn door already. 1401, Anonymous from Earth, this mother. 1406, Anonymous from Earth, my parents are pretty similar to this, so just watching is painful. 1412, Anonymous from Earth, it looks like Celica is also weak to her mother. I can tell from how she speaks. 1420, Anonymous from Earth, not all households have a relationship where you can speak to your parents on equal ground. 1424, Anonymous from Earth, please hurry more. 1428, Anonymous from Earth, so irritating. 1433, Anonymous from Earth, Celica is also hurried as hell. Well, this is a chance of a lifetime after all. 1440, Anonymous from Earth, just one word. Get one word in. 1441, Anonymous from Earth, ah. 1443, Anonymous from Earth, Guy E. Time up. 1444, Anonymous from Earth, Hikaru. 1447, Anonymous from Earth, it just doesn't go his way. To think it would end with just hell. 1453, Anonymous from Earth, Celica's, yeah. The culprit that killed Nanami and Ichin has been caught. The way she told her mother that was sad. 1466, Anonymous from Earth, Celica, sorry, I'm going to end the stream here for now. I am gonna cry. 1470, Anonymous from Earth, Hikaru just jumped into the sea. Is he going to be okay? 1476, Anonymous from Earth, he must be burning right now. There's no choice but to swim it off. 1499, Anonymous from Earth, even so, if it is Jean. Jean should be able to do something. 1519, Anonymous from Earth, will she? She is the type that lacks words, right? I feel like she would just aggravate things. 1530, Anonymous from Earth, at first, my heart stopped thinking he was trying to kill himself there by drowning. Looks like that wasn't the case. 1543, Anonymous from Earth, his mother should seriously reflect about what she just did after watching Hikaru like this. 1556, Anonymous from Earth, even so, if he meets Jeanne and Nanami revives, won't his spirit recover back to form? 1570, Anonymous from Earth, I would be happy about Nanamitan coming back to life, but I am beginning to worry if that will transmit to Hikaru. 1583, Anonymous from Earth, if only God didn't go with a relative, but instead connected it to your #1 fan as proper fan service. 1593, Anonymous from Earth, Hikaru can barely trust anyone anymore, so I don't think just any words will be reaching him. 1600, Anonymous from Earth, anyways, we've got no choice but to believe Jeanne will do something about it. That overt girl. 1614, Anonymous from Earth, on top of that, I will pray that Hikaru, who has fallen to the darkness, won't get subjugated. 1643, Anonymous from Earth, I will send a message to Jean. 1655, Anonymous from Earth, I will respect you if it reaches her. Your average strong emotion won't be reaching. 1670, Anonymous from Earth, live, Hikaru. You are beautiful. 1685, Anonymous from Earth, eat something tasty today and sleep soundly. Time heals all wounds. 1750, Anonymous from Earth, my message reached Jean-Ichin. 1755, Anonymous from Earth, whoa. God has descended. 1760, Anonymous from Earth, what did you send? 1774, Anonymous from Earth, please console Hikaru. He is a really good guy. 1775, Anonymous from Earth, make Jan his plaything. 1790, Anonymous from Earth, Jean-chan consoling Hikaru. Can't she do it? That woman. 1803, Anonymous from Earth, what did Jean-chan answer? 1832, Anonymous from Earth, if he is my type, I will think about it. By the way, the board of Jan is on fever right now. 1854, Anonymous from Earth, Hikaru being her type seems pretty low. He does have a cute face, but he is Japanese. 1862, Anonymous from Earth, Jean has done most of what she said she would be doing. If he really is her type, I think she will console him. 1880, Anonymous from Earth, they do say that people fall easily when they are being treated kindly while they are weak, but what's going to happen? 1893, Anonymous from Earth, we are going straight into a triangle between Refria. 1905, Anonymous from Earth, I think the chances of it ending with he is not my type. And ending right there are higher though. Jean-chan is a lone warrior after all. 1943, Anonymous from Earth, Hikaru is back. That's a relief. He didn't just swim to a different continent just like that. 1956, Anonymous from Earth, if he were that reckless, things wouldn't be this sour. 1989, Anonymous from Earth, anyways, I am looking forward to it. This would be the first time meeting a chosen for Jan herself. What's going to happen? Chapter 136, for the sake of my brother or for my own sake. Celica's POV. The way of living of brother in the dungeon city was so painful to the point I couldn't watch it. It was so fleeting that I felt as if he would be swallowed by the darkness of the dungeon and disappear suddenly. I was assailed by a feeling of impatience as I maintained the video site, and put extra care in creating the videos of brother. With that, the viewers began watching the edited videos instead of the real-time broadcast, and the viewers decreased on the surface. I endeavored to act cheerful, and continued acting like the slightly mean little sister, but my heart was actually on the verge of bursting. Brother might die. But there's almost nothing I can do. If he at least opened the messages, I could back him up, but I can't even do that. The only chosen close to him are Alex-san and Jean-san. Within those, I asked Alex-san countless times through the messages, but he is a chosen that gets a lot of horrible messages himself. Even if I ask him to take care of our brother, he probably doesn't have the leeway to do so. I found the time to, went to the home of Alex-san, and met with his family, but honestly it didn't look like that good of a family environment. This Isekai transfer not only brings change to the chosen, but also the lifestyle of their families. They are losing a family member, so that's natural. Not all people can see them off with a smile and say do your best in the far Isekai. Within all of that, brother met Refria-san. No amount of gratitude would be enough to express how indebted I feel to her. If he hadn't met the slightly pretty pushy Refria-san, brother would have been hidden in the darkness the whole time, and he would have eventually died. And the resurrection gem. When I heard that announcement, I cursed God from the bottom of my heart. Just when I thought a change might happen to the heart of brother in a good direction from deepening his relationship with Refria-san, this happened. That's why, whether I should help brother aim for first place in the viewer count race. I hesitated about helping him for a second. But I am on my brother's side. Didn't I already decide on that? Even if it becomes a painful choice, I will support brother. Karen and I left the video editing for later, and moved the viewers into real-time watch-alongs. Thanks to that, the viewership of brother increased explosively, but the route to first place felt far. I took out another card. Keeping Ozawa locked up proved useful. I spread a campaign around the world that brother is the culprit of killing Nei-san. Maybe Karen and I were also complicit in this? It might have been a crime performed by the whole family? It could have been an incident brought from love troubles. I brought out possibilities that are no way actually possible, fanned the flames, and controlled the flow towards the channel of our brother. Even so, being able to get to first place in 2 weeks was really because of the effort of our brother. He is my number one Ana-chan in the world after all. He is the kind of person that can face even fearsome monsters like those. But he was a bit too fastidious, and he ended up having a bit of trouble with Rafria-san, which resulted in the first place escaping from his hands. However, I understand her feelings. Brother will leave by himself. He would by no means say let's die together. That's the kindness of brother and also his cruelty. Even so, they somehow defeated the demon lord, and brother returned alive. Karen and I had reduced our sleep time to the minimum because of the viewer count race, so we were tired to the extreme just like brother, and we finally managed to get a good sleep after a while. Well, even when we woke up, brother was still deep asleep. He did worry us though. And then, the farewell with Rafria-san. We ourselves had endless things to do like releasing Ozawa, asking Jean-san to give the resurrection gem, and many other things. Anyways, things are proceeding in a good direction. If things continue going like this, there should be no problems. Or at least it is supposed to. The request of Jean was something unexpected. It was to reduce the amount of messages. She always reads the messages she receives. It looked like she was acting according to the contents written there. In the first place, the reason why she is heading to Melchia is because someone told him that the chosen called Hikaru had killed his childhood friend and had escaped to the Isekai without being judged. They wanted her to bring down the hammer of justice. Normally, it is the kind of message you would ignore. I personally didn't think she was actually heading there to kill my brother, but I sent her see the truth with your own eyes just in case. Whatever the reason it may be, if she is going to be meeting brother, what's important is whether she helps out. No, whether she becomes a plus or a minus. I have already investigated all the chosen beforehand. Within those, Jean Crenit had especially high popularity with her eccentric speech and conduct, and her beauty. White porcelain skin that had Northern European blood in it, and strawberry blonde hair. Big blue eyes with strong will in them, long limbs, slender build. And yet, her hobbies are computer games, doesn't properly go to school, and would do nothing but part-time jobs and gaming, a delinquent girl. The grand piercings on both of her ears are her trademark. It was to the point that getting piercings had trended in the whole world. A natural-born star must refer to people like her. That kind of person is meeting brother. I was a bit worried at first, but seeing her adventures in the Isekai, my worries perished in an instant. That's because Jean Collet is a good-natured idiot. I may say idiot, but it is not in the bad sense of the word. She has a personality that doesn't think of the gains and losses, and doesn't refuse requests. In my eyes, she was suffering quite a lot of losses. At the time when she subjugated the monsters in the abandoned castle, aside from lodging and food, she didn't take any cash reward at all. Thinking about it normally, it was a matter that would require you to ask a knight to do an extermination. The plain action of sending a single girl there shows the wickedness of the villager that asked her of this. Moreover, the reward for accomplishing that was literally just lowering their heads. Normally, you should make them pay the fitting amount even if it takes force. That girl didn't do that. An idiot. It was the same at the time when she was asked from a different village to subjugate bandits. Just how much conflict was there in that matter? Even if you get cheats from God and have strong powers, there's no way you would have no hesitation in killing people. Even the little money and goods she got from the bandit hideout, she presented it to the villagers, and she really just took the one night one meal, and excused herself from the village. But the people in the whole world loved a girl like that. You can understand if you watch her. It is to the point that even I grew to like her. Celican Tilda, what do we do? Even if she asks us to decrease her messages, Just how many messages is she receiving right now? Karen, Jean-san is getting around 100 a day, I guess. In that case, she is most likely getting 100,000 sent every day. Then, it shouldn't be that difficult. Celica, I have investigated the message system on a large scale before, but are we using that data? Karen, right. Also, we are using a bit of money too. Celica, no problem Nitilda. That's what we got the money for. Karen, having gotten the homework from Jean, I immediately began the campaign. Putting it bluntly, the request of Jean entered the category of easy, and I am honestly glad it was. The resurrection gem is a one-of-a-kind item. I thought she would ask for a more complicated thing. She really is a good person. Anyways, let's do this. Celica, okie dokie tilde. Karen, in order to send the messages to the chosen, there's the need to overcome two factors. The first is love. Just how much does the person think of the other party while writing, just how much they are looking forward to their reaction, just how they feel for the other party. Those emotions that are hard to put into numbers. In other words, love, the stronger it is, the easier the message reaches. The other one is the number of messages sent. For example, let's say people with around the same amount of feelings were to send 100 messages. In that case, around 20 will arrive. It is data that has been tested countless times. Then, what happens if that becomes 1,000? Thinking about it normally, 100 should be arriving, but that's not the case. It would be around 30-40 at best. What happens if you go up to 100,000? Surprise, the number goes down even more and only around 100 reach. And here I thought that was the peak, but when it becomes 1 million in one day, the rate that reaches suddenly decreases, and it reduces to only 1 or 2. And, most of the time, that 1 or 2 are from the family worrying about the chosen. It means that the higher the number, the more intense a filter used. If we were to purposely create that state, the messages that reach Anne would most likely calm down to 2-3 daily. There's no doubt it has gotten difficult enough that even my messages won't reach her. To be more precise, push a campaign, send a message to Jean. For the messages that reach, the sender will get 100,000 yen. Centered in France. I don't know what country has the most messages sent, but the most important thing by theory is the aggregate amount. As long as it is a country that has high interest in her, it is a country worth pushing the campaign. Well, it is made in a way that you can participate no matter the country though. What's important is to increase the messages that have no love, so I mix the worldly desire that is money. This worldly desire clouds the love, and it drastically amplifies the already stupidly difficult acceptance rate. Moreover, you have to register into the site Karen made, so even if your message reaches Jean, you won't be able to receive the money otherwise. The advertisement costs for the campaign reach the hundreds of millions, but if done well, there will only be a handful of people that actually get the money. No matter the case, thinking of the resurrection gem's rarity, this is exceptionally cheap. And the reality is that results came in just a few days of the campaign starting. As expected of the world's biggest star. With just the amount from the people registered in the website, there's more than 1 million messages in total sent. The effect of the total message saturation plan was astounding and, at the beginning, we did give a few people money, but after that, the messages of people aiming for the money couldn't get through at all. I don't know why God made such an adjustment, but this might be its way of saying that the message system is just an extra. Jean saw the message screen that barely got any messages now and said, "To think you would actually show results. I will keep my promise. This resurrection gem, Celica, I will give it to your brother." I high-fived Karen. It is a shame that brother couldn't get first place in the viewer count race, but it is true that he became a bit more positive through that. In terms of results, I would say he didn't land in a bad place. I will be going out for a bit. Karen, I leave the rest to you. Celica, are you going to receive Nanaman? Karen, that's right. Need to do a bit of administration processing, so there's the need to get to the site a bit fast. It would be too much to hide her in a container and bring her all the way to America. Well, I have already gotten the promise for the permanent residence right of Nanaman here, so it is fine to bring her forcefully though. We will be using a private jet anyways. Celica, that's nice. Using a private jet. Karen, this isn't a game. Also, there's most likely not that many occasions where we will need to use a lot of money. Celica, the charter cost for a small jet can take tens of million yen for a round trip. There's no point in being stingy when we earn over 100 millions monthly with just the video profits alone. It is weird saying it myself, but me and Nanaman are what you would call the people of the time. I want to reduce the chances of contact with bystanders and the mass media, and most of all, time is of utmost importance. Then, Linda, let's go. Celica, yes, boss. John and I will be accompanying you. Counting on you. Celica, Linda here is a remarkable SP I have hired, and the team of 8 people she gathered protecting us 24/7. We are not adults, and yet, we have more money than we could ever use, an unbalanced existence. Linda and her SP team were introduced to us by the country, so they are most likely spies or something, but I don't have intentions of harming the national interest of America, and I myself don't have dangerous thoughts. You could say getting protected by the country in exchange isn't a bad trade. I had no means to employ clean and capable personnel anyways. I take out my smartphone and push the line call. Hello, is Yuna-san? Yes, it is Celica. It has been a while. Yes. That's right. Yeah. That matter. Yeah, the demolishing of the house, can you proceed with it? Please begin from the Kuro's house first. The Suma household, crush it after things are done. Yes, the aim has been set, you see. Also, I will be showing up in the place of Grandpa again. Yeah, it is okay. I will contact Grandpa from my side as well. Yes. Right, Tilda. Then. Celica, Nanaman will be resurrecting in her room at that house. In the description of that resurrection gem, it said resurrect in the place they died, so there should be no doubt. God definitely doesn't make a mistake when it comes to those parts. The problem is will the person resurrecting truly be Nanaman herself? But I have no choice but to confirm that one myself. In the case that it is a different something that resembles Nanaman. I will have no choice but to act depending on the situation. Conciliation or destruction. It is that God we are talking about here. It wouldn't be strange for there to be a catch here. Celica, the corpse of Nanaman has been cremated, and even her bones are already ashes without waiting 49 days. That's why it is definite that she will be different from her former body. I'm trying to not think too deeply about what that means. In the end, what happens after all. Even if it were an ultimate copy, practically the same person, would that really be Suma Nanami herself? There's no point thinking about that. Then, I will be going. Celica, off ye go. Be careful out the Nitilda. Make sure you don't get stabbed by a Nanaman fanatic. Karen, I have taken that possibility into account, so it will be okay. Celica, I exit the place and narrow my eyes from the dazzling sunlight. There was no change around at all, as if the strife of the parallel world was of no import. The Isekai is the Isekai, and it has nothing to do with our world. If me or any of my family were to be transferred, I would have watched it in a more standoff perspective. For me, only my brother, my little sister, and Nanaman are important. I am not that interested in other people. Fanatics, huh? Are they really out there? Celica, rather than fanatics, it is more like I have taken into account the religious parties that are reacting and trying to usurp Nanaman. Right now there's no movement around that house. The big religious groups will finally be moving their heavy butts once they see the resurrection actually happening. That's most likely what this basically means. And by that time, we would have long scampered from Japan. That's why, the problem for the time being are the bystanders. The Nanaman fanatics that Karen speaks of are included in this too. No matter at what timing Nasan will be resurrected, as long as the timing when Brother is going to use the gem is broadcasted to the whole world, there's an absolute need to prepare countermeasures for onlookers. For now, I asked a demolition company in our home area to demolish both Akuro's household and Nasan's household, had a road use permit issued, and prohibited passage for any riffraff on that day. At first, I was thinking about asking grandfather to block the road with dozens of black high-class cars, but, no matter how you think about it, that would stand out negatively. I have asked Izuna-san for the demolition, so there's no problem. Moreover, I have many other countermeasures for any unrelated bystanders. Depending on the situation, I might end up throwing around quite a lot of money, but things that can be solved with money are nice and easy. Now, if only the item passing with Brother and Jean goes well. For that. I have no choice but to pray. Jean-san is not the best communicator, and Brother is cautious about Chosen. John packed the things into the trunk, and I got in the rear seat of the car. We head to the airport in a Bentley. The cars in our house are all from Father. To think he would immediately get a second car the moment he got to America, I ended up wincing at that. Even so, he chose a sturdy car, so maybe he thought of us a bit on the decision. Right now that father of us is on a trip with mother. He will be returning from his worldwide cruise in half a year. Karen and I enjoyed our first time of freedom. But not having our parents get in the way in these busy times is invaluable. Ozawa was arrested, and the innocence of Brother has been proved. Now, if we can revive Nanamianin with the resurrection gem, you could say Karen and I would have regained around 20% of what we have lost. It is not a bad pace. I will definitely get back the remaining 80%. Chapter 137, New Morning and Resurrection Gem. The next day. A fresh morning for a change. Blessed by good weather too. You could say this is the best day to do something. I take out the resurrection gem from the shadow storage. It wasn't a dream, Hikaru. The gem was giving out a mysterious light as it did, and it was shining dully on my palm. I put the gem back and exited the inn. There's still a bit more before the meeting time with Jean, but I should buy something for breakfast before that. No, she must have her preferences, so maybe it would be better to wait for her before doing that. The market close by opens their stalls early in the morning, so there's plenty of choice from meat, fish, vegetables, and a whole ton of other things on quantity and cheap to boot. The taste is not bad, but I would say the flavor is thick, and it is apparently them using their spices effectively, but there's the chance that it doesn't match her palate. I don't know what French people normally eat after all. Last night I ended up drinking heavily. I don't know if it is because Jean is French or what, but she was drinking quite a lot. I got drawn in by that and ended up drinking too much. I was a bit apprehensive about drinking alcohol as a minor since a bit of my previous world's common sense was left, and I was worried about the viewers as well, but Jeanne is a chosen too, so it was also in part because there wasn't much point in being bothered by it. With tasty alcohol and tasty food, my memory was flying. I cleaned my body with the water well. It cleared up my mind that had a bit of alcohol remaining in it too. While at it, I washed the clothes that were soaked with the seawater of yesterday. Being able to use as much clean water as we want is one of the best points of this city. It is splendid in sanitary terms. There's a variety of great spirits. After I finished washing the clothes, I aired them. There's a place to hang clothes in the garden of the inn, and it is okay for lodgers to use it as well. Now, If only they provided meals too. But this inn doesn't do that. Well, there's as many eateries as you want and the marketplace is there as well, so they are probably telling you to just help yourself. At any rate, she is late, Hikaru. I have nothing to do, so I have been doing maintenance to my short sword and polishing my boots while I waited, but there's no signs of Jeanne showing up. She has already given me the resurrection gem, so she has excused herself from very early in the morning. Is a possibility. If it is that straightforward woman, it is possible. I found the inn's old man, and asked if Jeanne had already taken her leave. No, I think she is still here. She is with you, right? Just go and check on her then. There's that. Hikaru, this inn is not a Japanese hotel. Most are do-it-yourself. I knocked on the door of Jeanne's room. It seems to be locked, so she should still be there, but there's no response. We drank quite a lot yesterday, so she might still be downed. Should I prepare a detoxifier or something with crystals? I knocked a good number of times more, and after the dull sound of something falling, footsteps rang, and Jeanne showed her face. Matilda, morning already? Jeanne, yeah, good morning. Hangover? Hikaru, there's no hangover for me who has poison resistance level 3. Just that it felt nice cause it has been a while since I have slept on a bed. Jeanne, I see. Hikaru, Jeanne without her armor on and a loose shirt gave out the impression of a girl of my same age to the point that it made me forget the imposing aura of yesterday. Her slender legs and arms showing from her shirt's hem and sleeves made it hard for me to believe that she can bring so much power out of them. What are you staring at? Pervert. Jeanne, no. Sorry. Hikaru, I hurriedly closed the door. No matter the circumstances, I was way too unreserved towards a girl that just woke up. I went outside and waited for a bit, and Jeanne came down. A rough attire completely different from yesterday's armored figure. Made you wait. I am weak in the mornings. I was more nocturnal originally after all. Jeanne, it can't be helped. It has been a while since you have slept on a bed. I myself was sleeping for the whole day when I first came to this city. Hikaru, I don't remember well, but I slept around evening, and when I woke up it was midnight. I think I slept around 30 hours. Well, I was on the verge of dying in the forest, and I was in tatters mentally, so it might have been the natural outcome. Maybe I should have let Jeanne sleep a bit more. And so, what will you do? Can you resurrect Nanami? Jeanne, Hikaru, Celica told her in a message to please do it in the morning, so I think it is already okay anytime. If we take our sweet time, it will end up being noon. Let's do it in the garden. Hikaru, at the garden where there's a lot of sheets fluttering about with the wind, I take out the gem. I open the status board and a screen I am not familiar with showed up. Will you use the resurrection gem? Let's offer a prayer to God. Prayer? How exactly? Ooh God, please hear my wish. Hikaru, it was a complete haphazard prayer, but the offer of prayer itself was most likely just a formality. The screen changed anticlimactically. Your wish has reached God. You can revive one person important to you, Suma Nanami, Suma Hitumi, Suma Yukio. Seeing those three names lined up there, my heartbeat accelerated to a painful degree. It is not only Nanami. There's also the names of uncle and auntie. The three were killed. It felt as if that reality had been pushed onto me. Nanami, Hikaru, even though it is okay to just touch it, my finger was trembling. For a moment, I wondered if it really is okay to resurrect her. That maybe this is a path that deviated from that of a human. Even if I can resurrect Nanami, uncle and auntie won't be there. Won't she instead fall into despair after resurrecting? What's the matter? Did you push it already? I can't see the status board of other chosen, so I can't tell what's happening. Jeanne, no. I still haven't. Hikaru, Just imagining Nanami resurrecting in that room alone, panicking, not understanding the situation, it made me doubt if it was okay to do this at this point in time. I want her to come back to life. There's no lie in that feeling of mine. But isn't that just self-satisfaction? Maybe I just want Nanami to resurrect in order for her to prove my innocence. I don't know what you are worried about, but everything is being broadcasted, you know? There's no need to worry about what happens after Nanami resurrects. There must be people in the neighborhood, and at worst, the country will protect her. Jeanne, I see. Right. Hikaru, I am worried. But it really might be pointless to worry about the resurrected person. Nanami was chosen for the transfer, so she was famous, and Seliku and Karen are most likely making their move too. No, they are not in Japan, so that would be impossible, huh? Anyways, there's no choice of not using this. I resolved myself and pushed the text for Sumananami. Resurrecting Sumananami. Is that okay? Yes/no. Come back, Nanami, Hikaru, I call inside my heart. And then, the resurrection gem in my hand floated up, and then, it scattered into fine shining particles as if it were melting into the air. Those particles were being absorbed by the status board, and that marked the end of all the phenomena. But this was displayed on the screen. Sumananami has resurrected. Chapter 138. Long dream but waking up from the dream. Nanami's POV. I have been dreaming this whole time. An orange ocean where no one is present, floating the whole time. It wasn't only me. People of varying ethnicities were floating around, but we understood that there was no point in moving our bodies, so no one did anything and simply floated on top of the ocean. The whole time I was simply floating, but there was no point in just staying like this the whole time, so I gave up and thought that I might as well just sink. But then, a voice ran from afar. To come back. A nostalgic voice. The voice of the person I loved greatly. As if guided by that voice, I desperately moved my body as if it weren't my own. And then, from far beyond, a light pillar grew closer as if welcoming me, and I touched that. The next instant, I was in my own room. Whoa. It is my own room. No doubt about it. But something was different from my memories. It is dusty, or how to say it, it is as if it had been abandoned for some time. There was one girl standing in the room. Someone that's practically my real little sister. Karen-chan. Nanami. Yeah, that's right, Nanamin. You can tell who I am? What's with that? What do you mean? That's so weird. Nanami, I answered this and my memories began to grow clearer little by little. Why am I in the house? I should have been chosen to be transferred to a parallel world. At the very least, I had been spending my days preparing for that. Why am I in the house? Nanami, I should have been killed by a person of the same grade who I don't know the name of. My memories are hazy, but I do remember thinking I'm going to die, huh. But that might have been a dream. I am currently alive here after all. In front of me there's the little sister of Hai-chan, Karen-chan, and... You remember now? Why yeah. A bit hazy though. Or more like, you are Celica-chan, right? Why are you acting like Karen-chan? Nanami, when I said this, Celica-chan smiled and tied her lowered hair into a ponytail. That's a relief. Looks like you are the real Nei-san. Resurrections haven't happened since Christ, so I was worried about whether you were the real deal or not inside. Celica-chan says this decorated as a joke. Resurrection? Also, the inside. Nanami, we are talking about that god here after all. There's the chance you were just a look-alike. Since we've got the chance, how about we try doing a quiz here? Like, what was the name of the dog you picked up a long time ago, Nei-san? Celica, Ai-chan, right? Are you messing with me? Nanami, correct. Also, You snapping easily is the same as well, huh? Celica-chan mutters this. No matter the person, they would obviously get pissed if someone were to touch their past wounds, you know. Sorry, Nei-san. I had to confirm a lot of things no matter what, you see. You can tell Karen and I apart, and you also have your past memories. Your appearance doesn't seem to have any problems either. Celica, just what in the world is happening here? It is true that the twins Celica-chan and Karen-chan are spitting images of each other. When they seriously try to pass off as each other, it is impossible to tell who is who. I can tell almost instantly since I have known them for long though. Even so, appearance, she says. I unconsciously look at my own hand. My usual hand. My arms and legs too, Kaya. Why am I naked? Nanami, I pull the sheets off the bed and cover my body. Celica-chan had a serious look, so I didn't notice. I'm buck naked. We have been bathing together since we were little though. When resurrecting, you come back in your birthday suit then. I have prepared your clothes, so put them on. Celica. Hey, Celica-chan, more importantly, who are the ones there? Or more like, you have been filming this whole time? Nanami, it is the first resurrection of human history after all. It is a treasure footage in two meanings of the word. Celica. You're going to delete it, I hope. Nanami, no way. Of course I am going to publicize it to the whole world. Nei-san, it might be pointless telling you as a victim, but a lot of things happened before you resurrected. I will have you work, including the publication of this. Celica, the whole world? Why do something like that, Nanami? That's just how many people are interested in your resurrection, Nanami-nin. You have no veto right here. Celica-chan says this straight without breaking her serious expression. It is impossible for me to convince her when she is in this mode. No matter what I say, I will end up being coaxed. Even so, all of the world. My head is not clear yet, so I honestly can't keep up with the scale of this. And so, who are the people there? Nanami, the foreign man and woman in black suits at the back of Celica-chan were standing there with serious faces. One of them is rolling the camera. People I haven't seen before. Celica-chan's interpersonal connections are unbelievably vast for a middle schooler, so it doesn't surprise me that she has adult acquaintances, but who are they? They are my bodyguards. A lot has happened, you see. Celica, I see. Nanami, bodyguards? Celica-chan really is on a different level. Even if I were to look around the whole world, I am sure there wouldn't be a girl like this. It seems like they are in a hurry, so I put on my clothes first. Celica-chan has even prepared my underwear. She is quite meticulous. It is for some reason a high school uniform, but there must be a reason for this. There's no point in me saying anything here, so I obediently pass my arm through the sleeve. When I finish putting my clothes on, Celica-chan speaks. Asking just in case, but at the time when you were about to be transferred. Can you remember when you were killed, Nei-san? Celica, Nanami, that day. A boy of the same grade I don't know well visited early in the morning, and I stiffened at this. That's because I planned on spending my last day with Hai-chan. I had already finished my farewells with Celica-chan and Karen-chan the previous day. The two encouraged me, saying that they would be backing me up as much as possible and to not die. He came early in the morning. It was practically before the sun had come up. The transfer was at 9, so it was at the time when I had woken up early and was preparing everything. It was a boy who I didn't know the name of, but I did know his face somewhat. I think he was a boy in the class next door. My parents received him, and they said he had something to talk about with me. I didn't want to bring a boy I don't know in my own room, so I told him that I would talk with him outside, so to wait, and return to my room. In the first place, I was still in my pajamas. In the time I changed and fixed myself, I think I heard something below, but it was erased by the sound of the rain, and I couldn't tell what sound that was. I finished changing, and just when I was about to leave the room, the boy opened the door and entered the room. And then, with the big knife stained in blood, Nanami, I remembered, and I ended up pushing onto the place in my body where I was stabbed. I see. I was killed. But I am alive, right? I don't understand the current situation well. Celica-chan said it is a resurrection though. Nanami-nin died, but Ana-chan resurrected you. Celica, Hai-chan did. Why? Is Hai-chan the envoy of God? Nanami, like an angel that came down to the mortal plane while hiding his identity. Celica-chan and Karen-chan are pretty inhuman in their own right, so it could be possible. Angel siblings. I see. I am sorry for breaking your bubble here, but there's no way he is an envoy of God. That's also a long story, so I will tell you while we move. Celica, I see. Of course it would be. Speaking of that, where is Hai-chan? Nanami, my childhood friend that would be the first one to run to me at times like this, is not anywhere in sight. She said that he was the one who revived me, but I don't get it. Ana-chan, you see, is currently in the Isekai. I don't know if he went in your stead. I don't know if God did it out of spite, or if it tried to save him. Celica, Hai-chan has gone to the Isekai. In my stead. But, Nanami, I don't understand either. I am just stating the facts. Also, it is hard to tell you this, but Uncle and Auntie were killed at the time too. But the only one who could be revived was you, Nei-san. Celica, Nanami, father and mother are dead? Did she say they are dead? I see. So they died. I stood up and left the room. I checked my parents' room before going down. The dining kitchen doesn't have its lights on, and it was filled with an atmosphere as if it were ruins. Even though it is my own house, it feels as if it is not. Father and mother were not there. Without my knowing, they had been erased from this world. Your relatives were the ones who did the memorial service for the bones. So I say, but it seems like they put it in a permanent memorial service, so it might be a bit difficult to bring them out again and make a grave for them. Celica is a burial method in which a temple or cemetery manages and memorializes a person who does not have a visitor to the grave or cannot visit the grave. Celica-chan, who followed from behind, said this. A girl that says adult things that are hard to think came out from a middle schooler. Different from Karen-chan, who is childish the whole time. Celica-chan matured faster than anyone else. Nei-san, it is okay to cry, you know. Celica-chan says as if being considerate, but I couldn't cry. For the longest of times, Hai-chan, Celica-chan, and Karen-chan have been my family for me, and my mother and father were my surface family. The fact that my father and mother died is sad. It squeezes at my heart. But I couldn't cry. I am a person that is something missing somewhere. Nanami-nin, I will be looking after you, so you don't need to worry. I don't yet if Ana-chan can come back, but my life plan has not been disposed of yet. Celica, life plan. I see. Right. Nanami, the life plan that me, Celica-chan, and Karen-chan had advanced in secret from Hai-chan. It is a stupid plan, like leaving our families and living our lives having fun in our own paradise. Even when my parents died, even when Hai-chan has gone to an Isekai, it seems like that still isn't gone. And so, what do we do from now on? Nanami, the seal of before has disappeared from my palm. Looks like I have been taken out from the candidates after dying. In that case, I have no choice but to live in this world as normal. But she says Hai-chan is not here. Honestly speaking, I can't imagine how to live at all. We won't be able to return here anymore, so if there's anything you need, pack them up. Let's go to America. Celica, America? Nanami, I actually wanted to go through the proper procedures, but it was too complicated, so I just gave up. We have you enter that contrabase case of Linda there and we will scamper. Ah, I have gotten a firm promise of permanent residence there, so it is okay. You are treated as a deceased person already and your family register is gone now anyways. Celica, WW8, what are you saying? Contrabase. Nanami, Celica-chan said something outrageous as if nothing. If we were to get found out, we would be arrested. I have already chartered a private jet, so it is okay. It is the method that a big shot somewhere used after all. Also, we are going to be using a common airport that's soft on the inspections, so it should be okay. Celica, are you serious? Nanami, if it doesn't work, at worst, we push by force. If that doesn't work either, we can let them have a talk with the US military in Japan. Well, it should work out one way or another. Celica, what's going on? Since when have things gone worldwide? Nanami, Anna-chan has gone to that side, so I am done with acting as the cute little sister that gets protected by her brother. Celica, looks like a lot happened while I was literally dead. Anyways, I don't have a choice here, and if I can live with Celica-chan and the others, I don't have a single problem. I hurriedly pack up my things, but I haven't gone to school, and I don't know if I have something I would need to bring to the USA. I would say only my album, EA? Where's my album? The one that I was thinking of bringing to the Isekai. Nanami, that. Anna-chan should have it. Celica, Why? Nanami, that's also a long story. Celica, looks like a lot really happened while I was dead. Why does Hai-chan have my album? Also. Celica, just after packing up my things and leaving the house, Celica-chan turned around and said this. And hugged me who was still holding a big bag with both hands. What, Celica-chan? Nanami, you being stabbed was also in part because we lacked forethought, and things have now ended up in this way. Karen and I were also excited about the Isekai business. And prioritized our own matters. The culprit was an idiot with no plan, so we actually could have prevented this. Not only Nei-san, but also Uncle and Auntie. Celica, she placed her small chin on my shoulder, and said this as if speaking out her mind. Something like that. The one at fault is the culprit. There's no way to stop that, and I was revived in this manner. Nanami, but I want to apologize. This can't even serve as consolation though. Celica, she is no doubt intelligent, but she is way too intelligent, so she tries to take everything into account when she moves. But not everything goes exactly as planned. Unexpected things always have a chance to happen. There's no need to feel responsible for every single time something like that happens. Celica-chan, if we are talking about that, I am the one who should apologize. In the first place, if I hadn't been killed, Hai-chan wouldn't have gone to the parallel world, right? Nanami, that's, well, yeah. Even though I gave you a stun gun for self-protection. Celica, there's no way I can bring that out on a moment's notice, right? Nanami, I had you hold that so that weird guys didn't approach you, right? Celica, Celica-chan is often the type that expects the impossible from others. I was grateful for the stun gun, but using that on people is a completely different problem in and of itself. Celica-chan should be able to understand that too. That's why this is the usual jesting. In the first place, isn't it a mistake to think that a feeble girl like me can use a weapon like that immediately? It would be a different story if I were stalwart like Celica-chan. Nanami, who are you calling stalwart tilde? I don't want to be told that by an amaziness that snaps instantly like Nanami-nin. Celica, I don't snap in front of Hai-chan though. Nanami, that's the scary part of you, Nei-san. Celica, we two were talking silly things while still hugging. We might look like real sisters that get along. No, for me, Celica-chan is my little sister. Even if we are not blood-related, we were raised together since forever. Nay-san. I really am glad you came back safely. Celica-chan whispers this while hugging me strongly. We are talking about a resurrection from that god, so I was really worried whether you would actually return fine at all. I thought that maybe you would return in a zombie state. But I am glad. You are the same warm Nay-san as always. Celica, yeah. I am also glad that I could return. Everyone was doing their best, right? Thanks, Celica-chan, Karen-chan, and also Hai-chan. Nanami, Celica-chan's body was trembling finely. She is firm and strong to the point that it is hard to believe from her age, a true stalwart person. Yet, I have worried her to the point of making her cry. Will I be able to at least live without making them worry from now on? I wanted to confirm if you were the real one or not, so I ended up saying it this late though. Celica-chan separated from me and stared intently at me. Welcome back, Nanami-nin. Celica, that welcome back felt like it had the most heart out of any welcome back I have heard of before. I'm back, Celica-chan. Nanami. Chapter 139, Jean's Request and Guild Revisit. Nanami has apparently been revived safely. Isn't that great? Jean. After reviving Nanami, Jean said this while confirming her status board. It probably means that someone actually confirmed this. That they went through the trouble of messaging Jean instead is probably because I don't open my messages. Or it might be a feat possible by the passion of the fans. Honestly speaking, I don't have the feeling like Nanami has been revived. No. Her death itself didn't feel real for me. But if God says she has been revived, she must have. There would be no point in doubting that. However, it is true that my heart has grown incomparably lighter from yesterday. Once I have calmed down a bit more, I feel like I will be able to open the messages. No matter if Nanami has spoken the truth of matters or not, it is not like I think it is okay for me to stay this way forever. Anyways, with this, it is a wrap. It is a shame about Nanami's parents. Uncle and auntie, but there might be a chance again sometime. No, will a miracle like this only happen once? Now then, Kuros Hikaru, the quest is over with this, so it is your turn to listen to me. Jean closed her status board and said this with a grin. What do you mean by my turn? Hikaru, I won the duel of before, right? That's why, I will have you listen to me. The privilege of the victor, you could say. Jean, I see. Hikaru, well, winner or loser, I would listen to whatever Jean asks though. She gave me the resurrection gem. A treasure that can't be bought with money. It is a debt that I can't pay back no matter how much I try. I heard in the middle of my journey, but there's a dungeon in this city, right? Jean, there is. It is apparently a pretty big one even in terms of worldwide scale. Hikaru, it is big, huh? Even better. I intend to reach the lowest floor of that dungeon. Kuros Hikaru, you tag along too. Jean, reach, you say. To the lowest of floors? If I remember correctly, they have only reached the 6th floor, you know? Hikaru, even the Crimson Vials led by the red-haired Garnet-san are in the middle of clearing the 6th floor, the dawn of the Golden Prairie. And, this is natural, but it is a situation where no one knows how low it goes. Of course, there's the chance that it ends with the 6th or 7th floor. Makes it even better then. That means we will be the first ones stepping there, right? Jean, that might be true, but it is dangerous, you know. Hikaru, I don't know how much she understands the dangers of a dungeon. Reaching the lowest floor isn't an easy objective by any means of the word. I can tell since I have seen up close how the Crimson Vials fight. You would have to literally become inhuman. No, it is a level where you are finally putting your first steps into that realm after giving up your humanity. Moreover, you have to properly gather equally strong comrades. With just me and Jean, We would have accidents even in the third floor. What, scared? I don't mind you not going. I will be going on my own anyways. Jeanne, on your own. Got it, I will tag along. I did intend to continue my dungeon exploration anyways. However, a demon lord appeared just recently and has been subjugated, so entrance is prohibited. There's still around 6 days left. Hikaru, I remembered how I refused partying up with Rafria, but Jeanne is a chosen. The conditions are different from Rafria. Also, there's the matter that me and Jeanne are not in that kind of relationship. How long do you think it would take to clear the dungeon? Jeanne, right. If we are speaking realistically, if after 5 years we haven't cleared it, we should give up something like that, I guess. There's the need to gather strong members too, and I think it would be dangerous if we don't put a stop at some point. Hikaru, the 5 years I am placing here is a number with no basis. We are chosen, so I think we could become pretty strong in 5 years. We can get cheat items with points, and I can say for a fact that we have a lot more advantages compared to the other explorers. If even with that we still can't do it after 5 years, it would be better to give it up. That's basically what I am saying here. I think that would be the limit to how long we can put our lives on the line. If we consider our peak years, we could fight for 10 years more, but it would definitely wear us out mentally. Most of all, it is unrealistic to continue a lifestyle like that. We should have a decent amount of savings if we continue being explorers for 5 years, so it would be better to think about retiring. More so, the world should be vast. Using your whole life for one city and one dungeon is silly. 5 years, huh? All right. Jeanne, she placed a hand on her chin, and after brooding for a bit, Jean looked at me with eyes of determination. You have been living in an inn the whole time, right, Kuro? Jeanne. She says Kuro, which is black. Sticking with Kuro since it sounds cute while black sounds cool. Kuro? Why yeah, that's right. Hikaru. She suddenly called me by a weird name, so I was surprised. Kuro, she says. That sounds like the name of a dog. Then let's rent a house. If we share the house, it should be cheaper. Jeanne, house? Hikaru, it will take 5 years, right? It would be impossible to live in an inn for that long. I'm the type that likes to arrange things in my own way. Jeanne, I do get that, but sharing the house, you say. Does that mean we will be living together? Hikaru, that's right. We are both chosen, so it works just fine, right? Everything is being seen anyways. Also, I am not good with house chores. I am expecting you to do them. Jeanne, seriously. Hikaru, I didn't expect a development like this, but there's logic in what she says. She is probably proposing this solely as a roommate. In the perspective of a Japanese person, it would be a man and woman living together, but it is most likely normal in France. As for my own view on this, there's a part of me that finds this questionable, but if she wishes to, there's no reason not to. Most of all, I want to pay back my debt as much as possible. Not good with housework? Jeanne, no. I am good at it. I can do about anything, even cooking. Hikaru, that's great. Let's go at once. For this stuff, you go to a real estate agent? Jeanne, I think the guild can tell us if we ask. We have to register you as an explorer anyways, right? Hikaru, then, I count on you to be the guide. Jeanne, and that's how it is. It is true that I was thinking about leaving the inn, but I didn't even imagine a development like this. Do I just get easily swept by the flow? We decided to eat before going to the guild. Jeanne was unexpectedly a meat eater, and she even ate more than me. Even though she is thinner than Nanami, where is she even putting all of that? I wondered why, but her tier is probably high. Basically, her monstrosification is advancing. After that, we went to the guild. The guild wasn't that active, but it was operating as normal. and Jeanne managed to register as an explorer without any problems. Her battle style is most likely, as I saw yesterday, a front line mainly focused on defense. Rifria is a pure attacker, so if I were to join forces with Jean, I probably will have more room to join in attacking. Right now there's no problem with my weapon being the short sword, but if I am aiming for the lower floors, I will most likely need a bigger weapon. Most of all, strengthening myself would be a necessity. At the time when I fought the Demon Lord, even though I created such a flawless opportunity, I couldn't defeat it. I was listening to the female receptionist explaining to Jean about what knowledge an explorer should have. I had Rifria submit the spirit stones to the guild, but I will have to do that from now on. Jeanne does smell a bit like Karen after all. That feeling as if she is the youngest child type that gets pampered a whole ton and doesn't do anything. Then, the party name will be Love Twin Birds too, right? The female staff member mutters this while she was filling up the necessary documents. No, it is not. Hikaru, she is completely teasing me here. Ha, even though you disbanded Love Twin Birds just yesterday, you are already forming a party with a different woman, so I thought this meant you found a new bird. Wha, please stop that. Me and her are not like that. Hikaru, Mew, what's with that Love Twin Birds? Jeanne, the party that Hikaru-san had with another woman until yesterday. Rifria-san, so pitiful. The rumored girlfriend, Jeanne, not girlfriend. Hikaru, I will definitely tattle on you. Good grief, just doing whatever they wish. I myself didn't know that we had registered with a stupid name like Love Twin Birds. Also, tattle, she says. Rifria has returned to her home to become a Templar, so there's no way she would come to the guild. Well, there's no doubt she would misunderstand if she knew that I have formed a party with a different woman though. What do we do, Kuro, for the party name? Are you fine with hardcore exploring at Gaia? Jeanne, hardcore exploring at Gaia? Aren't there any better options? Hikaru, like? Jeanne, like the Earth Fighters. Hikaru, rejected. Lame. Jeanne, isn't hardcore exploring also on that spectrum? No, I have zero naming sense, so maybe it is an unexpectedly good name? Hardcore exploring. I can't tell. Since this is an important moment, it would be best to make it a strong-sounding one. Like, heavy battalion. Jeanne, you do give that impression. You have heavy equipment after all. Hikaru, Raven's Ark would be nice too. Also, elegance. Or Mirage works. Jeanne, I don't really get it, but it sounds cool, so it is okay, I guess. Hikaru, the names were coming out one after the other, but I wonder where did they originate from? Whichever the case, as long as a too weird name doesn't come out, I don't mind whatever. Any name is decent compared to Love Twin Birds. Chapter 140, Party Name and Party House. Those were jokes just now. It is a party of you and me, so let's just go in the direction of Jean Kuro. Jeanne. It is a bit embarrassing, but not bad. Hikaru. No. I would like a bit of a spin to it. Jean Kuro. Junk. Junk means trash in English, right? Jeanne. I don't know what's happening with the automatic translation of Jeanne, but the junk part, I heard it just as it is. It must be the same for her. Junk means trash or defective product. Hikaru, that name fits me perfectly. Jeanne, perfectly? Trash? Hikaru, I don't know what was the reason for her saying that, but it was also an intimate word for me. Defective product, trash, incompetent. Mother said those words often to me. I feel like putting that as our party name is a bit too self-deprecating, but if Jean says she wants to, I have no problems. Then, is junk going to be the party name? Hikaru, let's add a bit more. Is there no good word? I don't know much English. Jeanne, how about making it French? Is what I thought. but she probably wants it to be in English for some reason. To be more precise, wouldn't it be piece of junk? Also, if we add a word before junk, it would change the meaning to broken X. Spam mail is also called junk mail after all. Hikaru, foo-foo, I have been troubled by junk mail. Jan, junk mail, huh? Would the ones I got be considered junk mail too? Harassing mails from anonymous parties feels like they would be in a different category, but Jan being able to call them that makes her strong. How about stacking them up and calling it junk trash, or junky? That one would be bad, huh? Hikaru, got it. Battle junkies. Jan, battle junkies? Hikaru, I see. Jan wanted to fight, and get stronger. Battle junkie might fit her just right. Then, let's register as that. Hikaru, once you get decently famous, your name will be spread around like crimson vials, so a haphazard name would end up creating embarrassing moments, and we are a beginner party of bronze ranks. In terms of ability, we are good enough to explore the third floor, but that's that. At any rate, we can change the party name whenever we want. We can just leave it as a placeholder for now. After we finish the party registration, I cut into the next matter at hand. The guild can serve as an intermediary for places to stay, right? We are searching for a slightly spacious property. Hikaru, yes, introductions to dwellings suitable for explorers, right? Wait, living together? Please don't retort at every single thing. Hikaru, this female staff member seems to like gossip, or like, she isn't that serious. No, room sharing is a notion and culture of Earth, and a man and woman living together does give that impression. We are looking for a decently big property with 2 or more private rooms. I don't mind the rent being a bit on the high side. I do have the money from before. Hikaru, I see. Please wait for a bit. We can earn quite a bit of money from dungeon exploration, so there's no problem with the rent. Depending on the situation, we could also buy it. It would be weird for us rootless grass to buy a property though. Well, whichever the case, I don't have that much money. Oi, Kuro, there's no need to buy such a big place. It is going to be costly. Jan, no, we would need our own private rooms, and if we are going to go hardcore on exploring, our luggage will grow, so it will be best for it to be spacious. Also, I have surplus money, so leave it to me. Hikaru, I see. Then, I will leave it to you. Jan, I have shadow storage, so I haven't had issues with luggage space. But no matter how I look, the equipment of Jan takes space, and it requires maintenance too. There's no need to worry about money for the time being, and we will be able to earn from here on. Excuse the wait. I have found properties for couples. We are not a couple. Hikaru, the properties that the female staff member showed us only had written information, so I couldn't tell how they are. Well, my conditions are clear here. It should be in the Great Water Spirits territory, close to the dungeon, far from the church, and if possible close to the bathhouse. With all of that, the candidates narrow down quite a bit. Or more like, it would end up being conditions that would bring me close to my current lodging. When I told her that, the female staff member made a complicated expression. Isn't that first-class land? I do have candidates, but they are crazy expensive, you know? For example, 1 month is 20 silver. It really is expensive. Even though the inn was pretty cheap. Hikaru, with 20 silver, I can stay in my current lodging for more than 2 months. It would mean that renting would be more expensive than an inn. The inns for explorers have the city serving as a subsidy. This is an explorer city after all. I see. It is true that 20 silver is high, but I can understand if that's the case. We get an explanation for each one of the properties. There's also apartments, but thinking of it as a whole, I would like it to have a garden and be a 1-story building. Or more like, There's quite a lot of houses. How about this one? It is close to the guild. It is a bit cramped, but it has a garden. Its building years is decent and it has almost all necessary spirit tools. It is a property suitable for high-ranked explorers. Sounds good. What's the rent? Hikaru, 28 silver a month. That's 28 colored spirit stones of ogres. It isn't an impossible price. When thinking of it in that way, dungeon exploration really is a job that you can earn a lot. Well, it comes with the risk of dying, so you could say that's natural. Then, if there's no problem in showing it to us first, we would like to consider that one. Hikaru, I will be guiding you then. We follow the staff member, get the key from the real estate agency that is close to the guild, and we go to check out the property. The guild itself is close to the dungeon, but the aforementioned property is at a place just 3 minutes away on foot. It certainly is close. A stone 2-story building, and just as she said about the building years being low, it is really pretty. The inside of the house is also cleaned. That's a high-class property for ya. It is not like I know this world well, but the place I was staying at is an inn that's somewhat expensive, and yet, it was dirty as a whole. I didn't have the leeway in my heart to clean it up, so I have been living just like that, but when I compare it like this place really is on the clean side. This property also has a lot of rooms. The second floor has 4 rooms, the first floor has 2 rooms. Having 6 rooms in total is probably assuming a full party living here. In Earth terms, it would be 6 LDK. 6 rooms with a living dining kitchen. It even has a garden, so 28 silver might even be cheap. No, if I were to convert it to yen, it would be 500,000 yen, so it is by no means cheap, huh? Kuro, this is way too big no matter how you cut it. If we don't hire a maid, we won't have enough hands for the cleaning, you know. Jeanne, just hire one then. Hikaru, huh, so the talk about all Japanese people liking maids was true. I know about this. French maids are depraved, right? Jeanne, no comment. Hikaru, I have things I would like to keep a secret too. At the time when I went to a maid cafe with Celica and Karen, in order to maintain my dignity as a brother, I kept a normal face, but my heart was racing quite a bit there, though there's no need to say it out loud here. By the way, I also think French maids are depraved. Not sure if it means depraved or heretical. Well, it is true that there might be the need for help from the maid. If it is possible with our pockets, I don't mind thinking about it, but as Jean says, it is indeed too big. Are there no other properties close that are a bit more moderate? Hikaru, aside from this one, it would be pretty far away. Or more like, there's only big properties for clan houses, or cramped apartments, and the other ones left would be really far out the city, you know. Will there be other costs aside from the rent? Hikaru, no, only the advance payment. If you are a registered member of the guild, we can be the guarantors. We actually don't become guarantors for bronze ranks, but you have your accomplishments, Hikaru-san, so this is a special exception. If it were the government office of Japan, just being bronze would already rule you out, but it looks like they are not too adamant about that, or like, the authority of a simple staff member is pretty strong. In this world, the only use for money is equipment, explorer consumables, food expenses, and rent. There's no communication costs, and the guild is already accounting for the tax. In that case, there should be no problem with costing a bit of money. Then, this place please. Hikaru, alright. Are you fine with it being from today on? Let's see. Hikaru, I have already paid the inn enough for the end of the month, but that should be fine. If there's no better properties than this one, there's no point in pondering about it. I just have to earn our share. If I wanted to, I could earn stably in the second floor. There's no problem at all. Kuro, you seem to be going all out here. Jeanne, There's no point in wasting time hesitating here after all. Also, I was thinking about ending my in-lifestyle soon. Hikaru. Jeanne, and this is how my new lifestyle in this world started. With Nanami now back alive, my heart has become lighter to an extent it surprises even me. It is not to the point where I stop worrying about the viewers, but there's Jeanne by my side who has more viewers than me, having a face as if nothing is happening, so I might be pulled by that too. I still have a whole 10 gold coins. Kuro, we are going half-half on the rent. We are room sharing here after all. Jeanne, yeah, let's do so from next month onwards. I will pay this month. Think of it as my thanks for the gem. Hikaru, that was something requested by your little sister, so there's no need to mind it though. Well, fine. I will pay it back some other time. Jeanne. Okay, do that. Hikaru, there's no way I can just be fine with it just because it was requested by Celica. That was something I wanted to obtain even if I had to gamble my life after all. If she is going to conquer the dungeon, I will back her up till the end. That's my only way to pay her back right now. Chapter 141, Exclusive Chosen Bulletin Board JPN, Number 1000 Kuros Hikaru, 4444. 4. Anonymous from Earth. Let me guess what Rafria will say first thing she gets back. UGTEE. 10. Anonymous from Earth. No doubt about it. 13. Anonymous from Earth. Jeanne is pretty aggressive. 21. Anonymous from Earth. Jeanne was a FromSoft believer, so she has no adverse feelings towards Japanese people, huh? 24. Anonymous from Earth. It is as if Hikaru has changed completely. That's how happy he must be that Nanamitan has come back to life, huh? 30. Anonymous from Earth. There's no doubt he wanted to make the party name Raven's Ark. 36. Anonymous from Earth. I think Battle Junkie was a pretty nice one as well. Hikaru-an is someone that can fight pretty well too, so this seems like it can be a good party. 41. Anonymous from Earth. 24. Of course he would be. It is as if what he had given up on had fallen off from the shelf. Jeanne is the best. Is how one would go, right? 43. Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru is suited to become an attendant. 49. Anonymous from Earth. The total stake bets for how many days till Jeanne assaults Hikaru has begun. 55. Anonymous from Earth. So fast, lol. 59. Anonymous from Earth. Jeanne, I get what I want. That's my style. 68. Anonymous from Earth. Don't put words in her mouth, Umau. 71. Anonymous from Earth. Genism, right? I get ya. 75. Anonymous from Earth. Jeanne, my body seeks strife. This comes from a tweet. It was easily misunderstood to have come from a catchphrase of Armored Core, but no such phrase was said in that work. 82. Anonymous from Earth. Only Japanese otaku understand that joke. 89. Anonymous from Earth. At any rate, they have rented an astoundingly big house. Is it going to be okay? Did his head go weird after being so happy about Nanamitan reviving? 96. Anonymous from Earth. Your head can go weird having 10 gold coins. That's around 10 million yen worth, you know. 101. Anonymous from Earth. It is a lot of money, but it was easy money anyways, so he must be thinking of using it for the sake of Jeanne. 114. Anonymous from Earth. Them buying stuff for their livelihood, they are totally a couple already. 129. Anonymous from Earth. The Jeanne fans around the world are going mad. It is apparently burning again. 138. Anonymous from Earth. Her main thread being legit in flames made me laugh out loud. 146. Anonymous from Earth. The main thread of Hikaru has been pretty lax lately though. The antis are still lurking around, so it is burning again because of this matter. The main thread of Jeanne is somewhat messy right now, but they are unexpectedly accepting of Hikaru. 157, Anonymous from Earth. In the eyes of Europe and America, Jeanne and Hikaru are still children after all. They probably view them as if watching something fluffy. 176, Anonymous from Earth. The aunties of Hikaru are incredible, aren't they? They flame him with material that I can't help but be impressed they even managed to squeeze it out. Don't they get tired? 178, Anonymous from Earth. Why do the aunties not go for the isolated Japanese threads? They go wild in the main thread instead. 184, Anonymous from Earth. That's because they want people from outside countries to know about it, obviously. If you are going to throw a negative campaign, you go for the place where there's the least amount of people that have the knowledge to make informed decisions. 187, Anonymous from Earth. There's a whole ton of virgin hecklers that are going I hate him with every fiber of my being. Him having beautiful twin sisters is plenty enough reason to deserve punishment. The sinful ones are twin, sis. 199, Anonymous from Earth. The ones that don't have older sisters or little sisters hold illusions about it after all. No matter how much you tell them those are just delusions, they don't listen to reason. 206, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru is a really flammable man. He is getting way too burned by the flames of darkness. 210, Anonymous from Earth. An extract from what an auntie wrote in the main thread. On top of being loved by those cute intelligent twin sisters, he also has a cute childhood friend, and to top it off, he is forming a party of beauties in an isekai. That such a guy is going all I am pitiful is disgusting to the extreme. I definitely won't forgive him. If I were to go to the isekai, I would definitely kill him. 213, Anonymous from Earth. Twin sis are all smiles seeing that this time around it is a healthy fire. 216, Anonymous from Earth. That was completely just jealousy. Thanks for the extract. 220, Anonymous from Earth. With the talk of living together with Jean, the aunties that were dormant lately are blazing on as if a spark had been lit in them. That said, only the aunties themselves are burning. And it seems like not a single bit of that is reaching Hikaru though. 225, Anonymous from Earth. I don't know what Jeanne is thinking, but even if she is French, she wouldn't be room sharing with a man she thinks nothing of. 237, Anonymous from Earth. For Hikaru, both being chosen must make it more comfortable for him. In the case of Rufria, he didn't want her to be watched. 246, Anonymous from Earth. There's the established opinion that Hikaru conquers women with his tears. 255, Anonymous from Earth. Celica did say that Anichan is the type that women want to protect. 263, Anonymous from Earth. He normally has strong brother vibes, so when he shows his weak side, your heart skips a beat. I'm a man though. 271, Anonymous from Earth. The shy smile he sometimes shows is cute. I'm a man though. 280, Anonymous from Earth. In the end, did Nanamitan come back to life? Maybe she actually hasn't. Is there anyone here who was on the site? 295, Anonymous from Earth. Celica said that she safely came back to life and has taken custody of her already, man. 300, Anonymous from Earth. I went to try and watch, but there were so many people that I just gave up. That road is cramped as it is, and people gathered so much that even the police had to be mobilized. I couldn't get close to the house. How did Celica get through that? 320, Anonymous from Earth. Celica, those extras, I hired them for 30,000 a day. Karen, you are way too prepared. That's apparently what it was. Good work. 334, Anonymous from Earth. Twitter, I got 30,000 to be an extra for Hawk knows what. It trended for a bit. So that was the work of Celica, huh? 350, Anonymous from Earth. Celica likes to take the approach of in that case, just increase the numbers instead to solve her problems. I feel like they could amplify the irregular factors rather than decrease them though. 364, Anonymous from Earth. She must have judged that it would be impossible to reduce them. 371, Anonymous from Earth. No, it would be smarter to just give the crowd already the 10,000 and have them leave. 381, Anonymous from Earth. That's smart. 387, Anonymous from Earth. Maybe she just likes being flashy. 395, Anonymous from Earth. You can easily reach this conclusion from a bit of common sense, but if you were to give them 10,000 to have them leave, you would only be increasing the numbers. There would even be people showing back disguised. It would amplify the number of rats. 403, Anonymous from Earth. Then couldn't she have increased the numbers in that way rather than hiring extras? 418, Anonymous from Earth. You would be able to get it with just a bit of common sense, but you can't control the movements of a normal crowd. You can move hired extras as you instruct, so it is completely different. 427, Anonymous from Earth. Anyways, she apparently managed to escape, so that must mean the plan worked. I was close by, but no one noticed at all. Or more like, there were so many people that I couldn't tell left from right. 440, Anonymous from Earth. Maybe Nanamicon will eventually appear in the Watchalongs stream channel. I am looking forward to it. 453, Anonymous from Earth. I want Nanamicon to be happy. She has already died once after all. 467, Anonymous from Earth. But doesn't America have more dangerous religious groups? Have they made proper countermeasures in those areas? 478, Anonymous from Earth. I'm assuming the country will be protecting them. Whichever the case, I don't think Nanamicon will be able to live a normal life anymore. 490, Anonymous from Earth. No, if God does a bargain sale on resurrections, their worth will decrease as the numbers increase. It has only been 1 month since the Ice-Kite transfer, you know? There's definitely a second and third. 499, Anonymous from Earth. Did Nanamicon really come back to life? Celica could have streamed it, you know? 513, Anonymous from Earth. Won't she upload a video of that later? 539, Anonymous from Earth. Before that, I would like her to declare that Hikaru isn't the culprit. There seems to still be people who believe that Hikaru is the killer after all. 547, Anonymous from Earth. Even though Ozawa-kun was arrested? 555, Anonymous from Earth. There's quite a lot of people who actually believe conspiracy theories in society. 570, Anonymous from Earth. With the popularity of Hikaru, there would definitely be an increase in antis after all. Antis that come out to the surface also increase with that. 589, Anonymous from Earth. Celica said that she would be making an official announcement when things calm down, but seeing that they are not that hurried about it, it must mean that twin sis have judged that the Hikaru killer theory problem is almost fine to just ignore. What's more important right now is what will happen between Hikaru and Jean. They are suddenly beginning to live together after all. 594, Anonymous from Earth. With both the viewers of Jean and Hikaru together, they look like the strongest pair. 600, Anonymous from Earth. They will become the strongest couple in the world. 614, Anonymous from Earth. I have only followed Hikaru when it came to Chosen, but I got pulled in by the appeal of Jean-chan. This is cute. I didn't like Jean-chan that much, but when I see her together with Hikaru, she is cute. That was cute. 638, Anonymous from Earth. She became cute. 645, Anonymous from Earth. Jean also was passing her life without meeting other chosen. I think she actually felt lonely. That might have been another reason why she was moving along the matter of living together a bit forcefully. 657, Anonymous from Earth. No matter how strong she is still a 17-year-old girl. 660, Anonymous from Earth. Speaking of that, Jean-Chen is the same age as Rufria. 666, Anonymous from Earth. It is painful how I can already imagine the carnage. 679, Anonymous from Earth. There's a high chance we will get to see a scene where both are pulling his arms from both sides like in old rom-coms. 688, Anonymous from Earth. Won't he be ripped in two being pulled by two gorillas? 700, Anonymous from Earth. Don't call them gorillas. 706, Anonymous from Earth. Wonder which gorilla is stronger. 720, Anonymous from Earth. It does feel like Jean-Chen would provoke her a lot. I feel like she would say, your ex, huh? 734, Anonymous from Earth. Even though he was fishing all alone and lonely yesterday, today he is having a lovey-dovey couple lifestyle. What's going on here? Just what in the world are we being shown here? 745, Anonymous from Earth. Does Jean seriously plan on conquering the dungeon? Not even the Gran Alice Mary's has been conquered yet. The depths of the comparatively young dungeon, Melchior, are still completely unknown, right? Won't it be rough even for Jean-Chen? 748, Anonymous from Earth. Why is the party name not Love Twin Birds 2? 754, Anonymous from Earth. Using 2 even though there's already twin in the name sounds bad after all. 756, Anonymous from Earth. Did someone send a message to Jean-Chen? Tell Hikaru to open his messages. 769, Anonymous from Earth. Celica and Karen seem to have sent messages, but it looks like it didn't reach. Even the messages that would have reached before, aside from the required messages regarding the resurrection gem, aren't reaching Jean. Even the matter about comforting Hikaru, she did comfort him, but she doesn't go out of her way to say that she got messages like that. 774, Anonymous from Earth. The message reduction plan they themselves set up has made it so that the messages they want to send her are not reaching her anymore. Ironic. 786, Anonymous from Earth. With Nanamen back alive, even Celica probably can't put as much emotion now. Things are rolling favorably now after all. 794, Anonymous from Earth. Or more like, Jean always says I am not a messenger girl, right? But if she grows fond of Hikaru, she might tell him kindly. 810, Anonymous from Earth. They have only met for 2 days. From here on. 814, Anonymous from Earth. Jean might like the slightly gloomy Hikaru. 825, Anonymous from Earth. Spirit tools are convenient, you know. You can comfortably use water and fire, and you can get the energy source that are spirit stones from the dungeon. 837, Anonymous from Earth. It would be perfect if there were refrigerators too, but the magic tools that are categorized as refrigerators are disgustingly expensive. 849, Anonymous from Earth. That the streamlet originating from the Great Spirit is flowing by the side of the house is really nice. I would like to live in a city like this too. 863, Anonymous from Earth. Even if you don't have a refrigerator, there's a whole ton of eateries there, and if you hire a maid, you don't need to do the house chores. Don't you feel like Hikaru has suddenly become a normie? 879, Anonymous from Earth. He was originally a normie. He had twin little sisters and a cute childhood friend, you know? He had the normie factor. He was fated to become a normie without his notice. 886, Anonymous from Earth. Karen, unlikes maid Snatilda. At the time when we went together to the maid cafe, he was having even more fun than us. Celica, now that you mention it, I made a special order for maid clothes. Even though I wanted to show Onichen. When was the delivery day? Karen, 3 months, so still have to wait. We have to change the delivery address. 891, Anonymous from Earth. When Jean asked Hikaru about whether he liked maids, he replied with no comment, but with the fact that he was going to make his little sisters wear it. Isn't he like super into maids? 900, Anonymous from Earth. It is not that Hikaru wanted to make them wear it, but the two who went ahead and tried to. 907, Anonymous from Earth. I also wanted little sisters like that. 918, Anonymous from Earth. It is nice that there's a variety of fresh ingredients being sold in the market. The so-called blessing of the spirits. 922, Anonymous from Earth. Celica and Karen are not alluding to the fierce approaches of Jean much, even though they said a lot with Rafria. 936, Anonymous from Earth. Jean is a benefactor for the two of them after all. If the one who had gotten the resurrection gem was anyone other than Jean, it wouldn't have ended up in this development. 947, Anonymous from Earth. Compared to Rafria Sama, who showed her feelings instantly, Jean-chan hasn't said anything at all. The twins probably think of this as just them being mere roommates. 955, Anonymous from Earth. Then they don't know the subtleties of men and women much. In the end, they are still middle school kids. 967, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru and Jean as well are still high school kids though. 979, Anonymous from Earth. Thinking about high schoolers living together suddenly made my heart race. If we could send stuff to them, I would like to send them school uniforms. 984, Anonymous from Earth. It would be really surreal if they were to go into the dungeon with school uniforms. 993, Anonymous from Earth. In the olden RPGs and animes, there would be quite a lot with that taste. 999, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru suddenly gets a complete life. 1000, God, sudden announcement. Everyone, please gather your attention on your displays at hand. 1 hour from now, there will be a new announcement from God. Finish your work and prepare yourselves. 815, Anonymous from Earth. I am beginning to get nervous wondering who it is going to connect to. 816, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru is getting super nervous here. 817, Anonymous from Earth. His face is so pale it is scary. 822, Anonymous from Earth. He must think he has troubled them for going to an Isekai, so of course he would be scared. More so when his heart isn't prepared. 824, Anonymous from Earth. It connected. It is not Celica or Karen. Who? His mum? 826, Anonymous from Earth. This is his mum? You gotta be kidding. She is damn young. 831, Anonymous from Earth. An article somewhere said that Hikaru and his mother are not blood related. So maybe that was true. 837, Anonymous from Earth. His mother does look hot, but she is unbelievably cold. 838, Anonymous from Earth. Is she in a hotel somewhere? 846, Anonymous from Earth. According to her Instagram, she is currently on a cruise around the world. Even though her son is facing so much pain, she is so carefree. 850, Anonymous from Earth. They do say that family is the beginning of strangers. 851, Anonymous from Earth. Can't she contact them directly through cell phone? 861, Anonymous from Earth. Hint, cruising the whole world. 870, Anonymous from Earth. Celica, why her of all people? What criteria was it run with? Karen, we really should have had her carry a satellite phone. Celica, what about her tablet? Karen, As you can imagine, it is muted. Celica, geez. There's no choice but to contact the front then. So it seems. 872, anonymous from Earth. If it were a satellite phone, it would be possible to contact her. If not, there should at least be Wi-Fi in her room. 876, anonymous from Earth. It is difficult to call someone immediately in an environment where there's only internet. 878, anonymous from Earth. Do your best, Celica. Phyto. 879, anonymous from Earth. Celica is getting flustered to unprecedented degrees. 880, anonymous from Earth. There's only 20 minutes after all. 881, anonymous from Earth. The mother is releasing the presence of poison, but I am jealous at how young and beautiful she is. 885, anonymous from Earth. She gives out this feeling of a celebrity or a mistress. If she were smoking a long and thin cigarette, it would be a jackpot. 886, anonymous from Earth. Celica is calling the ship company like a machine gun. It is already redundant at this point, but being able to speak English is impressive. 890, anonymous from Earth. Can't she call the person herself directly? 895, anonymous from Earth. They are in the middle of cruising foreign waters, you know? It could connect if it were a satellite connection, but a normal phone won't reach. 897, anonymous from Earth. Celica is close to snapping here. Even Karen is a bit scared. 900, anonymous from Earth. Of course she would be. This is the chance of a lifetime here. 902, anonymous from Earth. Won't Jeannie-chan be telling Hikaru the truth? 904, anonymous from Earth. Jeanne is in the end just a stranger, so it is questionable whether Hikaru would believe it or not. If it had connected to Celica, everything would have been resolved. 905, anonymous from Earth. To think that sending our parents off to a world tour to get rid of the hindrances would instead end up blowing up on our faces in this way. Celica saying that so frankly is cute. 906, anonymous from Earth. Even though Alex is having a moving and tearful video call with her granny. Hikaru. 910, anonymous from Earth. For almost all of the chosen on a cursory glance it seems to be an emotional surprise. There's a decent amount of chosen who have a weird atmosphere going around them though. 912, anonymous from Earth. Jeanne was connected to her foster father, and they are talking, but it is pretty prickly. 913, anonymous from Earth. What's 100 million person? Note, not really sure if it is the same as millionaire, so I will keep it as that. Maybe there's some other word for it? 914, anonymous from Earth. They were sent off because they were hindrances? Lumao. 917, anonymous from Earth. Their parents seem to be normally happy about it though, from what I can infer from her Insta. To think that was the result of getting rid of hindrances. 919, anonymous from Earth. Won't Hikaru think they are living a happy and fulfilling life even without me? 920, anonymous from Earth. 100 million person refers to someone whose net worth from stocks and FX surpasses the 100 million. 921, anonymous from Earth. Earning hundreds of millions from cryptocurrency is just like them. It is so scary I can't put a hand on them. Playing with those numbers that just jump up and down. 922, anonymous from Earth. Hikaru thought that his little sisters and their parents were living together, huh? 928, anonymous from Earth. They are living together. They were simply thrown out on a worldwide trip though. 929, anonymous from Earth. Mother. 930, anonymous from Earth. This is a SHT parent. I can totally understand why Celica and Karen were trying to distance themselves from them. 931, anonymous from Earth. Where did the father go? Do something quick, damn it. 933, Anonymous from Earth. I am glad you were the one that was chosen. That's way too horrible. Do you even know what kind of experiences Hikaru has been living through? 934, Anonymous from Earth. The Instu is going to burn again. 936, Anonymous from Earth. Does that mean this mother has not been watching Hikaru? Even on the ocean, you can still go to the God channel, right? 940, Anonymous from Earth. Maybe she felt that way despite having watched him. Dangerous monsters show up in the Isekai, and a third of the chosen have legit died. 942, Anonymous from Earth. Don't know about Celica, but Karen would have definitely died if she had been sent to the Isekai. 945, Anonymous from Earth. That's not the problem here. 952, Anonymous from Earth. I don't know if she had ill intentions in those words or not, but that's plenty enough to hurt Hikaru. 960, Anonymous from Earth. Of course, there's the factor that it would be better than the two prodigies, but would you normally say that outright? 966, Anonymous from Earth. I pity him from the bottom of my heart. Hikaru is on the verge of tears here. 970, Anonymous from Earth. She is a monster. 973, Anonymous from Earth. This is hell. 974, Anonymous from Earth. Celica is flustered to death here. 980, Anonymous from Earth. If that were me, I would cut the call right there. 990, Anonymous from Earth. Honestly speaking, there's no real need to hold any connection with Earth, right? Don't worry about the viewership, deal with things properly with the points you save, and just think about the world in front of you. That 100% leads to a happier life. 999, Anonymous from Earth. If you could simply do that, there would be no hardships. 1017, Anonymous from Earth. There's a lot of chosen who are actually doing something close to that. It is not like they have a cameraman glued on them, so if you don't mind it, you forget it. Even Hikaru was acting solely on what was in front of him when he was trying to escape from the forest, most likely because he was pushing himself to his utmost limit. 1024, Anonymous from Earth. It is not the time to get flustered yet. 1030, Anonymous from Earth. From here on, the misunderstanding will be cleared and it will get a turnaround, right? I can tell that. 1053, Anonymous from Earth. Celica, you can do it. Do your utmost best. 1066, Anonymous from Earth. She is getting transferred at every single thing, it is such a pain. 1080, Anonymous from Earth. The room phone. With this, we can win. 1089, Anonymous from Earth. I don't know what will happen in that win though. It will at least clear the misunderstanding. I want him to lead a fulfilling Isekai life. 1096, Anonymous from Earth. We could even see the rebirth of Love twin birds. 1105, Anonymous from Earth. He said he didn't want their love to be seen, so I wonder about that. No, they can stop the filming by using crystals, so. 1120, Anonymous from Earth. If he suddenly gets positive and begins saving points for the sake of making out, I will laugh. 1125, Anonymous from Earth. The hot development of the room telephone and Celica's phone linking. 1129, Anonymous from Earth. The mother can't even hold a proper conversation, so just switch with Celica already. 1138, Anonymous from Earth. 1144, Anonymous from Earth. Why did she leave the phone hanging? 1148, Anonymous from Earth. The SHDest of SHTS. 1153, Anonymous from Earth. The father is apparently staying at the casino. 1157, Anonymous from Earth. That's right, this is reality. 1168, Anonymous from Earth. Were Hikaru and the twins raised in a crazy complicated household? 1170, Anonymous from Earth. Har? Drop dead. 1178, Anonymous from Earth. The episode that let us know that the twins saying Anichan was the one who raised us was serious to the bone. 1200, Anonymous from Earth. No one wants to hear about your drive on the West Coast. 1202, Anonymous from Earth. Your classic drunkard. Such terrible timing. 1218, Anonymous from Earth. Aren't the twins pampering their parents too much? Going as far as buying an Aston Martin. 1232, Anonymous from Earth. It is painful that I can understand the feeling of having hopeless parents like this. Hopeless people really are like this. Even with that, for Hikaru and twin, sis, they are without doubt the parents. 1244, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru, it is okay to be more angry, you know. You have the right to be angry. 1251, Anonymous from Earth. It would have been nice if Hikaru were the type that could hate his parents. 1259, Anonymous from Earth. I see that she is the type of parent that is always drunk. 1268, Anonymous from Earth. God always has bad timing. 1277, Anonymous from Earth. It is not that God has bad timing. Hikaru's timing is bad. 1289, Anonymous from Earth. No matter what timing it was, I feel like the result would have been similar. That's just how poisonous parents are. 1290, Anonymous from Earth. She is a serious case of an alcoholic. You could even say that her natural state is being drunk. 1300, Anonymous from Earth. There's even Chosen who got connected right in the dead of the night, you know? Just being able to talk is already better than that. 1304, Anonymous from Earth. Why didn't you connect to the twins? Seliku and Karen would have been fine too. Cries. 1311, Anonymous from Earth. People who got connected to their siblings are apparently super rare. I don't know what criteria it went with, but most got connected to their parents. 1319, Anonymous from Earth. They did say a relative, so it makes sense that's how it would turn out. Wouldn't it be more unnatural to skip the parents and go for the siblings? In other words, ending up like this was inevitable. Hikaru. 1330, Anonymous from Earth. Not only is her pointless talk long, Hikaru can't step in strongly, so I can get a peek of how their relationship between parent and child was. It is painful. 1341, Anonymous from Earth. Celica gave the order to go directly to the guest room, but they are taking their sweet time. Or maybe the staff members on their first cruise overseas are on that level. 1351, Anonymous from Earth. It is a luxury cruise ship where you forget about time and enjoy yourself, so even if told run as if your life depended on it, it would be hard to do. 1378, Anonymous from Earth. Oh, but they have arrived at the room now. Now if only the phone connects. No, it would be impossible to connect. They are going to be talking through their mother? 1388, Anonymous from Earth. Isn't it okay to just tell him the important stuff briefly? 1390, Anonymous from Earth. There's only 2 minutes left. 1395, Anonymous from Earth. That mother wasted too much time gloating about herself. 1397, Anonymous from Earth. Open the damn door already. 1401, Anonymous from Earth. This mother. 1406, Anonymous from Earth. My parents are pretty similar to this, so just watching is painful. 1412, Anonymous from Earth. It looks like Celica is also weak to her mother. I can tell from how she speaks. 1420, Anonymous from Earth. Not all households have a relationship where you can speak to your parents on equal ground. 1424, Anonymous from Earth. Please hurry more. 1428, Anonymous from Earth. So irritating. 1433, Anonymous from Earth. Celica is also hurried as hell. Well, this is a chance of a lifetime after all. 1440, Anonymous from Earth. Just one word. Get one word in. 1441, Anonymous from Earth. 1443, Anonymous from Earth. Guy E. Time up. 1444, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru. 1447, Anonymous from Earth. It just doesn't go his way. To think it would end with just hell. 1453, Anonymous from Earth. Celica's, yeah. The culprit that killed Nanami Anichan has been caught. The way she told her mother that was sad. 1466, Anonymous from Earth. Celica, sorry, I'm going to end the stream here for now. I am gonna cry. 1470, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru just jumped into the sea. Is he going to be okay? 1476, Anonymous from Earth. He must be burning right now. There's no choice but to swim it off. 1499, Anonymous from Earth. Even so, if it is Jean should be able to do something. 1519, Anonymous from Earth. Will she? She is the type that lacks words, right? I feel like she would just aggravate things. 1530, Anonymous from Earth. At first, my heart stopped thinking he was trying to kill himself there by drowning. Looks like that wasn't the case. 1543, Anonymous from Earth. His mother should seriously reflect about what she just did after watching Hikaru like this. 1556, Anonymous from Earth. Even so, if he meets Jean and Nanamikan revives, won't his spirit recover back to form? 1570, Anonymous from Earth. I would be happy about Nanamikan coming back to life, but I am beginning to worry if that will transmit to Hikaru. 1583, Anonymous from Earth. If only God didn't go with a relative, but instead connected it to your #1 fan as proper fan service. 1593, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru can barely trust anyone anymore, so I don't think just any words will be reaching him. 1600, Anonymous from Earth. Anyways, we've got no choice but to believe Jeanne will do something about it. That overt girl. 1614, Anonymous from Earth. On top of that, I will pray that Hikaru, who has fallen to the darkness, won't get subjugated. 1643, Anonymous from Earth. I will send a message to Jean. 1655, Anonymous from Earth. I will respect you if it reaches her. Your average strong emotion won't be reaching. 1670, Anonymous from Earth. Live, Hikaru. You are beautiful. 1685, Anonymous from Earth. Eat something tasty today and sleep soundly. Time heals all wounds. 1750, Anonymous from Earth. My message reached Jean-chan. 1755, Anonymous from Earth. Whoa. God has descended. 1760, Anonymous from Earth. What did you send? 1774, Anonymous from Earth. Please console Hikaru. He is a really good guy. 1775, Anonymous from Earth. Make Jeanne his plaything. 1790, Anonymous from Earth. Jin-chan consoling Hikaru. Can't she do it? That woman. 1803, Anonymous from Earth. What did Jin-chan answer? 1832, Anonymous from Earth. If he is my type, I will think about it. By the way, the board of Jean is on fever right now. 1854, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru being her type seems pretty low. He does have a cute face, but he is Japanese. 1862, Anonymous from Earth. Jean has done most of what she said she would be doing. If he really is her type, I think she will console him. 1880, Anonymous from Earth. They do say that people fall easily when they are being treated kindly while they are weak, but what's going to happen? 1893, Anonymous from Earth. We are going straight into a triangle between Refria. 1905, Anonymous from Earth. I think the chances of it ending with he is not my type. And ending right there are higher though. Jin-chan is a lone warrior after all. 1943, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru is back. That's a relief. He didn't just swim to a different continent just like that. 1956, Anonymous from Earth. If he were that reckless, things wouldn't be this sour. 1989, Anonymous from Earth. Anyways, I am looking forward to it. This would be the first time meeting a chosen for Jeanne herself. What's going to happen? Chapter 142, Inside the Plane to USA or Second Coming Celica's POV. We really ended up cramming Nanami-nin into a contrabass case. Nei-san was pretty confused by this, but I had judged that the chances of this happening were high, so we were fully ready. We lied about it being a high-class vintage musical instrument and forcefully made it pass. There was probably no need to go through the trouble of buying a vintage contrabass or a vintage cello for showing, but well, I could sell them over there, or just perform with it myself. I don't think I have the time to play with an instrument though. Nei-san is small not, but she is of average height, so she managed to fit into the contrabass case. But not only is it cramped, it is also pitch black inside of it, and she was shaken around the whole time, so it must have been scary. Good work, Nei-san. Now all that's left is the takeoff. Celica. After entering the jet, I had Nanami-nin freed. I didn't feel like I was back alive in that thing. Even so, that's impressive. I really didn't get found out. Nanami. It is also in part because we were lucky though. Celica. Nei-san was looking outside the window as if intrigued by all this. I looked at the back of that person that's really close to being family as I thought about what to do from now on. Sis has become a special existence amongst humanity with her being revived by God, so it might be hard for her to live normally now. Movie-like stuff like a weird cult attacking to try and obtain Sis might not happen, but there's a lot of unknowns in what could happen. If they have a country at their back, it might be difficult to go against them, but anything aside from that, as long as we hide the location, it should be okay. Most Westerners won't be able to tell the differences in the looks of us Japanese people. By changing her hair color a bit and having her put on glasses or something to disguise her, it might be enough. At any rate, Nanami-san can't stay normal. It will most likely be difficult for her to attend a high school too. The only thing we can do is to spread around that if you kill Sis, you get divine retribution, and to have her enter the protection of the country. For now, it would be around that much. Karen and I would personally enter into the category of rich people, but that's all it is in the end. We are in essence just mere clever children. Without the patronage of the country, if things roll into murder, we wouldn't be able to do anything. Running has its limits, and if they were to take Karen hostage at this stage, I really wouldn't be able to retaliate. I have begun to think negatively. Because of God. Celica. I was originally the positive type. I was the type that thought it has gone well until now, so we will be able to manage from here on too. And the reality is that we have done exactly that, managed somehow. But since the time brother was sent to the Isekai, the things I do tend to end up blowing up on me more often. How to say it? There's bad timing. That's right, the timing has been bad in everything. Even so, it is hard to think that God is targeting me and brother. If we are talking about the intervention of God, there have been more than hundreds of chosen who have died from misfortune. This is just in terms of results, but brother has survived, gotten stronger, and has a lot of viewers too. If it were really targeting him, he would have died a long time ago. No, the life of brother had ended to begin with at the time when he was killed together with Nanami Nin. I took a seat and checked the status of brother in my tablet. Looks like it has been decided that he will be living together with Jean-san. Seems like they are in the middle of buying things for their livelihood. Karen is watching along as she makes comments close to jealousy, but I let out a sigh of relief at brother leaking out a smile. Jean-san having been transferred to a place relatively close to brother is nothing but good fortune. If the one close by was someone else, it wouldn't have gone in this manner. Looks like Jan-san isn't a bad match for brother either. My chest is stinging a little bit, but I wouldn't mistake the priorities here. No matter how far he is, brother and I have a bond that won't be cut no matter what. Even so, what's with this aircraft? Nanami Nin looks around, confirming the insides. Did you buy it? Nanami, no way. It is a charter flight. Celica, we're on a charter jet for private use that has 8 seats. But the inside is extravagant, and it is made in a way that you forget you are inside an aircraft. Well, it is possible to change it if I were to force it, but I have no intentions of doing so right now. Are you okay? Even if it was chartered, it is still expensive, right? Nanami, I still haven't properly explained to you, but at the time you were dead, we were doing a lot, you see. Putting it simply, we are rich now. And so, there's no need to worry. More importantly, watch the highlight videos of Anna-chan in the middle of the flight. Celica, I press the button in the chair and a big monitor slides out in front of us. Brother ended up going to the Isekai in place of Nanami Nin, not really sure if that's really the case, and was in a pretty dangerous state for a long time. It is only now that he has finally gotten out of his dangerous state and has begun to stabilize, but I am sure there will be a lot that's painful for Nei-san. But she has to watch it. Or more like, she will end up watching it one way or another, so no harm in it being fast about it. This would be the fastest way to understand what has happened in the time she was dead. We got the permission for takeoff, and we separated from the ground. A half-day flight to the other side of the world. In the middle of the flight, I would answer the questions that would come every now and then while doing my own work. The flight itself went on without a hitch. There were no problems at all. Aside from the mental state of Nei-san. What's with this woman? Nanami, hey, Nei-san, calm down. See, Anna-chan is in a pretty dangerous state here, so thanks to Referee-san, he has managed to stand back up in some areas. Celica, even so, I don't like this. Even Hai-chan is finding it annoying. And yet, she follows him around, and to top it off, she goes out of control on her own and almost dies. What an unbelievable landmine of a woman. Nanami, it is true that there's that too, but she herself has her own good points. Celica, huh? Are you taking her side here? Nanami, that's not what I mean. Celica, scary. Nanami Nin has 2 personalities. Or not, but when it comes to brother, there's times when she would suddenly snap. The story of Nei-san calling a girl that had given a Valentine chocolate to brother and grilling her for that is a pretty famous story in our home area. On top of that, Nei-san is tenacious like a snake, to an extent where she never forgave her parents. Just how did a girl from a normal family, no matter how you see it, end up with a personality like this? I find it hard to understand. Even though she usually disguises herself as a normal fluffy girl. Nanaminin watched the adventures of brother with tears in her eyes, but since the moment Rafria-san appeared, her expression steadily changed. Looks like her patience meter ran out in the scene where they kissed under the moonlight. Well, for her, brother was literally ours, so I can understand her being pissed by this. If I had only been watching the videos, I might have snapped like Nasan too. But I can understand that this is a record of brother's desperate struggles to survive, and Rafria-san's presence was an irreplaceable piece in brother's survival. Also. I can't think badly of someone who has fallen in love with the same person as me. This is probably composure I can show because I am his blood-related little sister. With a still pissed Nasan at the corner of my vision, I watch the real-time broadcast of brother instead. I won't be participating in the watch-along, but Jan-san was unexpectedly powerful. She quickly coaxed brother into a conciliation and had completed a situation where they would be living together. As expected of the strongest woman. Acts as if she is absent-minded but is actually hearty. That she can manage to make it look like she is just prioritizing efficiency makes her really good at this. No, she might actually just be prioritizing efficiency. No, this is my woman instinct speaking here, but Jan is definitely trying to conquer brother here. The person that Nanaminin thought was hers is now at a place where her hands can't reach, and she must be feeling now as if she is being shown how other women are taking him away. She really must be feeling as if she is being strangled here. But no matter how annoyed you are by it, we currently can't do anything about it. The jet flew without any issues, went past Alaska, and there's only around 4 hours before we reach the East Coast airport. The eyes of Nanaminin were blazing, and was watching the edited video of Jan-san giving the resurrection gem to brother. I was a bit lacking in sleep because of the continuous events, so I took out the sheets to nap for a bit, but at the time when I was dozing off, a piri-ri-ri sound of a call rang. It is from Karen. Hello. What's the matter? Selican, look at the bulletin board. Karen. Bulletin board? I looked at it just before and it was burning again. It is a pairing of Anna-chan and Jan-san, so it is in a sense natural. Selica, just do it. Quick. Karen. I turned on the tablet at the rare threatening prompt of Karen. And then, I soon understood the reason for her call. God. Selica, it isn't only on the board of Anna, it is written on all of the bulletin boards, so it should be the real deal. Or more like, not even I have been able to hack this site yet, so. Karen, in 1 hour, right? What's going to be happening here? Selica, I don't know the intention of God, but it should be an announcement. It is certain that this God moves in a way to entertain humanity, so it seems to be prioritizing interesting things for entertainment. As a result, they are not that worried about people dying, but that in itself might be proof that it is inhuman. But even if that power is something that a human obtained, they might have done more horrendous things, so it is unexpectedly hard to say for sure. Whichever the case, we will be able to tell after 1 hour. I set an alarm for 1 hour later and decided to go back to sleep. After 1 hour, God appeared on the TV screen just like more than half a year ago. God only appears on the screens that are not being used. It doesn't appear suddenly in the screens that are in use. It may be to prevent accidents, but it is a God who unexpectedly shows forethought on the small details. I am God. My precious children, have you been doing well? The dazzling light silhouette says this. They said my precious children before, but what does it exactly mean by that? It probably doesn't hold much deep meaning for this God. Now then, let's go to the main topic at once. First, about the 1,000 otherworlders, it seems like it was a harsher world for you people than I thought, so close to a third died in just 1 month. That was outside expectations. Chills ran down my back. I know what God is going to be saying next. That's why I have decided to do a second transfer. It was decided randomly on the first transfer, but this time around, I will make it be the people that want to go to the Isekai the most. It seems like there's a lot of misfortune if you get sent there even though you don't want to go after all. Knew it. And at the same time, I shouted with a bad feeling about this. Nei-san. Your palm. Celica, eh? Eh? Nanami. I forcefully grabbed it to confirm. And then, right. About the child that died having the right to go. She will have her right back on her. You can call her a special case. Enjoy to your heart's content. The geometrical pattern moving in the hand of Nanami Nin. God. What's that about a special case? Aren't you just having fun here? Celica. I was about to punch the TV screen, but I endured at the very last second. God is obviously not watching this state of mine. They are going ahead with their talk at their own pace. I have shortened the preparation time compared to the last one. 20 days later at 0 o'clock. About the gifts before the transfer, there's a number of changes, so check them. 20 days? So short. Celica, the first time was after half a year. Even if you are going to shorten it, there's limits. Also, about the messaging function, it has gone heavily differently from how I expected it to work, so right, if I were to wrap it up in one word, it would be that many people are abusing it, and it pains my heart. Considering the possibility of unfavorable information being leaked onto the second batch of Otherworlders, after their transfer, in around 1 month. In other words, 50 days from now, the messaging function will be frozen temporarily. I plan on adjusting its functions at that time. You people should just watch over them without any unnecessary meddling. Freezing the messages. Celica, the decision was shocking for me. Brother seems to be pretty stabilized in terms of his mental state right now. There's even the chance that the message freezing will roll into a favorable direction. But that's different for Nanami Nin. Karen and I were planning on supporting her through messages and guiding her to a good direction. Now then, the lucky chosen, have a fulfilling Isekai life. God finished by saying that and disappeared. Of course, the proof of a chosen didn't disappear from the palm of Nanami Nin. At any rate, Nanami Nin has once again been chosen to be transferred to the parallel world. And, at the very least, it will be impossible to provide support to her after 1 month of the transfer. Chapter 143, Sister's Feelings or Chosen List. Celica's POV. Hey, Celica-chan, with this, I can be together with Hai-chan again, right? Nanami. Nanami Nin looked intently at the geometrical pattern that is moving on her palm as she said this. Those passionate eyes of hers were not something as soft as that of a maiden in love. It may be because this is just after she watched the videos of Brother, but she might be thinking with this, I should be able to get him back from those women. I don't think she is that much of an idiot though. I should return her to reality a little bit here. Nei-san, I think you already understand this, but that world is vast, you know? I think it is fine to make reuniting with Anna-chan your ultimate goal, but what's most important is to survive. Putting it bluntly here, I think you should forget about Anna-chan for the time being. Celica, forget. And then what? Are you telling me to live that to a degree where I don't die? Nanami, don't take it in a weird way. Then, Nei-san, what's going to happen if you were to reunite with Anna-chan as it is now? In the time when everyone is adventuring in the dungeon, will you be staying at home alone? Do you think you can put up a fight against the Isekai Beauty Rafria-san and the model-level Beauty John-san with that? Celica, what is it you are trying to say? Nanami, there's fire in the eyes of Nei-san. This may end up as if I am provoking her here, but it is important here to make matters clear for Nanami Nin. If I don't, it won't transmit to the stubborn Nei-san. It means that you have to become stronger, or it will simply grow worse for you. Anna-chan is kind, so I think he would protect you dearly if you were to show up, Nei-san. But that's all there's to it. Standing side by side and fighting, strengthening their bonds, That's Refria-san and Jean-san. There's no doubt you would become someone he would be troubled in what he should be doing with you. Even though you are not strong, only your jealousy is stronger than anyone else's. Celica-chan, you. Nanami, am I wrong? Celica, I might be a bit too harsh here. Nei-san bit her lips and was searching for counter-arguments. But this is the truth. Nei-san should be able to imagine that scenario with a little bit of thought. In the first place, Nanami and of course, me and Karen. Brother doesn't see us as women. We are the closest to what he considers family. But that's all there is to it. It is by no means him seeing us as women. Nei-san should be aware of that too. Aware that brother is conscious of Refria-san as a woman, but she is just a childhood friend for him. That she is already a few lengths away in the race. Also you lose completely in terms of appearance. A beauty on the level of Refria-san, you would find it hard to find one even if you were to search all of Earth. Celica, hitting where it hurts. But Hai-chan isn't the type to choose by appearances. Nanami, naive. Too naive, Nei-san. Hai-chan was raised without the love of parents, so he is extremely weak towards women with overflowing maternal aura. He might not swerve to Jean-san much, but he would fall instantly to Refria-san. No, you should already consider that you can't win against her when you are making your plan. Celica, the reason Karen and I were doing our best in bust exercises was because we already knew the weakness of brother since we were elementary schoolers. Thanks to that, or maybe because of our blood, they have grown to a decent degree, but we are far from being able to compete with the natural Refria-san. Those are already on the level of deadly weapons. Then, what are you telling me to do? Live my life all lonely in that world without reuniting with Hai-chan? Nanami, that's not it. I have already contacted the training facility, so I will have you train as if your life depended on it for 20 days. Anyways, forget about the lifestyle you've had until now. Consider it as if you have time slipped from the modern era. If not, you will really be dying, or face an even worse fate, you know? You are a young woman, so you have to be several times more careful than men. For the sake of that, you really need to get stronger. Celica, I see. Right. Thanks, Celica-chan. Nanami, no, rather, I regretted the fact that I didn't make preparations for that at the time when you were selected. I myself didn't understand well what an Isekai transfer was, you see. Celica, looks like Nei-san has at least understood this. If she were to go with such a flimsy hope like wanting to meet up with brother in the Isekai, I can easily see her facing tragedy. That god is normally impartial, however, 300 people died in just 1 month. There's also a decent amount of people whose hearts broke from this. It is impartial and cruel. You could even call it simple-minded. Anyways, I don't want Nei-san to suffer that. Celica-chan, but I have died once, you know? That's probably why I might not be too scared of death. Nanami, she really doesn't understand. She is one hopeless sis. Please be scared. For the sake of me and Karen, please be scared. Celica, Mew, what hopeless little sisters. Nanami, those are my words, is what I swallowed, and mailed the private military affairs company an additional mail. There's a need for Nei-san to train her body but also her heart at the same time. Will she be able to kill an animal? I will have it in the program, but it is probably going to be difficult. She likes animals quite a lot after all. But whether she can do it or not can make her life in the Isekai easier. Humans live by killing living beings and assimilating them. In that world where there's spirit energy, more so the case. Now that I think about it, about the thing that you will be bringing to that world, I will be the one deciding on it, Nei-san. Celica, What about photos? Nanami, when you reunite with Hai-chan, you can just get it from him. There's no doubt he still has it on him without throwing it away after all. Celica, True. Nanami, while I wrote an email to a prominent firearms company in Connecticut, I was thinking about the equipment that Sis should be bringing. The head office of that company is close to the place we are living, and it is the manufacturer that makes the most famous carbine gun in the world. It should be the best choice to order a special gun to be made. God allows you to bring an item as long as it is something you can hold in one hand. If it is a gun, you can bring the scope, the magazine, and even an add-on grenade launcher. On the other hand, if you were to forcefully add extra magazines, that won't fly. It has to solely be a single tool. What entails that when adding and subtracting is a bit difficult, but it should be safe for it to be a special order one with an enormous magazine. The guns on gun racks can't have much loaded on them. A normal assault rifle has at best 30 shots. As long as you can't reload your bullets in the Isekai, the bullets will become of utmost importance. Meaning that it should have conditions like a lot of bullets, a lot of power in each shot, difficult to malfunction, and a woman can use it. The bullets should be slightly bigger than your usual ones too. Well, at any rate, I only have surface-level knowledge in this field. I don't have time, but I should be able to make a single special gun if I put in the money. Probably. By the time I finished writing the email, my phone rang. It is Karen. Did a problem happen again? Celica, did you see it? Karen, what? Wait, it is that. Did it already get posted? Celica, it has, so take a look at it. Karen, I soon understood what Karen was trying to say. The Isekai chosen list must have been updated. This time around, there will be 300 chosen. There's more than 7 billion people in the whole world, so 300 is truly a small number. There's no chance that an acquaintance will be chose. Wait, you were chosen? Celica, now that I think about it, I didn't think about the chance that Karen would be selected. I didn't get selected, so I just assumed Karen didn't. That's not it. More importantly, quick. You will be able to understand if you check it. Karen, alright. Don't scare me like that. Celica, I operated the tablet while we spoke. And then, I soon understood the reason why Karen was letting out a voice as if she were on the verge of dying here. God. You have done it now. Celica, why? How can something like this happen? Karen, he might have believed that message. Celica, when we called that man out, we sent him a message through line in the name of God. I am God. You have shown me your desire to go to the parallel world. I am thinking of prioritizing you on the next batch to the parallel world. But that was bad. At this rate, you will be arrested and executed. I have ordered my subordinates to shelter you. They will be arriving soon, so bring your clothes covered in blood and the knife you used, and come to the outside of your house. For the people in your house, just leave a note saying that you will be going on a journey to train in order to go to the parallel world. There's the need to gather energy for the next Isekai transfer, and it takes time. It is possible to trace your smartphone, so leave it behind. We will provide you with a different device on our side. That should have been what was sent to him. And we didn't go through the trouble of telling him that it was a fake message. If that man continued believing that message was real, that no matter what kind of treatment he gets, there's no problem since he will be able to go to the Isekai. If he were dreaming of going to the Isekai this whole time, if he had been placing that as the support of his heart no matter how much pain he was inflicted. Is this also a mistake of mine? Celica, on the screen, it shows a grumpy brown-haired boy. Chosen number 1133, Ozawa Uik, hi. The man that killed Nanami Nizian, her family, and my brother has been chosen to be transferred to the Isekai. Chapter 144, Ozawa again or arrival. Celica's POV. What happened? Nanami. Nanami Nin. It seems like this guy has been chosen. Celica. Eh? Nanami. Nanami Nin looks closer at the tablet. Ozawa Yuichi, 15 years old. His cheeks are hollow, long slitted eyes with no light, and his unhealthy look are the characteristic traits of this boy. I don't know if he is dyeing it himself, but his dirty brown hair is turning slightly like pudding color. The photo here that God prepared is most likely the current appearance of the person. This dot is the guy that killed me. Nanami. That's right. He should be in prison right now. No, he is probably still at the hospital. He hasn't been prosecuted yet, but well, I am sure he will be given the death sentence. You may have come back to life, but the sin of killing 3 people is still there. But, Celica, but? Nanami, it is impossible to perform a death sentence in 20 days. Of course, it would also not be realistic to release him temporarily to assassinate him. There's limits to getting the public on our side. I don't think we will be able to stop him from going to the Isekai. Celica. There's a new warning added below. Even in the case when an Isekai chosen dies on Earth, their right of transfer won't disappear, and their body and memories will be restored before they are transferred. Karen enters the conversation through the phone. I see. The first time was horrible after all. So they have dealt with it beforehand now, huh? There were 1,000 chosen including Nanami Nina in the first batch. 24 were killed. In other words, there were 24 that had to be selected again including brother. They probably actually intended to send those 1,000 they first selected. They must have feared a repeat of before. What I get from this is that this god doesn't really aim to use these Isekai transfers to bring promotion. It means that it is truly for entertainment purposes. Whichever the case, it is impossible to eliminate Ozawa in 20 days, and he won't be given the death sentence now. It has been settled that he will be able to escape to the parallel world. Then, the problem here would be whether he will be getting involved with brother and Nanami Nin. Asking just in case here, but would you try to get direct revenge against this guy? Celica, if I do meet him, I will settle the scores. But the world is big, right? I wouldn't go out of my way to search for him. Reuniting with Hai-chan takes priority after all. Nanami, settle the scores? Are you going to kill him? Celica, I don't know. But he is the killer of my parents. I may have been a bad daughter, but I should at least do that for them. Nanami, you are strong, Nei-san. Celica, you normally would be scared towards the person that killed you. But I can't feel signs of that from Nanami Nin. She said she will be doing it, so I am sure she will. There's no need to worry, huh? Then, the problem would be Anna-chan, huh? Maybe he would try to go to where Anna-chan is to kill him in order to get back at him. Am I overthinking here? I have way too little information. Celica, we have shown him videos of the Isekai somewhat in order to get out information from him at the time when he was confined. He most likely knows that he himself got bounced off and the person he killed brother had gone to the Isekai instead. At the place where he is incarcerated, he can also read books, so he should be able to investigate the Isekai to a decent degree. He can also meet with his lawyer, so he can ask about it at those times. Having an unjustified grudge against him. He most likely does, Celica. In terms of results only, brother has become the most popular Japanese chosen. In a dark dungeon, having adventures side to side with death, a romance with a beauty like Rafrea-san, days of swinging a sword and using spirit abilities in battle, for that man, that's the place where he should be standing at. In that case, he will try to take it back from him, and if that's impossible, he might try to destroy it. Honestly speaking, I don't know. I don't understand the feelings of humans that can't make logical decisions. At any rate, the second group has an advantage here. The right answer depends on the person, but the incorrects in the character making have been cleared up to a certain degree, and the dangers of random transfer are widely known now. The chances are low that Ozawa would go through the trouble of heading to where brother is to harass him in that vast world. Also, for Ozawa, brother is someone he killed, and for brother, he is the person that killed him. Moreover, the person that killed his childhood friend. Thinking about the possibility of being taken revenge for that, he should instead take distance from him. That's the logical conclusion. He has finally been chosen to transfer to an Isekai, so he can switch his mentality. That should be the way of thinking of a normal human. A normal human wouldn't kill 4 people in a day, Celica. People who have killed 4 people in one day outside of war, even when accounting for all of humanity in ancient and modern times, it is only a few. If we limit it to only modern times, you would say he is a rare mass murderer. In other words, there's no way he is normal. He managed to go about a normal school life with a normal face, so a psychopath is a truly fearsome thing. I really should have killed him. Why does everything end up turning on me? Is God really intervening here? Celica, if we were to put it in numbers here, there's no other way to take it but them intervening. Sis being selected could be taken as a coincidence, but her being killed, my brother being chosen for some reason, and then the killer has been chosen now. It is way too well made to be a coincidence. It is okay, Celica-chan. Don't make such a grave expression. Big sis here will kill him in your stead. Nanami Nin. Foo, even though you are a weakling. Celica, with my little sister making a face like that, I will of course want to try and provide her peace of mind, right Tilda? Nanami, I am indeed uneasy, but it might just be me overthinking it. The world is big. On top of that, there's a limit to transportation means. As long as there's no way to choose where to transfer to, no matter where the plans of Ozawa are, the chances of him being transferred close to brother are extremely low. Of course, there's the possibility that one can choose where to transfer to this time round. At worst, even if brother were to be attacked, he is strong. Jean should be close to him for a good while. It is not like I don't have regrets for not killing Ozawa for the sin of killing uncle and auntie and escaping to the parallel world, but there's nothing I can do about it anymore. I have no choice but to think about what's ahead. After finishing the long flight, we finally arrived at the airport. It is around 1 hour to the house by car. Karen is probably waiting impatiently there. But before that, there's a bit of an event. I will be having you meet a governmental figure, Nei-san. Celica, why? Nanami, you don't have a family register and you are coming to the country illegally, right? We have gotten you the documents as a special case, but there's an interview with the one in charge. Well, you will be going to the parallel world, so all this procedure might not be important anymore though. Celica, speaking of it in the extreme, if it is 20 days, there's no need for even a visa. Then, there's no need to force her to come here, she could have lived in Japan. Well, her family register has been erased already, so there's no point in saying that though. God really likes to scratch away at every single plan I have. Or maybe I simply have way too low real luck. Because of the appearance of a paranormal existence that is God. Even things that I would just wash away as just simply unlucky, I end up considering every single time is it God messing with me? Which I dislike. Thinking about it logically, there's no need to choose me out of all the 7 billion people to pull off tricks around. We pack up our things, go down the ramp, and the one in charge wearing a suit was waiting for us there. After exchanging light greetings, we were led to a special room. After being led to a special room, we safely received the nationality for Nanami Nin, and after finishing a short interview, we went our way back in the car they prepared. Nanami Nin was lying completely exhausted by my side. Man, that was surprising. To think the president himself would be showing up. Celica-chan, I am surprised you could stay that normal there. I was so nervous I thought I would die there. Nanami, of course I would put energy there. That's one of the strongest cards in the connections one can get. I have gotten their business card too. I think it will be of use sometime. Being a child is advantageous at times like this. I don't think it would go this well if I had been an adult. Celica, I really don't get you in those areas, Celica-chan. It is a lie that you are a middle schooler, right? Nanami, that's right. I'm actually a reincarnator. As if. If I were a reincarnator, I would have attacked Ana-chan a long time ago. Celica, yikes. Nanami, about the president showing up, they had journalists there, it must have been to raise popularity. Nei-san has ended up being chosen, but she is the first one in human history to get revived by the hands of God. Even though she can only stay for 20 days here, it means there's still ways to use her. On the request of the president, she will end up being pulled around a third of those 20 days around for events, but if it is only that, there should be no problems. It is not like she can train 24 hours a day anyways. I can just schedule it in a way that events will be treated as her resting times. It may just be lip service, but they said that they will be helping with the preparations of the Isekai transfer too. According to God, even if you die in the preparation time, they will still be transferred without any issues, so no matter how the country and the religious organizations were to mediate, it is reassuring that they won't be able to kill her. I will use anything I can use. On top of that, I will even get connections. Anyways, there should eventually be a time when they will be of use. The condition to grant nationality was to tell them the 20-day schedule, so I gave them a simple one I made, but there wasn't anything special about it since I was planning to have Nei-san to train for the whole 20 days. Train, eat, rest, train, eat, rest, a repeat of that. It is fine with pushing herself a bit. Her body will be refreshed at the time of the transfer anyways. Chapter 145, Skill Allocation Cautions or PMSC Celica's POV. We returned to the house for now, and after the moving reunion of Karen and Nanami, we made preparations at once, and we headed to the private military company, PMSC. It is the company that an acquaintance of the SP Linda is working at. It is close to our house, so it is a great place for Nei-san to train in. In terms of priority order, the first thing would be to get the minimum degree of physical strength, arm strength, and endurance, getting knowledge of the gun she will be bringing along with her and firing training, simple martial arts and anti-monster battle training. Of course, there's the need to have her get knowledge regarding the Isekai, but Karen and I will be in charge of that. It might be possible to raise the physical strength itself from points, but it is important to train her mental strength with harsh training too. Putting it bluntly, Nanami is hopeless when it comes to exercising. Since she was young, she would only play games with us after all. Even now, she still continues playing to a decent degree. Honestly speaking, 20 days island way too short of a time to prepare. Everything will only serve to temper her blade a bit, but it is better than not doing anything. Nei-san, these 20 days from here on will be quite the harsh schedule, so be prepared. Humans don't get muscles quickly, but if it is waking up the sleeping muscles, 20 days should be enough. No, we will make it in time one way or another. For now, we will be waking up every single muscle fiber you have. Celica, I don't really get it, but I leave it to you. I have no say in this matter, right? Nanami, as expected of Nei-san. You really get it. I will have you move completely in the schedule I have prepared for the whole 20 days. Celica, KK, I will leave everything to Celica-chan tilde. Nanami, it was slightly standoffish of her, but even Nei-san must be confused at what's going on with everything suddenly getting like this. It is not like I myself know what's going on. I will simply do the best I can do. I will send you the data later, but at least have a grasp of the cautionary points in the skill allocation. God said they would be changing the skills you can choose compared to the first time, but the basics are most likely going to stay the same. Celica, by basics, I mean physical power and the resistance parts. If they are going to change something, there should be things aside from that. Honestly speaking, the second group of chosen are at an advantage. They have to get the most of this advantage for the point allocation. The hard part will be the high-cost gifts and the plus-point type choices. If used well, she can increase her chances of survival greatly. It is just that I don't want Nasan to take a single high-point cost. She definitely should take the basic abilities only. This is just me speculating here, but I think the completely random transfer is going to disappear. Brother only survived because he had a lot of points. If not for that, he wouldn't have been able to buy barrier stones, and he would have died the very first day. God is going through the trouble of replenishing 300, so I don't think they are trying to pointlessly kill people. 24 people died before the transfer. Meaning that this is the minimum line for changes? Celica, a lot of chosen died because of the random transfer. There were chosen who were fortunately transferred to a decently safe place and were later confirmed that it was from random transfer, but those are the minority among the minority. Most died from the random transfer. The point allocation of chosen still hasn't been published. That's why we don't know how the points of the dead chosen were, but it is self-explanatory that the allocation of high point costs comes first from the random transfer. Taking high point cost abilities with the points that are given at the beginning isn't that reliable. I don't know what decision God will be making there. In other words, it is whether they died because they took high point cost abilities or because they got hit with the random transfer. In terms of fate, the only possibility is that they died from the random transfer, but what will be the judgment of God? From the first 1,000 chosen, the ones who chose random transfer were 75 including brother. From those, only 7 survived. 34 people took the charm that costs 50 points. Many who took that died on the first day, but there were many chosen who shouted charm when using it, so it was easy to tell who were the people that took that ability. It is hard to use it, and if you use it in a half-baked manner, you are inviting yourself to a witch trial, prosecuted as a person that uses strange abilities. It also amplifies troubles related to people, so it is pretty hard to utilize. There's only 4 alive from that group. Of those, 3 of them barely use charm and live a plain lifestyle. In a sense, they are intelligent. It is only a trump card when you don't show it. 39 took the 50-point healing magic. For some reason there were many who took it at the same time as the random transfer, and 21 died on the first day. There were many chosen who would shout heal at the times when they were injured. From the remaining 18 people, 2 were prosecuted and died, and 12 died from doing impossible adventures relying on healing. 4 people out of those are currently alive. This magic is apparently a forbidden ability that elves seek. The healing effectiveness is strong, but the spirit energy consumption is pretty big. Thus, the number of uses is low, and it is also an ability that is difficult to use. 37 people took the affection of spirits that cost 30 points. From within that, 22 took random transfer and died. The only one who took both random transfer and affection of spirits was brother. From the remaining 15 people, 8 people have been caught by the church as loved ones and 6 were devoured by great spirits. The only one that is living as a loved one freely is brother. The remaining ones are super concentration and communication, but there aren't many deaths from those 2, so they can be left as they are I guess. Celica, there's a high chance of all people dying from taking high-cost gifts. Of course, there's also the chance of everyone surviving, and the chance that the popular choices survive and the unpopular gifts, like super concentration, will be dying instead. Well, in the end, we are dancing on the palm of God's hand, huh? There's no knowing unless the lid is opened. Celica, with the achievements of Jansan, it is widely known that in the end, The strongest path is to increase your level and punch them with raw physical force. There will be less people who will take the gamble of taking high-cost abilities, so there's no way they would take something like a random transfer. No one wants to go to the ice kite to die after all. What was your recommendation, Celica-chan? Nanami, physical strength up and endurance up are indispensable, but you can get both after the transfer, so it might not be necessary to take them immediately. Celica, but it is also true that those are the most stable gifts. Nei-san doesn't have physical strength, so I want her to take both of them to level 3. Just that alone would require 20 points, but that's how valuable they are. As for spirit energy up, it would be better to make a contract with a great spirit in the area and check the amount of uses you have first before deciding. If you can use 2, you are average, 3 times, talented, more than 4 times, genius. What's important is to properly keep points left. You can use them after judging the situation after all. A high-efficiency world map is super convenient, but you can get that later. If a new special power comes, you might have to take it depending on what it is, but that's something we won't know until we see it. Well, as long as there's no big irregularities, just keep it to increasing your physical strength and endurance. Celica, I see. It is complicated. Nanami, it is not something that has a set answer after all. The priorities change depending on your lifestyle and your personality. Celica, in the gifts, there's things that you can only choose in the beginning, and those you can choose later. For the items, you can obviously take them later. Age, special powers, transfer point, disadvantageous factors. Those 4, you can only put points on them at the beginning. That's why it will be crucial how you deal with those 4. But that in itself is a big trap. Special powers are strong if they fit well, but in the end, you tend to become a one-trick pony. Just like how you can tell from watching Jan-san, plainly dumping everything to physical strength and endurance is more certain and stable. Moreover, spirit abilities are truly magic that is only suitable for those gifted with the talent for it. I do understand the idea of longing for it, but it would be better to just think of it as an extra. If it ends up just like with Alex-san where, in the end, you barely use it at all, it would be a waste of points. Anyways, you should think of physical strength up as your axis. Also, you will have to take stuff like items, so you should keep your first choices to a minimum as much as possible. Of course, there's no knowing until we actually see it though. There's also the chance that it has been changed into a system where you have to use all of your points. In the first place, we don't know how many points you will be getting. Celica, the points are normally assigned by age. 15-year-olds are on the high side when getting points because of their youth. You might have the leeway to get one special power of 20 points max. Well, I may have said a whole lot here, but there's no way Nei-san will be following my instructions to a T. The reason why she is obediently accepting the training is solely because she herself feels it is necessary. Even in the point allocation, if I continue telling her over and over, she might put at least 5 points each on physical strength and endurance. Of course, if there's no other appealing thing, she probably will obediently put the points as instructed though. This is solely decided by the person herself. What I can do here is give advice. As vexing as it is. Nei-san, the allocation of points is really important, okay? If you choose haphazardly, Celica, I get it already. I don't want to die either. I will choose properly. Nanami, please do. We will be arriving soon. Celica, the car we were in entered the site of a relatively new pretty building that's in the suburbs. The private military company is still a new field, and the company of the acquaintance of Linda is earning a good degree, so it looks like a decent company at a glance. Then, Linda, I am counting on you with Nei-san. Celica, eh? Nanami, yes, boss. I will finish her up as ordered. Linda, I will mail you the schedule once it is clear. Contact me if anything happens. Celica, Nanami. Linda was originally a mercenary enrolled in this PMSC. It seems like they do training and exams for new recruits, so it should be okay to leave it to them. Of course, I think she is going to be having pretty rough and painful days, but she is just gonna have to do her best. Well, at least be grateful that your drill sergeant isn't a burly giant man. W8, Celica-chan. What's the meaning of this? Nanami, what's the meaning of what? Didn't I tell you that you will be training? It is okay. There's also lodging facilities, and the meals are full of nutrition. Celica, what about you, Celica-chan? Nanami, I have a mountain of work to do, so I will be acting separately. I will properly be accompanying you in the PR and work that's country related, so don't worry. Celica, but Nanami, yeah, there's no time, so train. At the very least, to a degree where you can protect yourself. Celica, Linda grabbed the collar of Nanami and dragged her. Nei-san is the type with strong spirit, but she is in the end born and raised in Japan. Training in a bloodthirsty place like this will be hitting her pretty hard, but that's why it is good. She is going to be thrown into a completely different world. It is better to not think softly about it. Chapter 146, Exclusive Chosen Bulletin Board JPN, Number 1000 Kuros Hikaru, 4451st. 3. Anonymous from Earth. Man, the second transfer came as expected. My heart was on the verge of exploding until I saw my own palm. 5. Anonymous from Earth. I did think it would happen, but to think it would come this soon. Won't the whole population of Earth be migrated to that world in around 20 years or something? Maybe I should liquidate a variety of things while I still can. 6. Anonymous from Earth. Missed. Why? Are you telling me I lacked the desire? 8. Anonymous from Earth. Didn't get chosen, let's go. 11. Anonymous from Earth. It is the right to go to a world of sword and magic after all. Can't they sell it to me for around 100,000 yen? 13. Anonymous from Earth. The condition to be selected being the ones who want to go to the Isekai the most might be some sort of pretext in and of itself. 16. Anonymous from Earth. We've got no choice but to continue maintaining stronger feelings than ever. No choice but to quit my job. The backwater formation. To place yourself in a situation where you can't retreat. 20. Anonymous from Earth. Why did I, who even made perfect simulations of how I would allocate my points, was not selected? 22. Anonymous from Earth. Strong feelings are not something that can be shown in numbers after all. No matter how I think about it, this god doesn't feel like the omnipotent type. I would even go as far as to say their intelligence is on the level of a high schooler. Oops, someone's knocking on the door. 26. Anonymous from Earth. Divine punishment. 27. Anonymous from Earth. Why am I not being selected? I also want to go all-up protagonist in the Isekai. 29. Anonymous from Earth. The people that want to be op protagonists tend to die early. 30. Anonymous from Earth. So it is not a real-time announcement for the chosen side, huh? Hikaru is having a leisure shopping date with Jean. 41. Anonymous from Earth. Then, the messages are still not frozen? Think I can slide that announcement in? 49. Anonymous from Earth. The submission form has been frozen, so it is impossible. 52. Anonymous from Earth. 20. The person doing the point allocation simulation, I think there's easily hundreds of millions doing that same thing. I would be dumping all of my points into the spirit energy stuff, not taking affection of spirits. 57. Anonymous from Earth. Why is it prohibited to send messages? Even the talk about abusing it, it hasn't been abused that much, right? 61. Anonymous from Earth. Dumping everything into the spirit energy entries means that you are taking a build assuming you will be forming a party, right? Wouldn't it be stronger to train your physical strength in that world? 64. Anonymous from Earth. That's because Celica squeezed the messages of Jeanne. 69. Anonymous from Earth. As long as I can earn a bit and get stuff, anything's fine. It seems like you can also tinker your age, so I could redo my youth. That's plenty enough reason to want to be transferred. Average feelings of a middle-aged guy. 71. Anonymous from Earth. No, that's something a guy before had tested and she simply made use of that. I wouldn't really call it abuse. 80. Anonymous from Earth. 3. And, how was it? 90. Anonymous from Earth. 80. Of course I wasn't chosen. 100. Anonymous from Earth. There was that murder, right? The one where a chosen learned about a chosen who had money and killed them. 105. Anonymous from Earth. That indeed happened. That's certainly abusing it. Or more like, that's the fault of the chosen. It is their bad for utilizing the message. 114. Anonymous from Earth. Easy to say. But it is also the fault of the viewers for sending way too much information in the messages. There's no need to go through the trouble of telling them that guy's pockets are loaded. 126. Anonymous from Earth. In these cases, it is hard to judge who is the one doing the abusing here. It really is the fault of anonymity. If they made it so it shows the country and full name, it would serve to keep in check the pretty bad messages. 138. Anonymous from Earth. It is obviously the one who actually does the deed that is the most at fault here. 149. Anonymous from Earth. I should send a ticket for it to be implemented, huh? 160. Anonymous from Earth. Just by a chosen nearby having a rare item, it can become plenty enough motive to kill them and get it. 167. Anonymous from Earth. It is important to send tickets for demands. The management is God, so there's no room for doubt that they seem estranged to the feelings of people. 173. Anonymous from Earth. In the end, the ethic of chosen is important. They should gather this time's chosen and teach them morals. The Isekai is not a trash can. It really is not good to be sending people that are trash. 180. Anonymous from Earth. Is the list of chosen not posted yet? 187. Anonymous from Earth. The special case that got their right back is referring to Nanamitten? 199. Anonymous from Earth. There's no other aside from her. Or more like, Nanamaikan just managed to revive, and yet, she is going to be sent to the Isekai anyways. 206. Anonymous from Earth. God, out of goodwill. 213. Anonymous from Earth. Thanks no thanks. 228. Anonymous from Earth. Nanamaikan is pitiful. Even though I was looking forward to the watch-along streams of Celica, Karen, and Nanamaikan. 238. Anonymous from Earth. It is only 20 days this time around after all. 240. Anonymous from Earth. Isn't it good that she can reunite with Hikaru though? 245. Anonymous from Earth. We don't really know what kind of relationship Nanamaikan had with Hikaru. 254. Anonymous from Earth. You saw the photos in that album, right? There's no way she would bring that many photos of a person she thought nothing of. 260. Anonymous from Earth. Even if there's an update to the list, we can only go, there's X amount of Japanese people. Speaking of them would be impossible without knowing their details. 264. Anonymous from Earth. If it is a handsome guy or a hot lady, that alone can make any thread heated up though. 272. Anonymous from Earth. I would say we can only actually gather information from tomorrow on. 286. Anonymous from Earth. There's a theory that, because there's already Nanomikan, the slots for Japanese people have decreased. There's most likely not that many from Japan. 300. Anonymous from Earth. With 300 people, I would say it is around 20 people if it is on the same balance as before. Japanese people are a solid choice, or like there's a lot who survive, so there's even the chance that they will increase the amount. 309. Anonymous from Earth. It is true that the ones with in-depth knowledge of fantasy games adapt faster. Well, the prime example of that is Jan though. 315. Anonymous from Earth. There's rarely any people who can move like in games as she does. 321. Anonymous from Earth. It is a rare case of having both knowledge and proactiveness. 323. Anonymous from Earth. The ones who have the strongest desire to go to the Isekai, was it? Why wasn't I chosen? Were my feelings still too weak? 330. Anonymous from Earth. Won't know until we see the list. Isn't it just that guys like us who want to escape reality don't get selected? We end up thinking negative stuff no matter what after all. 345. Anonymous from Earth. Seeing things only on the positive side and longing for it, that's a privilege of children and idiots after all. 357. Anonymous from Earth. Then, are you saying the next chosen will be mainly children and idiots? That would be hell. 368. Anonymous from Earth. God doesn't understand the hearts of humans after all. It is plenty possible. 380. Anonymous from Earth. The list has been updated. 395. Anonymous from Earth. Oh, the ones from Japan are really a bit on the high side. 400. Anonymous from Earth. Oi, Ozawa. 406. Anonymous from Earth. I really can't tell anything just from their faces. 419. Anonymous from Earth. The age distribution seems to be the same as last time. 422. Anonymous from Earth. The number 1057 girl is cute. 430. Anonymous from Earth. Oi, Ozawa. Second time in 2 seconds. 437. Anonymous from Earth. Nanamitan is cute. She is lined up by the side of Hikaru being the 1001. 440. Anonymous from Earth. Isn't Ozawa that infamous true culprit? 451. Anonymous from Earth. Seriously? Can that be possible? It is true. 454. Anonymous from Earth. Selecting a murderer. Just execute him at once already. 456. Anonymous from Earth. Can you execute someone in 20 days? 459. Anonymous from Earth. He still hasn't even had his first trial. 464. Anonymous from Earth. If the verdict is given, he should be executed, but 20 days would be impossible. It is settled that he will be escaping to the Isekai. 468. Anonymous from Earth. God really doesn't understand the heart of humans. 475. Anonymous from Earth. This is the worst. Is it really okay to send a guy like this to the Isekai, God? 480. Anonymous from Earth. Looks like there's no concept of you can't if you are a bad guy. So abusing the message system is not allowed, but choosing an evildoer is okay. What a tyrant mindset. 485. Anonymous from Earth. No, can't this be taken as a chance for Nanamikan and Hikaru to get their revenge? 500. Anonymous from Earth. Will we be able to see the true calling of Assassin Hikaru? 510. Anonymous from Earth. A guy that has just transferred, for the current Hikaru, twisting his head would be as easy as twisting a faucet. 514, Anonymous from Earth, I forgot the messages were frozen. 523, Anonymous from Earth, there's also the method of telling the other new chosen. Everyone wouldn't want to have a mass murderer among their group, right? It would be better for him to disappear at once. 534, Anonymous from Earth, once they go to the Isekai, he would just be one of the many evildoers though. He also knows the weaknesses of Hikaru and Jean, and their current location. 542, Anonymous from Earth, can you get that information from prison? 550, Anonymous from Earth, don't know, but they should be able to read books and newspapers. 555, Anonymous from Earth, their lawyer can tell them to a certain extent too. 562, Anonymous from Earth, they should just execute him already. Sending a guy like him to the Isekai would be a national disgrace. Spare me from that. 570, Anonymous from Earth, you must be a guy that sent a message to Hikaru a long time ago. 583, Anonymous from Earth, execute someone outside the precincts of law. That's impossible. It would be a different story if at least the trial had finished. 591, Anonymous from Earth, did you see the warning below? Even when you die in the preparation time, you get revived and transferred. Ozawa. 600, Anonymous from Earth, Ozawa cunt striking it big here. 605, Anonymous from Earth, at the time when Hikaru came out as being the killer of Nanamatan, it was like a wildfire, but he obtained a lot of views. Will we see a repeat of that with Ozawa too? 613, Anonymous from Earth, would you be able to not watch? 629, Anonymous from Earth, I think I will definitely watch it. As vexing as it is. 634, Anonymous from Earth, what's that about reviving? Preferential treatment much? 638, Anonymous from Earth, can't he just die quickly by choosing random transfer? 644, Anonymous from Earth, there's no Celica or Karen streaming. They are definitely losing their minds right about now. 656, Anonymous from Earth, if they can revive people, they should have done so from the first time. There was even a boy that was killed for being told he was possessed by the devil, you know. 666, Anonymous from Earth, 24 people died after all. Even if one of them has revived. 669, Anonymous from Earth, management never looks back. Even game companies don't do rollbacks. 678, Anonymous from Earth, in other words, we are getting apologems. 689, Anonymous from Earth, rather than gems crystals give points. 690, Anonymous from Earth, it is plenty possible that they will give away crystals for the second transfer. 699, Anonymous from Earth, Emma sent a ticket. To kick out the criminal from the list. 704, Anonymous from Earth, the things God does sometimes feel disconnected. 716, Anonymous from Earth, it is a God after all. They don't understand the heart of us humans. Or maybe they don't even have the intention to. 719, Anonymous from Earth, ain't there a chance there's other criminals mixed in this list? If the list is composed of people wanting to get out of this corrupt world quickly and it is taken as wanting to go to the Isekai, it would be hell. Not only are they the late party, but they would also have an advantage in their build and all that stuff. 727, Anonymous from Earth, get out of this corrupt world, Umau. 735, Anonymous from Earth, it isn't something to laugh about. If it is people who have the strongest feeling of wanting to leave, it wouldn't be strange for those kinds of people to fall in that category. 740, Anonymous from Earth, well, it seems like there's mostly young people from the side of Japan, so maybe the only criminal there is Ozawa-kun? 746, Anonymous from Earth, don't know just because they are minors. Ozawa is a minor, but we simply know because information of him circulated like crazy. 754, Anonymous from Earth, whichever the case, information should show up to a certain degree tomorrow or the day after. If there's way too many criminals, it would be grounds for complaints, but what side will it troll, I wonder? 760, Anonymous from Earth, it would be dangerous if it is a bunch of people with evil intent. They would definitely aim for the other chosen. 768, Anonymous from Earth. They already know Hikaru has a lot of things packed up in his shadow storage, so he might be a great target for the chosen with bad intentions. He is a glass cannon after all. 774, Anonymous from Earth. If a chosen who brought a gun with them were to target him, he wouldn't be able to do anything. With 30 bullets, they could easily kill Hikaru and Jan with long-range sniping. A skilled one would just need 2 headshots. 777, Anonymous from Earth, don't say something so scary. 785, Anonymous from Earth, if God says 30 points to the ones that kill a chosen, it will suddenly become a death game. 796, Anonymous from Earth, Hikaru and Jan each have 1 barrier stone for emergencies, right? Their equipment is also pretty high quality. If they can obtain that with just 2 bullets, sorry for putting it in this way, but they would be like bonus time mobs. 804, Anonymous from Earth, they still haven't been transferred yet. They might be listening here and taking those words of you guys as advice, so seriously, stop it already. 815, Anonymous from Earth, a Hikaru auntie was screaming in the main thread that they have been chosen. 828, Anonymous from Earth, seriously? This is actually sounding bad now. 836, Anonymous from Earth, well, the chances of them being transferred close is low. 845, Anonymous from Earth, if it is a distance from Tokyo to Osaka, I could somewhat say close, but that distance is outrageously far in that world. If there's an ocean in between, it would be impossible to meet. 859, Anonymous from Earth, then, it would be impossible for Nanamikan to reunite with him too. 860, Anonymous from Earth, the main thread is automatically translated, so it is impossible to even know how many Hikaru aunties there are. Well, we will be able to tell from their actions once the transfer begins though. 864, Anonymous from Earth, they are finally going to an Isekai, so even aunties wouldn't have that much tenacity to continue their Hikaru auntie activities in that world. 871, Anonymous from Earth, they must be a rotting middle-aged guy that has nothing to do after all. If they don't get serious once they get in the Isekai, they won't be able to survive in the first place. 877, Anonymous from Earth, are there any events regarding the worry of Hikaru about an influential person capturing a chosen? 885, Anonymous from Earth, there are. In the continent Hikaru is in, there aren't many chosen, so there aren't any cases there, but on the east, at the Roshizil continent, it happens often. There are also those who have managed to escape because of the persistent warnings of the messages towards the Luzalip chosen. 894, Anonymous from Earth, well, that also depends on the chosen. If there's at least one idiotic kidnapper transferring, who knows when the capturing begins. 903, Anonymous from Earth, in that sense as well, you could say the freezing of the messages was a good thing. With just information about who in Granalis Mary's is a chosen, they could capture several of them. 917, Anonymous from Earth, the message system was too soon for humanity. We finally got an Isekai transfer, so we should have done our best by our own strength. 923, Anonymous from Earth, it was way too good for cheating purposes. 930, Anonymous from Earth, But with a message prohibition, we wouldn't have any means to tell them that they are being targeted either. Will Nanamikan arrive first or Ozawa, the anti, and those first group hunters, 935, Anonymous from Earth, stop talking as if hunters actually do exist. I don't want to watch something like that. 940, Anonymous from Earth, no, you definitely would watch. 947, Anonymous from Earth, telling them that they are being targeted could be considered cheating too though. 950, Anonymous from Earth, isn't what God is doing going to show its ugly side? Don't underestimate the evil of humans. 953, Anonymous from Earth, is God acting under the Seizensetsu? Note, the theory that people are intrinsically good. 955, Anonymous from Earth, meaning what? 960, Anonymous from Earth, meaning that whoever reaches Hikaru first, whether it is an ally or enemy, will be the key. 963, Anonymous from Earth, but as long as the Hikaru anti isn't a guy that can bring a gun, there should be no problems. It would be difficult to defeat him in one hit with a normal weapon after all. 967, Anonymous from Earth, it would be impossible in a situation where there's people close by after all. If Jean is around, they would be killed. 974, Anonymous from Earth, there's also the stalker of Hikaru too. Eh? Doesn't it sound like he would be pretty fine? 986, Anonymous from Earth, I find it hard to think there would be a guy that would go through that risky of an act when they have finally been selected to be transferred. What are you guys even talking about? 1000, Anonymous from Earth, if I had been chosen, I would have gone to help Hikaru. I could have seen Rafria in the flesh too. 1014, Anonymous from Earth, of course you would want to see Rafria in the flesh. 1025, Anonymous from Earth, I want to be crushed in between the raw thighs of Burifa. 1039, Anonymous from Earth, it is only 300 people this time around after all. 1050, Anonymous from Earth, does God want to secure 1000 people? If that's the case, if the numbers decrease, we could see a third selection. 1059, Anonymous from Earth, there might be, but we don't know what will be the condition to be selected. Even if it is strong feelings again, I wouldn't be able to bring out that much emotion. 1068, Anonymous from Earth, if the more chosen die the faster we get the next selection, wouldn't that reinforce the idea that God doesn't understand the evil of humans? 1077, Anonymous from Earth, no, humans are not all full of evil people. There might be those kinds of guys, but it is only a minority. 1100, Anonymous from Earth, speaking of which, why did the second transfer happen at this timing? The system update happened not that long ago, right? 1111, Anonymous from Earth, the official chronological table has been updated. It is simply because the chosen have died and the remaining chosen have gone from 701 to 700. 1125, Anonymous from Earth, I see. Wait, then, the timing for the revival of Nanamitan. If it had been after this, would she have been spared from transferring? 1127, Anonymous from Earth, no idea. She could have been transferred later as an added chosen. Whichever the case, the chances of her being transferred in the third one anyways would have been high. All fronts blocked by God. 1150, Anonymous from Earth, at any rate, 300 people have already died, even though it is barely 1 month. Ain't that too many deaths? 1164, Anonymous from Earth, it normally ends up with a lifestyle leaning towards fighting monsters after all. Even when you live in a way that doesn't, there will end up being a time when you have to, and you end up dying from that battle. No matter how you put it, The ones specialized in battle are the ones who have the highest survival rate. The ones who live a normal life but only fight when monsters show up are the ones who die. 1175, Anonymous from Earth. In the dungeon, if it is the shallow floors, the monsters are weak, so you can get gradually stronger. You can't expect that from animals in the wild. Even on Earth, you can suddenly have a wolf or a bear come out all of a sudden. You can even encounter monstrosities on rare occasions, and when that happens, it is GG. 1189, Anonymous from Earth. Can't just expect to have weak monsters with just the right amount of difficulty come out to train after all. The animals that attack you normally attack when they have judged that they can win. The irony of dungeons being safer. 1196, Anonymous from Earth. All the monsters that appear in the dungeon are enemies that attack you, so it is easy to understand after all. 1206, Anonymous from Earth. Speaking of that, the giant monkey that Hikaru met for the first time was a monstrosity, right? Can the current Hikaru defeat it? 1213, Anonymous from Earth. Number 1218, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru lacks a finisher. If it were a pair with Rafria, they might be able to defeat it. 1233, Anonymous from Earth. Ah, the Chosen have also gotten the announcement of God now. For them, the message freezing must be an unexpected surprise. 1240, Anonymous from Earth. There were Chosen who acted while relying on that after all. More deaths might be coming from this. If that were me, I would cut the call right there. 990, Anonymous from Earth. Honestly speaking, there's no real need to hold any connection with Earth, right? Don't worry about the viewership, deal with things properly with the points you save, and just think about the world in front of you. That 100% leads to a happier life. 999, Anonymous from Earth. If you could simply do that, there would be no hardships. 1017, Anonymous from Earth. There's a lot of Chosen who are actually doing something close to that. It is not like they have a cameraman glued on them, so if you don't mind it, you forget it. Even Hikaru was acting solely on what was in front of him when he was trying to escape from the forest, most likely because he was pushing himself to his utmost limit. 1024, Anonymous from Earth. It is not the time to get flustered yet. 1030, Anonymous from Earth. From here on, the misunderstanding will be cleared and it will get a turnaround, right? I can tell that. 1053, Anonymous from Earth. Celica, you can do it. Do your utmost best. 1066, Anonymous from Earth. She is getting transferred at every single thing, it is such a pain. 1080, Anonymous from Earth. The room phone. With this, we can win. 1089, Anonymous from Earth. I don't know what will happen in that win though. It will at least clear the misunderstanding. I want him to lead a fulfilling Isekai life. 1096, Anonymous from Earth. We could even see the rebirth of Love twin birds. 1105, Anonymous from Earth. He said he didn't want their love to be seen, so I wonder about that. No, they can stop the filming by using crystals, so. 1120, Anonymous from Earth. If he suddenly gets positive and begins saving points for the sake of making out, I will laugh. 1125, Anonymous from Earth. The hot development of the room telephone and Celica's phone linking. 1129, Anonymous from Earth. The mother can't even hold a proper conversation, so just switch with Celica already. 1138, Anonymous from Earth. 1144, Anonymous from Earth. Why? Why did she leave the phone hanging? 1148, Anonymous from Earth. The SHDest of SHTS. 1153, Anonymous from Earth. The father is apparently staying at the casino. 1157, Anonymous from Earth. That's right, this is reality. 1168, Anonymous from Earth. Were Hikaru and the twins raised in a crazy complicated household? 1170, Anonymous from Earth. Har? Drop dead. 1178, Anonymous from Earth. The episode that let us know that the twins saying Anichin was the one who raised us was serious to the bone. 1200, Anonymous from Earth. No one wants to hear about your drive on the West Coast. 1202, Anonymous from Earth. Your classic drunkard. Such terrible timing. 1218, Anonymous from Earth. Aren't the twins pampering their parents too much? Going as far as buying an Aston Martin. 1232, Anonymous from Earth. It is painful that I can understand the feeling of having hopeless parents like this. Hopeless people really are like this. Even with that, for Hikaru and twin, sis, they are without doubt the parents. 1244, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru, it is okay to be more angry, you know. You have the right to be angry. 1251, Anonymous from Earth. It would have been nice if Hikaru were the type that could hate his parents. 1259, Anonymous from Earth. I see that she is the type of parent that is always drunk. 1268, Anonymous from Earth. God always has bad timing. 1277, Anonymous from Earth. It is not that God has bad timing. Hikaru's timing is bad. 1289, Anonymous from Earth. No matter what timing it was, I feel like the result would have been similar. That's just how poisonous parents are. 1290, Anonymous from Earth. She is a serious case of an alcoholic. You could even say that her natural state is being drunk. 1300, Anonymous from Earth. There's even chosen who got connected right in the dead of the night, you know? Just being able to talk is already better than that. 1304, Anonymous from Earth. Why didn't you connect to the twins? Seliku and Karen would have been fine too. Cries. 1311, Anonymous from Earth. People who got connected to their siblings are apparently super rare. I don't know what criteria it went with, but most got connected to their parents. 1319, Anonymous from Earth. They did say a relative, so it makes sense that's how it would turn out. Wouldn't it be more unnatural to skip the parents and go for the siblings? In other words, ending up like this was inevitable. Hikaru. 1330, Anonymous from Earth. Not only is her pointless talk long, Hikaru can't step in strongly, so I can get a peek of how their relationship between parent and child was. It is painful. 1341, Anonymous from Earth. Celica gave the order to go directly to the guest room, but they are taking their sweet time. Or maybe the staff members on their first cruise overseas are on that level. 1351, Anonymous from Earth. It is a luxury cruise ship where you forget about time and enjoy yourself, so even if told run as if your life depended on it, it would be hard to do. 1378, Anonymous from Earth. Oh, but they have arrived at the room now. Now if only the phone connects. No, it would be impossible to connect. They are going to be talking through their mother? 1388, Anonymous from Earth. Isn't it okay to just tell him the important stuff briefly? 1390, Anonymous from Earth. There's only 2 minutes left. 1395, Anonymous from Earth. That mother wasted too much time gloating about herself. 1397, Anonymous from Earth. Open the damn door already. 1401, Anonymous from Earth, this mother. 1406, Anonymous from Earth, my parents are pretty similar to this, so just watching is painful. 1412, Anonymous from Earth, it looks like Celica is also weak to her mother. I can tell from how she speaks. 1420, Anonymous from Earth, not all households have a relationship where you can speak to your parents on equal ground. 1424, Anonymous from Earth, please hurry more. 1428, Anonymous from Earth, so irritating. 1433, Anonymous from Earth, Celica is also hurried as hell. Well, this is a chance of a lifetime after all. 1440, Anonymous from Earth, just one word. Get one word in. 1441, Anonymous from Earth, 1443, Anonymous from Earth, Guy E. Time up. 1444, Anonymous from Earth, Hikaru. 1447, Anonymous from Earth, it just doesn't go his way. To think it would end with just hell. 1453, Anonymous from Earth, Celica's, yeah. The culprit that killed Nanami Anichan has been caught. The way she told her mother that was sad. 1466, Anonymous from Earth, Celica, sorry, I'm going to end the stream here for now. I am gonna cry. 1470, Anonymous from Earth, Hikaru just jumped into the sea. Is he going to be okay? 1476, Anonymous from Earth, he must be burning right now. There's no choice but to swim it off. 1499, Anonymous from Earth, even so, if it is Jean. Jean should be able to do something. 1519, Anonymous from Earth, will she? She is the type that lacks words, right? I feel like she would just aggravate things. 1530, Anonymous from Earth, at first, my heart stopped thinking he was trying to kill himself there by drowning. Looks like that wasn't the case. 1543, Anonymous from Earth, his mother should seriously reflect about what she just did after watching Hikaru like this. 1556, Anonymous from Earth, even so, if he meets Jean and Nanami and revives, won't his spirit recover back to form? 1570, Anonymous from Earth, I would be happy about Nanamitan coming back to life, but I am beginning to worry if that will transmit to Hikaru. 1583, Anonymous from Earth, if only God didn't go with a relative, but instead connected it to your #1 fan as proper fan service. 1593, Anonymous from Earth, Hikaru can barely trust anyone anymore, so I don't think just any words will be reaching him. 1600, Anonymous from Earth, anyways, we've got no choice but to believe Jeanne will do something about it. That overt girl. 1614, Anonymous from Earth, on top of that, I will pray that Hikaru, who has fallen to the darkness, won't get subjugated. 1643, Anonymous from Earth, I will send a message to Jean. 1655, Anonymous from Earth, I will respect you if it reaches her. Your average strong emotion won't be reaching. 1670, Anonymous from Earth, live, Hikaru. You are beautiful. 1685, Anonymous from Earth, eat something tasty today and sleep soundly. Time heals all wounds. 1750, Anonymous from Earth, my message reached Jean-Ichan. 1755, Anonymous from Earth, whoa. God has descended. 1760, Anonymous from Earth, what did you send? 1774, Anonymous from Earth, please console Hikaru. He is a really good guy. 1775, Anonymous from Earth, make Jan his plaything. 1790, Anonymous from Earth, Genie-chan consoling Hikaru. Can't she do it? That woman. 1803, Anonymous from Earth, what did Genie-chan answer? 1832, Anonymous from Earth, if he is my type, I will think about it. By the way, the board of Jan is on fever right now. 1854, Anonymous from Earth, Hikaru being her type seems pretty low. He does have a cute face, but he is Japanese. 1862, Anonymous from Earth, Jean has done most of what she said she would be doing. If he really is her type, I think she will console him. 1880, Anonymous from Earth, they do say that people fall easily when they are being treated kindly while they are weak, but what's going to happen? 1893, Anonymous from Earth, we are going straight into a triangle between Refria. 1905, Anonymous from Earth, I think the chances of it ending with he is not my type. And ending right there are higher though. Genie-chan is a lone warrior after all. 1943, Anonymous from Earth, Hikaru is back. That's a relief. He didn't just swim to a different continent just like that. 1956, Anonymous from Earth, if he were that reckless, things wouldn't be this sour. 1989, Anonymous from Earth, anyways, I am looking forward to it. This would be the first time meeting a chosen for Jan herself. What's going to happen?